British civil servant. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 426. Gandhi loses his value. Alan Wilson believes that this matter deserves the positive influence of Britain. As an ally, there is nothing more gratifying than pointing out the shortcomings of an ally that do exist, but these shortcomings cannot be solved. These problems do exist. Not only do they exist, but even European immigrants are very clear about them, otherwise they would not be mentioned in the published books. The best thing is that these problems have existed for a long time, but Americans always expect miracles to happen, just like the wish that the virus will disappear miraculously when summer comes, hoping that these problems will disappear by themselves. To really solve the problem, it will cost a huge price. President Roosevelt during the war did not solve these problems, and it will be even more difficult for later generations. The role of the British Empire is to beat the drums on the sidelines and watch these American problems disappear miraculously. Anyway, for now, there is no racial problem in Britain, at least not as serious as in the United States. In fact, some Americans may also be aware of these problems. Philby sat back down and said hesitantly, "Is it okay for us to take the initiative to expose the shortcomings of Americans? Of course, as allies, we have an obligation to mention." Alan Wilson paused. "They naturally have a way to find out. Obviously, the more Americans don't want to solve this problem, the more they will promote racial equality on the surface. Doing some superficial work, such as replacing blacks with African Americans, this kind of useless means. But is women's rights destructive?" Philby frowned. "Can the Soviet Union also use this kind of problem? Of course, didn't the Soviet Union say that men and women are equal? Feminists pursuing rights are potential pro-Soviet element. This is absolutely correct," Alan Wilson said with a smile. "Of course, don't get me wrong, I don't have any views on women's rights. The minister I once served was a leader of the feminist movement. I love women, and my fiancée is a woman. But when it comes to national security issues, we must be vigilant to any dangerous signs, don't we? Finally, when it comes to the purple issue, Alan Wilson said that the means of stigmatizing it should be that this group advocates for transgender toilets. In fact, other people don't know whether a person is a transgender. Once this claim is realized, it will cause trouble to the vast majority of normal people. Of course, this is part of the so-called political correctness of the United States in the 21st century. Transgender toilets are just moving the response of the US government decades later to the present as a means of stigmatization. The so-called political correctness is the work of the people in power to feed the public with shit without losing money. If it really involves the issue of funds, it is not up to political correctness to say. For example, in a popular game, if a transgender person appears as the protagonist, the audience of this game will be greatly reduced. Most people are disgusted with that. Alan Wilson is of course talking without any pain in his waist. These problems in the UK, he also can't solve them. However, racial issues can still be prevented during this period, but similar problems in the United States can no longer be prevented. According to my memory, the 1960s will be a big mess. Even if Britain gave the right advice, the United States would not solve it, because the cost was too high. Therefore, this time, Britain had no loss, except that the reminder could sell well. It was the Americans who had a headache. In the final analysis, these problems are just like diseases of affluence. If it were India, such problems would not be a problem. What can't be solved? Since the independence of India and Pakistan, the mutual killing between the two major religions in history has certainly appeared. It just didn't appear in the public opinion in London, but it was widely spread among the major British colonies. Savage knew about this when he contacted Northern Rhodesia. Except for the British mainland, which turned a deaf ear to this matter, all the major colonies knew it clearly. The numbers also ranged from 1 million to 10 million according to the environment of each colony. The colonial administrators unanimously adopted the method of exaggerating the death toll to scare the population in their jurisdiction. However, Alan Wilson did not do so. Newfoundland did not have this environment. If he served in Malaya, he could copy the death toll of the partition of India and Pakistan for a whole year. The problem was far from over. Although Mountbatten, who had already left for home, called for unity between India and Pakistan at the independence ceremony of Pakistan and India, religious conflicts still occurred. Now that he was gone, the problem became more complicated. However, Alan Wilson, who was far away in Newfoundland, was just watching the excitement. The one who was really anxious was Gandhi, this spiritual leader who led British India to conduct non-violent non-cooperation finally lost most of his value after the British allowed independence. Now Gandhi's enemy is no longer the colonial government, that is morally untenable, but the followers who once followed him, and are now in high positions in the Congress Party. In Gandhi's view, his beloved motherland was not only divided when it gained independence, but after independence, India is likely to be far from the ideals he has been fighting for decades. Thinking of this, his heart is as if it is being torn apart by someone. He hopes that the future India should be an India that is free from slavery, an India that is free from modern technology, an India that believes in gods, an India without violence, and an India that is consciously abstinent. He wants to establish an ideal model in the world, at least in Asia, through such a new image of India. Now it seems that not only is it impossible to realize this wish, but on the contrary, his ideals are regarded as old nonsense by the new leaders. Nehru also wrote, "If we pursue Gandhi's ideas, mankind may regress to the backward era of the past, and India will always be in an unimaginable and suffocating state of self-sufficiency, that is, a self-sufficient rural economy." Gandhi persuaded leaders above the ministerial level to wear homespun clothes, move into apartments without servants, abandon cars, get rid of racial prejudice, and participate in at least 1 hour of physical labor every day, such as spinning, growing vegetables, and cleaning toilets. But now that the top leaders of the Congress Party have become national leaders, how can they take Gandhi's words seriously? Isn't it good for everyone to drive luxury cars and travel with people around? Why listen to this stupid old man? Naturally, Gandhi, the former leader, has gradually drifted away from the current Indian leadership. Gandhi was not without things to do. Although he was too deeply involved in the role of a saint, he had a gap with the current leaders, but his prestige was still there. Because of the border issue between Punjab and Bangladesh, refugees appeared. At Gandhi's own call, Nehru decided to accompany him to express condolences. Gandhi insisted on taking Nehru to Punjab. Gandhi didn't care about his attitude towards him, and he had to go together this time. They went there to express condolences to the Sikh and Hindu refugees. These refugees were hungry, cold, exhausted, and lost everything, and fled back to India. Seeing Gandhi and Nehru roaring and surrounding them, he told them about his unfortunate experience. Gandhi was busy here, explaining hygiene knowledge to the refugees, telling them how to build toilets, and setting up a medical clinic for them. When they came back, the two were exhausted sitting in the car. The frail Gandhi put his feet on the feet of Nehru, who had made his differences with him public, and was no longer his follower, and fell asleep tiredly. Nehru was extremely upset when he saw the miserable scene of the refugees. While gently massaging the feet of the sleeping Gandhi, he closed his eyes and meditated on the heavy burden on his shoulders. Gandhi only focused on the tragic events that had happened, but the biggest thing now was not a specific person. It was a series of problems represented by Kashmir. It must be said that the problems Nehru is facing now are much more serious than in history. The religious hatred throughout the northwest and northeast can be regarded as a small problem. Some powerful princely states, especially the powerful princely states of the peace-loving monarchs, are ready to move. Among them, the problem of Kashmir is a representative one. In the 2 months since independence, Pakistan has been encouraging Kashmiri residents to join Pakistan, while the local Maharaja is a Hindu and does not want to join. Kashmir is the ancestral land of the Nehru family, and he himself does not want to give up. Moreover, in the current Indian government, Nehru is already a moderate, and Patel, the second in command, is even more determined to oppose any concessions to Jinnah. At the meeting, Nehru aggressively stated that he wanted to solve the problem with war. If Nehru made a moderate proposal, Patel would point the finger at him. From any angle, Nehru could not make concessions to Pakistan now, but the Hyderabad Maharaja Ali Khan in the south was watching with an ambiguous attitude, not to mention that the British troops stationed in India had not yet withdrawn, and some had already arrived in Portuguese Goa. These problems came one after another, which made Nehru very upset. He really had no time to accompany Gandhi. He had to return to New Delhi to preside over the meeting and discuss solutions to the current problems. On April 30th, Nehru had just returned to New Delhi, and the first news he received came from faraway Newfoundland. In the telegram, Alan Wilson stated that the Wilson Line on Portuguese Goa existed. Because British India suffered from famine, the Portuguese expressed their willingness to provide food to help the Indians overcome the difficulties, so I signed the document of territory exchange as the direct person in charge, and the exchange in the Portuguese statement was recognized. Britain had no reason to put pressure on the Portuguese. The history of Portuguese India was earlier than that of British India, and the Mughal Empire did not exist at that time. These damn British. Nehru couldn't help but punch the table after reading it. He had been negotiating with the Portuguese since independence. Even the French left, but the Portuguese refused to leave. At the same time, Gandhi went to another conflict center, Kolkata in the northeast. Chapter 427 Gandhi's death. The history of Portuguese India is more than 200 years earlier than that of British India. What reason does Britain have to order the Portuguese to do anything? Alan Wilson thinks Nehru's proposition is so funny. Britain let British India become independent, so the Portuguese should do the same. Let Britain conquer the whole world and give it to the Indians. The whole Pakistan is divided into two parts, one on the east and the other on the west side of India. Mountbatten believes that Pakistan will split sooner or later, and Nehru believes that Pakistan will not exist for a long time and will be unified with India sooner or later, but these cannot stop the determined Ali Jinnah. The Bengal region was also divided into two because of the partition of India and Pakistan, because of a former assistant commissioner of British India. The situation in Kolkata is much more complicated than the same period in history. As early as after the demarcation of the border between India and Pakistan, the entire border was instantly submerged in a sea of blood of astonishing scale. It was crazy everywhere. Terror against terror, death against death. The newly established Pakistan was also in chaos. The flames of war are burning in Punjab, Northwest Frontier Province and Dera Province. There are also nearly 1 million Rohingyas, which is several times more tragic than the religious conflicts in Kolkata during the same period in history. After all, the Rohingya people who had just been driven out by the Burmese did not want to be displaced again. The Rohingya issue is only part of it. There is another part that should not have caused much trouble. That is Bengali nationalism. Of course, this is also related to Alan Wilson. Before the British troops stationed in India withdrew, the news that the partition of India and Pakistan was to destroy the integrity of the Bengali nation and prevent the richest and most united Bengal from becoming the dominant force in India was widely spread in the Bengal region, which had already caused a certain impact. This cannot be said to be wrong. In fact, the first time the British felt the wealth of British India was the impression left by the Bengalis. When Bengal was occupied, Governor Clive found a wealth equivalent to £58 million in the treasury of the kingdom that was destroyed that year. That was in 1753. It was precisely because of the wealth of the Bengal region that prompted Britain to make up its mind to occupy the entire subcontinent and work hard for this goal in the next 100 years. Bengal ranks second in population in the subcontinent and has an overwhelming advantage in the middle and lower reaches of the Ganges. It would be a pity not to use it, so before the British withdrew, they began to spread the conspiracy theory that the partition of India and Pakistan was to disintegrate the Bengal people. The Calcutta that Gandhi is currently heading to is the center of the northeastern feud after the partition of India and Pakistan. Because of the overwhelming number of Hindus in the subcontinent, Nehru still kept Calcutta and part of Punjab within the territory of India. This is where Gandhi is approaching step by step, the center of the northeast that has just ended religious feuds. The two major sects just suppress their hatred in their hearts, and there are also a large number of Bengali nationalists. The entire northeast of India is like a volcano that has already erupted and is still in the aftermath. On the one hand, there is the flame of revenge from the sect, and on the other hand, there is the anxiety about the upcoming conflict. Once a large-scale conflict breaks out again, the entire Calcutta will be reduced to ashes. Of course, before all this came, Mountbatten had resigned from the post of Governor General, completed his work, and prepared to return home for his birthday. This had been planned long ago, and the leaders of India and Pakistan would face the rest. He had tried hard in New Delhi, but no one on either side listened to him. Now that he was gone, everything on the subcontinent had nothing to do with him. Let's see if the Congress and the Muslim League have a more constructive way to solve the problems that have begun to erupt after the British leave. Gandhi arrived in Kolkata and stayed there. In the evening, several Hindu youths stood outside and shouted, "Gandhi, you are a traitor. Protect Hindus, not peaceful believers. Gandhi, go back." Gandhi pushed the door open and explained his philosophy, hoping that the two major sects would be in harmony. Once the conflict broke out again, it would only destroy Kolkata until the Hindu youths left. Gandhi announced another hunger strike in Kolkata until the religious war was extinguished. Gandhi had carried out 16 hunger strikes for major and minor matters, 2 of which lasted for 3 weeks. He almost died several times. Although he was old, it was worth it to gamble his life for thousands of innocent people. This time was different from usual. As soon as he started the hunger strike, his body functions had a great reaction. His physical strength declined. He felt dizzy and dizzy. At midnight, he couldn't even speak. The news spread quickly throughout Calcutta, and a group of anxious people went to visit and walked out of the house, condemning violence. It seemed that Gandhi once again stopped the sectarian conflict in Calcutta with the spirit of non-violence. He was the only one in India with such prestige, but Gandhi would not have thought that this would be his last hunger strike in his life. Religious hatred has caused the deaths of hundreds of thousands of people from the two major sects. In this case, Gandhi still used the tricks he used to deal with the British colonial government to deal with India. It is not that it has no effect, but while many people are deeply moved, there are also a large number of people who are disgusted with Gandhi's behavior. They are Indians, not British, so naturally they do not have the scruples of the British. In the eyes of many Hindus, sectarian conflicts have caused such a large number of deaths, but Gandhi is still calling for peace, which is almost a betrayal of Hinduism. In addition, the news that Gandhi once hoped that Jinnah would lead India has been widely spread, which makes these people extremely angry, and believes that Gandhi is a traitor. Finally, a law that Alan Wilson was very familiar with appeared in the hearts of these Hindus. Heretics are more hateful than pagans. In the eyes of these people, Gandhi, who represents Hinduism, calls for peace, and is more hateful than peace believers. Not to mention that there are also people who are hostile to Gandhi among peace believers. His ideas are no longer so easy to be moved after India's independence as when British India still exists. After India's independence, Gandhi's speeches are no longer as popular as when British India still exists. On the contrary, because of stopping religious conflicts, Gandhi heard the slogan of killing Gandhi for the first time during his speech, and it was the Hindus who made such calls. His words lost their former magic, and non-violence was fragmented. Before the partition of India and Pakistan, the Muslim League regarded him as the #1 enemy, saying that this scheming person wanted to pretend to be their friend. But now Hindus call him the #1 peace believer, saying that Gandhi is a spy who was sent by peace believers to penetrate into Hinduism. His name should not be Mohandas Gandhi, but Muhammad Gandhi. Now that the country is independent, no one has the patience to listen to the chatter of an old and useless person. Hindus feel that they have already controlled the situation in the subcontinent and there is no need to pretend to be harmonious. Most of the peace believers are still hostile to him as always. I wonder if Gandhi at this time has remembered the scene when British India was still there, when one call was responded to by hundreds of people. The top leaders of the Congress party who followed Gandhi in the British India era have just passed a resolution refusing to divide the share of finances to Pakistan. Anyway, Mountbatten has gone, and the British troops stationed in India are also withdrawing. They no longer need to abide by the previous agreement, not to mention that the vendetta has caused many deaths. Taking a step back, wouldn't it be nice to keep this money for a cocktail party and buy luxury cars? Just 2 days after Gandhi went on a hunger strike, Gandhi prayed with people on the lawn outside his residence as usual. When he was giving a speech to the believers, a bomb exploded beside him. People were panicked, but Gandhi continued to speak. At this time, a sturdy young man squeezed out of the crowd, pushed away the two girls beside Gandhi, and knelt at the feet of the Mahatma, as if to pay respect to Gandhi. Unexpectedly, the young man suddenly straightened up, knocked Manu down with a palm, took out a pistol, pointed the cold muzzle at the Mahatma's naked chest, and fired 3 shots in a row. 2 bullets penetrated Gandhi's body, and another bullet penetrated Gandhi's lung lobe. The bright red blood dyed Gandhi's white land red. With a burst of flashes and camera shutter sounds, a middle-aged man in a suit put the US Medal of Excellence in Intelligence on Alan Wilson's chest, and did not forget to say, "Thank you, Mr. Allen, for your early warning to the United States during the war. Mr. Allen admires you very much and expresses gratitude for your work during the war. It's so gratifying to be recognized by our American allies." Alan Wilson was delighted and expressed his welcome to the American allies who arrived in Newfoundland. As for Mr. Allen mentioned by the other party, he was Allen Dulles, the director of the US Foreign Relations Committee and the actual head of US intelligence. "Mr. Allen, you are too polite. If we had paid attention to the intelligence you provided at that time, the Pearl Harbor incident might not have happened." Hillenkoedt, who had just awarded Alan Wilson the medal, said with a smile on his face, "As a sailor, I express my condolences to the victims of the Pearl Harbor incident. My job now is to learn from the intelligence agencies of the Allies and promote each other to improve professionalism. The respected Major General is too modest." Alan Wilson praised sincerely, "I believe that with our British experience and the financial support of the United States, cooperation in the field of intelligence will be unfavorable. We are countries with a special relationship, and now we are facing a common enemy. Mr. Allen is right." Hillenkoedt nodded in approval. "Protecting the free world requires the joint efforts of Britain and the United States. I really hope you are telling the truth." Listening to the other party's obvious lies, Alan Wilson smiled and nodded. His eyes fell on Philby. This should be a classic scene, but unfortunately no newspaper dared to report it. Chapter 428, Outside the Game. "I heard that Mr. Gandhi died." After whispering, Hillenkoedt asked the subordinate who came in to report the news to go out, and prepared a heavy tone to speak to Alan Wilson. "Really?" Alan Wilson was happy, but his face changed immediately, and he made a strange expression with a tense face. "I mean, this is really a tragedy. Mr. Gandhi is such a respected person." "Oh, it is indeed a tragedy." As soon as he saw the expression of the British man in front of him, Major General Hillenkoedt knew the real thoughts in the other party's heart. "Mr. Gandhi's death is a loss to the whole world. I agree with this very much." Alan Wilson pursed his lips, unwilling to destroy the atmosphere at this time. "The Mahatma who protects the harmony between India's nature and mankind is gone, which is a loss to the whole mankind. That's the truth." Major General Hillenkoedt understood that in fact, only the urban middle class was concerned about protecting the countryside, because they didn't have to live there. Major General Hillenkoedt awarded the medal, by the way, to recognize Alan Wilson's achievements during the war, which was also out of political considerations. After all, although a medal is precious, it is still very cheap compared to the relationship between countries. Alan Wilson is Mountbatten's son-in-law, and Mountbatten has now returned to London. According to current news, the experience of British India will not affect Mountbatten's career. This is indeed the case. Many people here are discussing Mountbatten's personal ambitions and future job arrangements. Some say that he may go into politics, some say that he may go into business, others say that he will serve as a civilian defense minister. In fact, all these speculations are completely irrelevant. Mountbatten's determination to return to the Navy has never wavered. His ambition is simple: to inherit his father's business and eventually become the first sea minister. In order to realize his ambition, he has only one way to go: return to the Royal Navy. On the third day after returning home, Mountbatten applied to the head of the Navy. Since Mountbatten's military status in the Royal Navy has always been retained, there is naturally no obstacle for him to come back, but arranging a suitable position for him in the Royal Navy with strict hierarchy is also a headache for the naval leaders. He served as the Supreme Commander of the Allied Forces in the Southeast Asia Theater, and had just served as the Governor General of India. Finally, at the insistence of Mountbatten himself, he was able to return to the Royal Navy's Mediterranean Fleet, and continue to be the commander of his first cruiser fleet. taking into account the safety of the Suez Canal. As we all know, the Suez Canal is of great significance to Britain. In the military base in northern Newfoundland, together with Canada, the Intelligence Cooperation Meeting of the United Kingdom, the United States and Canada has been held. Although Alan Wilson is a local chief executive and a member of MI6, he is not qualified to attend such a meeting. Of course, he is not interested. There is also the boss of the Cambridge Five in the meeting, which is more ironic than him, an intelligence officer who cheated for a medal. If he has this opportunity, he might as well ask about his father-in-law's well-being. After all, Mountbatten happened to be in charge of the Suez Canal. In fact, judging from the causes and consequences of the Suez Canal War alone, Alan Wilson felt that the outbreak of the war was very nonsensical. If he was really asked to tell the truth, judging from the reaction of Prime Minister Robert Anthony Eden when the Suez Canal War broke out, his first intuitive reaction was that the Prime Minister was selling out the country. Maybe this reaction makes no sense, but the key is that Prime Minister Eden's reaction is too much like a traitor who has infiltrated our country, and the outbreak is very unreasonable. Regardless of whether it involves the Conservative Party selling out the country again, Alan Wilson thinks that Mountbatten's return to the Mediterranean fleet is a good thing for him, and he heard that his old boss Sir Baron went to the Persian Gulf, which is great. Civil servants who are loyal to the Empire can always find a suitable place to continue to shine. Alan Wilson, who was awarded the Medal of Merit for outstanding intelligence, was still working hard on his own land while holding intelligence meetings in the north. Every day, a ship of timber was shipped from the port to Europe. I didn't expect you to have this contribution. Ingrid Bergman fiddled with the medal awarded to Alan Wilson and said in amazement, I didn't expect someone like you to be a war hero. What do you mean by someone like me? What's wrong with me? Alan Wilson was unwilling to hear this. Ingrid, let's be honest, I'm very good to everyone I know, right? This has been tested by time. That's the truth, but it's too good. Ingrid Bergman said frankly that she was really afraid that she would get pregnant if she continued to stay in Newfoundland. You little fool, you have deceived Vivian and the others. Don't you feel very accomplished? You have used all the things you learned in the intelligence field on us. You can't say that. Is it wrong for me to follow my heart? It's normal for any man to have some thoughts when facing a woman like you, Alan Wilson said, and began to push into Ingrid Bergman's broad mind, and did not deny the fact that he followed his heart. I can't do anything about you. There was a whisper in the room, followed by the sound of clothes falling. Before Vivian Leigh and her friends came back, the two had already been straightened. Ingrid Bergman blushed and was obviously quite satisfied with Alan Wilson's craftsmanship. The simple and boring life of the Governor-General of Newfoundland continued, just like the gradually easing financial situation in Newfoundland, which was developing in a good direction. After all, it was time to say goodbye. The 4 Hollywood guests completed the filming mission in Newfoundland and were about to return to the United States to find a TV station to cooperate in broadcasting the promotional film. At the last moment, Vivian Leigh simply stopped pretending and lived directly opposite the Governor-General's mansion. She hoped that in her last moments in Newfoundland, there would be a man who could hug her and let her fall asleep. Alan Wilson sent the actresses to the port the next day. Considering Vivian Leigh's mood, he said, I have a job at the Boston consulate. After Newfoundland is on the right track, I will find a chance to visit you in the United States. I must go. Vivian Leigh whispered, even the bright flowers need careful care. Yes, I'm that kind of powerful cow dung. Alan Wilson didn't mind making fun of himself at all, and said proudly, it is used to nourish many flowers to bloom more beautifully. In fact, I should be the one who is worried. I'm just a humble social tool. How can I compare with you actresses who are loved by thousands of people? You have a sense of crisis, right? Do you want Vivian to embroider your name on your underwear so that we can have close contact? Ingrid Bergman came over, full of vicious words, which made Vivian Leigh embarrassed. You can actually be so famous in Hollywood. There is no other explanation, except that your appearance is too good. Alan Wilson took a deep breath, not knowing whether he should be angry or not. Being angry seemed to be too trivial, but if he didn't react, he would feel a little bit angry. Until several actresses got on the boat, Alan Wilson was still standing on the dock with his hands on his waist. Why did he get more and more angry? Alan Wilson had become very familiar with the work in Newfoundland. After all, a place with less than 200,000 citizens could not be compared with the work in the former British India. He returned to his old business. The subtle manipulation of public opinion provoked a discussion on whether it was better to maintain the current status or to restore the status of a dominion, but the option of merging with Canada was left out. This subtly excluded Canada from the options for future discussions. There were only two options left: either independence as a dominion, or becoming part of the United Kingdom. The advantage of becoming a dominion is that the Newfoundland timber that has entered the European market and the income from Newfoundland's own fishing grounds will all belong to Newfoundland itself. The advantage of maintaining the status quo is that the vast European market, with the help of the British mainland, can make it easier for Newfoundland's products to enter. Moreover, the UK is far away, and Newfoundland is actually still in an autonomous state. It can also borrow the Royal Navy to protect the Newfoundland fishing grounds belonging to Newfoundland. In general, each has its own advantages. Of course, Attlee's announcement that a welfare society has been built is also under discussion, which can be regarded as adding bricks and tiles to the theory of maintaining the status quo. This kind of work is not unfamiliar to Alan Wilson. As early as when he worked in British India, he was very familiar with this kind of work. It's just that before, it was fought with the tone of Indians, and now it is fought with the population of Newfoundland. Of course, this is still far from enough. After Mountbatten returned to the country, Pamela Mountbatten also successfully returned with a full load, and had sent a telegram, saying that she would take time to visit her fiancé. Of course, Alan Wilson expressed his longing in the telegram, but he also complained at the right time, saying that he did not want to end his first overseas work as the last Newfoundland chief executive like his fiancé's father. Alan Wilson's tone in the telegram was very aggrieved, as if he was persecuted by Whitehall. "How can I help you?" After receiving another telegram from Pamela Mountbatten, Alan Wilson knew it was time to make a true confession. If at an appropriate time, our distinguished Crown Prince and Princess can come to Newfoundland, it may cause a very warm response to the local residents. At that time, the residents of Newfoundland, whose economy has been revitalized, will also feel the attention of the Crown Prince and Princess. Then, in the referendum, there is a high probability that there will be an acceptable result. The next day, Pamela Mountbatten's telegram arrived in St. John's again, saying, "I will find an opportunity to discuss this matter with Elizabeth. The exploration company has shares of the Crown Prince, and she should not refuse me." Chapter 429. I'm very sad. Why do you feel a bit of a loss? Alan Wilson knew that the exploration company had a share of the Crown Prince, and he didn't know whether to cry or laugh. That was a share of the world's largest iron, or in the future, just give a share to the royal family? But this can also ensure political security and stop the decline of the British aristocracy, which was what he wanted to do before. From this point of view, you can't be too petty. Making money is important, but ensuring inheritance is even more important. At least until the 21st century, it seems that Britain has not interfered with the royal family's business. The aristocracy is powerful, and 1/3 of the land in the UK belongs to the aristocracy. However, the 40% inheritance tax will definitely bankrupt many aristocratic families who rely on local financial resources in the next few decades. From Pamela Mountbatten's telegram, Alan Wilson learned that many hereditary nobles in the country have already known about Newfoundland, which is why Pamela Mountbatten thinks it is not a problem. Even from the perspective of hereditary nobles, these families will approve of the Crown Prince's trip to Newfoundland. Alan Wilson wants to use the prestige of the Crown Prince to retain Newfoundland, which of course requires an outside trick. Similarly, the hereditary nobles in London also thought so. Newfoundland was in a special environment, and they also wanted to use this trick to avoid the high inheritance tax, which required the support of the royal family. In the next few telegrams, Pamela Mountbatten and Alan Wilson discussed how to carry out the persuasion work. There was nothing Alan Wilson could teach about how to communicate with the aristocracy. As the daughter of General Mountbatten, Pamela Mountbatten was much more professional than him. But I have a saying. The royal family is the royal family of the British Empire, and political parties are just the ruling parties in the local area. For local citizens, the influence of political parties is self-evident, but for people in many places, who knows who the leaders of the Labour Party and the Conservative Party are? They have their own political parties. But the royal family is different. Our crown prince is far more influential than Prime Minister Attlee and Congressman Churchill in many places. Pamela Mountbatten put away the telegram. She already knew how to say this matter. Telling the truth is the best way. The royal family is of course powerful. Having power but not using it is not the same as having no power. The Prime Minister and his responsible cabinet are only a committee of the Privy Council, responsible for coordinating Her Majesty's army, civil service team, diplomatic team and secret intelligence agencies, and the Queen has the highest priority to know about all of this. The Queen has the right to appoint or dismiss the Prime Minister and cabinet members at will, declare war, negotiate peace, command the army, sign treaties, etc. Since the Magna Carta, the King has made more and more compromises at the legislative and judicial levels, but there has never been any law that directly deprives the King of his right to rule over the state administration and violence machinery. Elizabeth, our days are becoming increasingly difficult. Relying on her father Mountbatten's connections, Pamela Mountbatten found the future king in waiting, the then Prime Minister, the Crown Princess Elizabeth. Many of my friends and I believe that the aristocracy is slowly dying, and the current political environment is suffocating. Pamela, you know, according to unwritten rules, my father cannot directly interfere with the government. Crown Princess Elizabeth pondered for a moment and said, it's not that no one has tried to shake up the inheritance tax, but they all failed. Now there is a way to circumvent it. Pamela Mountbatten shook her head, indicating that she was not asking the royal family to cancel the inheritance tax. My fiancé is now the chief executive of Newfoundland, and Newfoundland is in a colonial state. As the chief executive, he has worked diligently since taking office, and has achieved great results. Oh. Crown Princess Elizabeth looked puzzled and asked, is there any hope for this matter? As long as the Crown Prince goes to Newfoundland as a way of expressing condolences before the referendum, this matter will have a good chance of success. Pamela Mountbatten whispered, this will be of great help to many families. Current supporters include, but are not limited to the Duke of Somerset, the Duke of Richmond, the Duke of Bedford, the Duke of Devonshire, the Duke of Marlborough, the Duke of Rutland, the Duke of Manchester, the Duke of Northumberland, the Duke of Wellington, the Duke of Westminster, the Duke of Leinster, the Earl of Portsmouth, the Earl of Carnarvon. They are all the families you borrowed money from for exploration before. Princess Elizabeth chuckled when she heard this. Is your exploration effective? Don't get yourself into debt. Although your mother is rich, it's not good to be in debt. Even if I can't find it, my fiancé will pay it back for me. Pamela Mountbatten heard the debt collection from the Crown Prince and said a little embarrassedly, if this matter is done, they won't be able to thank me in time. That's right. Princess Elizabeth nodded in agreement. If these inheritance taxes continue, it will really hurt everyone. Alan said that the inheritance tax has always existed, and the aristocracy will only continue to transfer wealth out of the country. Pamela Mountbatten said helplessly, that's for sure. No one will wait honestly. Once the wealth transfer continues, the local economy will eventually be affected. This is not Alan Wilson scaring his fiancé. Since the end of World War II, Britain has long been the world's largest investor. If the British economy is particularly good, it would be fine. The problem is that Britain's long-term growth is not good, and it has been surpassed by Germany and France one after another. In this case, it has been the largest investor for decades. There are studies. Okay, before the referendum in Newfoundland, I will go with Philip and take the battleship Fran to express condolences. Crown Princess Elizabeth finally agreed. It's just a normal condolence, right? I believe there will be no opposition. I'll come to see you. Alan Wilson, who received the telegram from his fiancée, of course welcomed the content of the telegram. In his reply, he said that he also missed his fiancée very much. He felt that he was about to turn into a fish during his days in Newfoundland. This telegram accompanied Pamela Mountbatten to sleep. She couldn't wait to go to Newfoundland to accompany her fiancé. Alan Wilson had even started hunting. It was impossible for him, a man who loved politics so much, to hunt. But there were only these things in Newfoundland. How could he not find some hobbies to pass the time? But this required the guidance of local hunters. Alan Wilson rode a good horse, never left the hunter's side, and from time to time he would inform his companions with a loud gunshot that he had met a local animal. Alan Wilson was completely immersed in his own thoughts and let the horse carry him forward. He was thinking about the future of this expedition. It was too difficult to be the chief executive in such a wild place. Hunter Mathis, sometimes riding on a horse, sometimes sitting in a car, always looking at the natural scenery on the roadside, rarely speaking, most of the time he was walking, or locking himself in the car, deeply immersed in his own reverie. Mr. Allen, hunting is a good way to kill time. Mathis looked at Alan Wilson, and from time to time he used words to guide the young man to get used to life in Newfoundland. Thank you. Although Alan Wilson apologized, he certainly did not agree. He couldn't waste time in this era. The world was so big that he wanted to go around. He really wanted to find something to do, but there were indeed too few things in Newfoundland compared to British India. He couldn't do the work of the neighborhood committee as an executive officer, such as mediating family conflicts among residents, right? After finishing today's schedule, Alan Wilson arrived at the local town. There was a public square in the middle of the town. Outside a circle surrounded by four-wheeled vehicles. The drivers were grazing horses and cattle, and they were driven into the circle at night. Alan Wilson shared his prey as usual. In fact, most of them were Savjevik's prey. The hunting skills trained in Africa were incomparable to him as a novice, but this Croatian was very good at being a man, and shared with the town residents in the name of Alan Wilson. After returning to the town, Alan Wilson went directly to the telegraph room to see if there was anything interesting that could be done for him. A moment later, Alan Wilson came out with a happy expression, holding a telegram about Pakistan's armed attack on Kashmir, and said happily in front of Savjevich, "Finally, something happened. This is the second good news since Gandhi was assassinated." Because the Maharaja of Kashmir's idea of delaying and waiting for change failed, and because he was dissatisfied with Maharaja Singh's pro-Indian stance, the peaceful believers in Kashmir launched an armed uprising. Singh sent troops to suppress it, but the situation quickly got out of control. The uprising also evolved into a feud between peaceful believers and Hindus. The outbreak of this conflict provided Pakistan with an excellent reason to enter Kashmir. An army composed of Pakistan's regular army and tribal militia launched an invasion of Kashmir under the banner of liberation. They called themselves the Kashmir Liberation Army and were unstoppable all the way. Maharaja Ali Singh had already escaped. That's all the content of the telegram, but Alan Wilson didn't even have to think about it. Ali Singh must have run to India. Will India send troops to rob? Isn't it obvious that the Indo-Pakistani war has actually broken out? As a non-staff minister in Hyderabad, Alan Wilson was afraid of the urgent need to contact Maharaja Ali Khan to inquire about the situation in Hyderabad. Unlike in history, Pakistan was well prepared for the attack on Kashmir this time. After Ali Singh fled, it had already conquered Srinagar, the capital of Kashmir. This time, Pakistan's actions were far more decisive and rapid than in history. Mr. Allen, is this a good thing? Savjevich asked hesitantly. Of course it is. Savjevich, you know, I worked in British India. I have a special feeling for the local area. Alan Wilson reluctantly took back his true thoughts. I'm very sad. Chapter 430, a colorful beginning. The direction of the war was a real thought for Alan Wilson. He hoped that India would remain in a low-intensity war, similar to the state of bandits running around in the Republic of China, rather than a high-intensity civil war. What if the Indians were beaten to a little normal? You must know that the foundation of British India is much stronger than that of East Asia. If they were awakened even a little bit through a high-intensity war, it would not be a good thing for Britain. So he is in a very tangled mood now. He hopes that more people will die in this war, but he does not want the intensity of the war to be too high. This constipated expression even made Savjevich ask himself if he might have just misunderstood Alan Wilson. The Newfoundland chief executive just failed to manage his expression for a while, not because he could not bear to see others doing well. That was a joke. Alan Wilson, who was taught by the master of macro expressions and the queen of silent films, Greta Garbo, would fail to manage his expression? This was simply an insult to Greta Garbo's professionalism, just as ridiculous as asking a pregnant woman who was showing her pregnancy when she would get pregnant. Alan Wilson ended his hunting trip and decided to return to St. John's, where it was convenient to contact the outside world as the capital. Although it was a bit unreasonable to use public facilities for private work, he contacted the Maharaja of Hyderabad for the benefit of the British Empire. Alan Wilson asked about Hyderabad's current position on the Kashmir issue and said that India would never allow Kashmir to be annexed by Pakistan. This war has just begun. Alan Wilson gave an analysis of the current situation, but did not suggest what to do. Because he had no historical reference, he could not look at the problem from the perspective of Hyderabad, but the telegram also emphasized that this was an opportunity for Hyderabad. Because of the conflict in Kashmir, the withdrawing British troops stationed in India quietly terminated the evacuation operation. This part of the British troops stationed in India was in Pakistan, and they claimed to prevent the expansion of local conflicts. Of course, it was not only the British who were paying attention to this conflict. Portuguese Goa was also very concerned about this conflict and whether it would evolve into a real war. Ali Khan, who received the news from Alan Wilson, contacted the Portuguese afterwards to exchange views on the Kashmir conflict. In short, because of the Kashmir issue, Pakistan and India, Hyderabad and Portuguese Goa are all watching the development of the situation. The Hyderabad army has increased its vigilance and is ready to strike. Europe is in the midst of a wave of reconstruction. Although Britain has stated that it will give the United States a reply after discussing the coal and iron community with France, whether it agrees to the merger of the occupied areas, the financial allocation to Germany has been in place. Germany, like many European countries, has begun post-war reconstruction. As a representative of German women, Anna replaced the eldest daughter of the Hermann family to show up in public. After all, Bokina's body is not very convenient, and she is secretly hiding in a safe place, waiting for the arrival of the angel. Naturally, the Hermann family's business fell into the hands of Anna, who was dressed lightly, and through the British Occupied Trade Commission, she controlled the important raw material wood needed for Germany's reconstruction. Anna drove the car around, avoiding some annoying big potholes, and bumped forward on a bumpy asphalt road. They passed some small villages, all with thatched log houses, and blue strips were painted between the logs. Many houses had become grey, tilted, or about to collapse due to the weather and weather. Some houses had no windows, but almost all had new or newly painted doors. In the sunny fields, men and women were working with farm tools, and some were pulling plows with horses. The car passed many carts loaded with hand-cut wood, pulled by strong and docile horses, and driven by strong and docile women and men. If it weren't for the headscarves and beards as a mark, it would be difficult to tell their gender. The car drove all the way to the city, and didn't see a tractor, a car, or any other machinery along the way. This is a medium-sized city in the rural area, with brick houses and wide streets. A muddy river runs through the city, dividing it in half. This is a low-rise city with light brown buildings everywhere, with an air of a remote and unwelcoming stranger. Germany is in its current state. The war took away a large number of men, and women also had to participate in the reconstruction. Fortunately, German women are tall, and have the reputation of dragoons, so they can shoulder the heavy task of reconstruction. Anna came out naturally to make contact. Because her sister, who was most valued by her superiors, was physically inconvenient, it became her job to contact the country, although she was not willing to complete it. Finally, Anna drove away without seeing anyone, but accidentally threw some garbage. Naturally, someone would come to take away the garbage and get important news from above. Alan Wilson in Newfoundland was originally waiting for his fiancée to arrive, but because of the crossfire in Kashmir, he had to meet Philby again. After all, he was once the Assistant Commissioner of British India and was more familiar with the situation. The country has already discussed the conflict in our previous colonies, and at the same time our American allies are also very concerned about this matter. Philby, who appeared again, got straight to the point and asked the last batch of British Indian bureaucrats in front of him what he thought of the current situation in the subcontinent. The situation in the subcontinent is very complicated. Alan Wilson crossed his fingers and thought, From the current situation, Nehru's face as a socialist has been exposed, and he has shown worrying political tendencies. I believe this is also the concern of the US allies, but I personally don't think India can do anything. I know the subcontinent too well. It is not as cohesive as imagined. Cohesion only exists in the dreams of Indians. There is no doubt that Nehru is a socialist. After India's independence, it implemented an import substitution strategy and took the lead in state-owned economy. In terms of specific practices, it does not exclude the use of certain means of planned economy. The main purpose of the above practices is to form a complete industrial system and quickly realize industrial modernization. Even if this is not a complete Soviet route, it is almost a variant of Bolshevik in the eyes of the United States. As the country with the strongest paper strength in the world today, except Europe and the United States, it is normal to express concern about the situation in India. Does the United States want to interfere? If so, I personally agree. Alan Wilson looked at Philby with expectation, wanting to see a positive response from the other party's eyes. No. It is a pity that Philby gave an answer that disappointed Alan Wilson. What a disappointment. Alan Wilson thought he would have a chance to take revenge for the Lend-Lease Act so soon, but the Americans have obviously inherited the disgusting diplomatic skills of the British. The Lend-Lease Act forced the British to beg for this kind of aid in exchange for blood. In order to get a chance to fight for Roosevelt, the British had to be grateful. Despite the hypocritical talk of renting and lending in this act, the transfer of American weapons and materials throughout the war was a gift. No formal accounts were even kept. The Americans like to bargain. The Lend-Lease Act is a bargaining method of warfare. For big companies and millions of workers, it only means a surge in economic prosperity. Due to the issuance of defense bonds, the cost is painlessly postponed to the future. Others are actually fighting and dying. Philby nodded, indicating that London was also troubled by the conflict in the former colonies, asking about possible situations and providing backup. If you had said that earlier, wouldn't I understand? Alan Wilson nodded to show that he understood, and said directly, Nehru's hometown is Kashmir, and Patel, the second in command, is a representative of the Hindu conservatives. India should soon respond militarily to Pakistan's actions, and it may have already begun. Are you sure? Philby, who asked the question, saw Alan Wilson nod and sighed. It seems that someone has shed blood because of this again. This is a good thing for us in Britain, Philby. Alan Wilson couldn't help but snickering. Happiness is compared. When other countries are caught in war, doesn't Britain seem very happy? Philby stared straight at the imperialist running dog in front of him and expressed his disdain for the other party's gloating behavior. This can't be blamed on Alan Wilson's disapproval, although the Soviet spy in front of him is a person who has escaped from vulgar tastes. But the other party's father is a realist. Among those who support Pamela Mountbatten, there is Philby's father, who makes him an earl. During this period of time, I don't know how many people in the world are discussing the conflict in Kashmir, but it is obviously more meaningful than India and Pakistan facing it directly. At this moment in New Delhi, at the highest meeting of the Republic of India, Patel was making an impassioned speech. Ali Singh has fled Kashmir and called on India to take action. For the new India, this will be a battle to establish a nation. How to change the inherent stereotypes of India in front of people all over the world and establish a new position in the world is extremely important for the new India. We must give the Pakistanis a direct fight back. A group of cabinet members spoke up, supporting the position of the current second in command of India, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Home Affairs Patel. Jawaharlal, it's time to make a decision. Patel looked at Nehru, waiting for the Prime Minister's statement. Agree to the request of the Maharaja of Kashmir and prepare to go to war with Pakistan. Nehru was silent for a long time and finally made up his mind. In this case, then treat this war as the beginning of a powerful country with a strong voice. Chapter 431 Commonwealth Lottery Concept. My great India is full of martial virtues, with a per capita sing. How can a small Newfoundland chief executive guess this? Nehru had long said that India must be a powerful country with a strong voice and must not sink, so it is appropriate to use Pakistan as a touchstone. For thousands of years, the expansion of the Peace Church in the subcontinent has left people all over the world with an impression that Hinduism is cowardly. This time Nehru will wash away this impression and make it a history. In order to regain the initiative in Kashmir, India later sent the 161st Brigade, the 50th Paratrooper Brigade, the 19th Infantry Brigade and the 7th Tank Brigade to enter Kashmir from the Jammu area to participate in the war. The Indian Army deployed its forces in two main combat directions, namely, one division of troops in Kashmir and Jammu. Using the two places as forward bases, the Indian Army launched a full-scale attack on the surrounding Pakistani armed forces. The First Indo-Pakistani War finally came late, but it still arrived with firm steps. In the western part of Jammu, a large number of Indian troops arrived and took over the defense of the local forces of Hari Singh in Naushera and Tangle. The western part of Jammu is located in the southwestern foot of the Panza Mountains. There are many mountains and ridges in the area with tributaries of the Chenab River and the Jhelum River. In order to defeat the attack of the Pakistani armed forces on Naushera, the Indian Army decided to attack a Saketra, a supply base of the Pakistani armed forces, in order to cut off the firewood from the bottom of the pot. The task was undertaken by a tank mobile unit codenamed Chala Force. The Chala Force mobile unit launched an attack on the Saketra supply base, and the tank unit suddenly fired directly at the Pakistani armed forces at close range. Faced with these fierce and unstoppable armored monsters, the Pakistani armed forces panicked. Under the heavy blow of the Indian tank firepower, the Pakistani armed forces fled the local supply base, leaving behind a large amount of supplies and the bodies of the dead. Alan Wilson has been in a heavy mood recently. If Vivian Leigh and the others had not left, they would definitely find that Alan Wilson's ability has improved a lot. Of course, all of this was silently endured by Pamela Mountbatten, who came from China. Faced with this expression of love for her, Pamela Mountbatten was extremely satisfied. "Why are you so clingy? You must be bored here. I know it's not right to let you stay here alone, but I'm busy." Pamela Mountbatten hugged her fiancé's body, expressed her apology in a soft voice, and said flatteringly, "You are so powerful, I couldn't stand it just now. I can't stand it." Alan Wilson took over the words directly, saying that his Newfoundland was absolutely loyal, and almost found the fun of being a monk. "If it doesn't work, I'll cut it off." "No, can you just say cut it off?" Pamela Mountbatten was a little panicked when she heard it. "Honey, I was wrong." Alan Wilson turned his head, full of the aura of "you teaching me how to do things," and took a deep breath with Pamela Mountbatten on his back, and passed this level without any danger. The Crown Prince has agreed to come to Newfoundland with her husband before the referendum. Pamela Mountbatten knew that her fiancé's hobby was politics. In order to make Alan Wilson dispel the dangerous idea, she took the initiative to change the subject and mentioned the Newfoundland referendum, asking how likely it was to succeed. "Recently, I have been manipulating public opinion. I can't say that it will definitely succeed, but I have a certain degree of confidence." Alan Wilson thought and said, "The key is to guide, which is a necessity of public opinion manipulation. In fact, on the basis of colonies, our country is definitely much better than the French, but in terms of determination, I don't know if it is the problem of island thinking or other problems. It is far less determined than France to fight for it. Sometimes I think that it is much easier for me to serve France than it is now." He was not lying. After the end of World War II, the thinking of the British political arena was like the successive prime ministers turning from one traitor to another. If the economy is not well managed, and the colonies cannot be maintained, it is like losing the soul. Every politician knows that the era of the British Empire is over, but they are still deceiving voters. Britain is still one of the most powerful countries on the earth, and they are still simply deceiving, and not making any efforts to safeguard national interests. The Labour Party follows the rules, while the Conservative Party is embarrassing. It is hard to imagine that these are politicians trained by the British Empire. By the way, is there nothing interesting happening in the country? Alan Wilson lay back down, hugging Pamela Mountbatten's body and asked, "Does it count if Congressman Churchill fired a cannon in the House of Commons?" Pamela Mountbatten covered her mouth and laughed. "Don't mention this person. I hate politicians, especially conservative politicians. They have heads more stubborn than granite and think highly of themselves." Alan Wilson said without disguising, "If there is anything our country should learn from the Soviet Union, it is that politicians who have made big mistakes, especially those suspected of treason, should be held accountable. We can't let them make mistakes and just say sorry and be done with it. Can this be achieved? Pamela Mountbatten said with an incredible look. Is it a delusion? The House of Commons was able to deprive the House of Lords of their rights little by little back then. So why can't someone control these politicians who do things without bearing the consequences now? Alan Wilson tilted his head and said, things are in the hands of people. Who says it can't be achieved one day? He suddenly thought of the Dragoon sisters far away in Germany, and even put aside the matter of the referendum. Ever since he met the Dragoon by chance, he has always been thinking about it. In the few minutes they met, he felt that he and the two girls had a deep relationship, and maybe it could not be separated. The days in Newfoundland were indeed uneventful. Pamela Mountbatten had already felt the days of Alan Wilson after staying there for a few days. She thought that her fiancé was really suffering here and had paid too much for the British Empire. Alan Wilson had to find some fun for his fiancé. He mentioned his ideas about Newfoundland's positioning and future development, and mentioned that he had thought about issuing lottery tickets. Why not? Isn't everything in Newfoundland up to you? There is no parliament here. Pamela Mountbatten said with great interest. Use Newfoundland's special status to do something that can't be done in China, so that you can get benefits, and the credit will be yours, right? You must know that domestic lotteries are prohibited. If they can be issued legally here, it will provide a large flow of funds. As early as the 16th century, the British decided to issue national lotteries in order to gather the power of the people to complete the construction of public facilities. With the issuance of countless lottery tickets under different names, British public utilities have indeed benefited from lottery funds. But at the same time, generations of British people have also developed the habit of buying lottery tickets. In the 19th century, the British government banned the issuance of lottery tickets nationwide on the grounds that lotteries foster laziness, increase poverty, lead to debauchery, destroy the harmonious atmosphere in the country, and increase the number of lunatics. In 1934, the British government introduced the first lottery bill, the Gambling and Lotteries Act. The bill was in place, but it was just in place. There was still no lottery ticket issued in the UK. The ban on lotteries would actually continue until the disintegration of the Soviet Union. In this regard, the UK is more extreme than the US. You should know that the US had already lifted the ban on lotteries in the 1960s. Now the question is, both the US and the UK have banned lotteries, but gamblers will not disappear just because lotteries do not exist. They naturally have their own ways, so there is no point in banning lotteries. From Pamela Mountbatten, Alan Wilson found the meaning of restarting the lottery. My dear, aren't you going to spend £50 to register a gaming company in Newfoundland? The great cause of issuing the Commonwealth Lottery is in your hands. Can I? Pamela Mountbatten was a little surprised when she heard it. Is it a bit hasty for me to register a company to issue lottery tickets? Isn't this a bit hasty? What's so hasty? You also said that Newfoundland, a colony, has the final say in everything. Alan Wilson shrugged and said, I think if Newfoundland is the lottery center of the Commonwealth, it can play an unexpected role. Especially now that the United States and the United Kingdom have banned lotteries, it will be easy for Newfoundland to benefit from doing this. Alan Wilson said modestly that he is still quite popular in Newfoundland. Every cargo ship full of wood leaves the port, indicating that Newfoundland's debt is decreasing at a visible speed. As the weather warms up, Newfoundland's fishermen also start fishing, and the tax haven plan is also going smoothly. Now the whole of Newfoundland is in a thriving state. With a variety of factors mixed together, the disappearance of the debt problem can be achieved in at most half a year. Now that the chief executive has directly opened a backdoor for his fiancée, Pamela Mountbatten naturally has another company under her name, but she still doesn't know how to gain credibility. Dear, you have to prepare some ping pong balls first. Alan Wilson started the unreserved guidance mode, guiding Pamela Mountbatten to continue her journey to become the richest person in the UK. The two discussed the planning of the prize pool and what proportion to use as the public construction of Newfoundland. The jackpot pool, whether to set an upper limit, when to officially release it, etc. It is precisely because lotteries in the United States and the United Kingdom are illegal that Newfoundland has to develop. Compared with the comfortable and harmonious Newfoundland, the Kashmir region has been ravaged by war. The regular armies of India and Pakistan have replaced the roles of the peace cult militants and Ali Singh's private army at the beginning and started a head-on confrontation. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 430 to Jacqueline. It is not easy for the Indian army to rush to Jammu and Kashmir. The distance between the two places is quite far, and the terrain is relatively dangerous. There is almost no ready-made road to pass. Therefore, with Nehru's approval and Patel's personal organization, all Indian civil aviation passenger planes were organized to transport the participating troops to Srinagar, the capital of Kashmir. There are still airports available for landing in the hands of the princely army loyal to the Kashmir monarch. This would be absolutely impossible to achieve decades later. Large jet airliners have higher requirements for airports. But it was different in 1948. Most of the transport planes manufactured during World War II did not have such harsh requirements for airports as later generations. Srinagar is the capital of the Kashmir princely state. This time, New Delhi's short-term goal is to occupy Srinagar and establish an advantage over Pakistan. Once Srinagar is recaptured, the next stage is to occupy the entire Kashmir and win a great victory in this battle for Kashmir. Finally, the vanguard took a transport plane and successfully landed in Srinagar. The Indian army quickly took control of the airport and stationed at this position with an altitude of 3,500 meters. From this point on, the Indian Air Force's transport plane became the only means of transportation for Jammu and Kashmir to communicate with the outside world. From any angle, this action was bold. Even the Pakistani army in Srinagar did not expect that the Indians would tear a gap in this way. After all, the road traffic in Kashmir is very poor, and it is difficult to come from land, let alone in the sky. 3 days later, the Pakistani army in Srinagar discovered that the Srinagar airport had fallen into the hands of the Indians and had assembled a large-scale military force, posing a threat to Srinagar's security. Obviously, the two sides will start a war in the Srinagar area. India will never give up Kashmir, Mr. Jinnah. If you think Kashmir should belong to Pakistan, then you'd better be ready to fight India to the death. When Ali Jinnah, the Governor General of Pakistan, received the military report from the front line, he was silent and remembered Alan Wilson's repeated reminders. India inherited the main part of British India. From this perspective, Pakistan had better coexist peacefully with India. But it must not give up control of Kashmir. If it loses the Kashmir region, Pakistan will be like having its hat taken off. It can feel the cold at any time. Pakistan will mobilize, confess the significance of this battle, and let the people of the country support us. After a long time, Ali Jinnah came back to his senses and saw many leaders looking at him. He shouted, "Everything is aimed at seizing Kashmir." At the same time, announced to the outside world that Pakistan recognizes Hyderabad as an independent country. Pakistan recognizes the independence of Hyderabad. Alan Wilson, who received the news, looked a little solemn and worried about Ali Khan's situation. Isn't this what Ali Khan has always dreamed of? Pamela Mountbatten saw her face worry and asked in confusion, "Why do you have such doubts? Dreams are dreams, but Hyderabad is an inland princely state and cannot get external support. Unless the war between Pakistan and India continues, Hyderabad will sooner or later be invaded by the Indian army. Maharaja Ali Khan is far less favorable than Ali Jinnah," Alan Wilson said with some concern. Ali Jinnah put Hyderabad in to seize Kashmir, and the final result is unpredictable. This is where Alan Wilson is entangled. He doesn't want India to fall apart. In addition to the advantage of its large size, India has nothing to say about the rest. Even in terms of religious comparison, Hinduism is the worst religion in the world today. Without the protection of the advantage of large size, Hinduism is a group of all-round scum in front of the peace church, and even the doctrine cannot compete. If Pakistan has the size of India, the country that is suppressed and beaten is India. But India is so confident that it dares to brag about its advantages, which is really annoying. He thinks it is good for India to maintain its current position, but balancing policies is often the most difficult. Now that Ali Jinnah has recognized Hyderabad's independence, once India has room, it will definitely find a way to deal with Hyderabad in the future. After all, from common sense, Hyderabad is an isolated inland princely state, and it is much easier to deal with it than Pakistan. It just so happens that the Americans also want to ask us about our views on the subcontinent. I want to meet with the Americans. Alan Wilson said to his fiancée. I guess they are also asking which side India and Pakistan should lean towards more. Why do the Americans do that? Pamela Mountbatten said with some dissatisfaction. Who do they think they are? Dear, it's a good thing that the Americans are interested in places like this with a large population, and it takes a lot of effort to interfere. Alan Wilson corrected calmly, this can free us, but places like Newfoundland, which are really sparsely populated and easy to control, should be in our hands, just like Newfoundland under our feet. Some colonies should be abandoned, but some should still be kept with all our strengths. Contraction is not unprincipled contraction. Everything has a limit. After instructing his fiancée to study the lottery carefully and how to take the best of all parties and establish fair and just standards, Alan Wilson prepared to send a telegram to set a time for negotiations with the Americans. This time, the Kashmir War was a few months later than in history, but it was not entirely a bad thing. At least both sides have taken their positions and have enough time. The first Indo-Pakistani war in history started in August last year. After more than 2 months of trial, it was not until October that it entered the formal war stage. Before more than a month of fighting, the Kashmir region began to be closed by heavy snow. Now it is different. This Indo-Pakistani war started in the spring. There is plenty of good weather for India and Pakistan to play, and it will not end up as a small fight due to weather reasons. This is a good thing. Although Alan Wilson is always prepared in his heart, the traditional skills of the British Empire give the rebellious son a backstab. But he knows in his heart that it is not the time yet. At least there will be no such opportunity in 10 years. Then he must change another way and join in and wait for the opportunity. As the former assistant to the British Indian Commissioner, Alan Wilson's current job is not far from the United States, so he is naturally remembered as an expert on Indian affairs. In order to reflect the special relationship between Britain and the United States, Alan Wilson is of course obliged to solve the doubts for the United States and guide the Americans on the road to world hegemony. As a father, he has no choice but to do it, even if the United States is a rebellious son running around for the country. Alan Wilson can't say it's hard, not to mention that he already has a diplomatic job. Just when he was taking Pamela Mountbatten to the United States, he told Boris to send any news directly to the Boston consulate, and he set off with his fiancée. The battle over Kashmir continued. Benj is a strategic location 73 kilometers southwest of Srinagar. It is built on a high ground more than 3,000 meters above sea level, and is easy to defend, but difficult to attack. In the early stages of the war, Pakistani armed forces launched an attack on Benj, but because the defenders relied on the dangerous terrain of Benj, they had never captured it. Now it has become an important path for the Indian army to move north. After the Pakistani regular army intervened, in order to regain the initiative in the hinterland of Kashmir, the Pakistani army launched a powerful attack on Benj again. Both sides invested a large number of troops to participate in the war. For a while, the Benj area was full of artillery fire, blood, and flesh flew everywhere, and shrapnel screamed. The religious enthusiasm of the peace church soldiers and the Hindu soldiers was aroused by the crazy attack and tenacious resistance, and the fire of resentment burned in everyone's heart. Both sides constantly changed their tactics, repeatedly charged and killed, and the positions changed hands several times. Before arriving in the United States, Alan Wilson also received a telegram from Ali Khan, in which Ali Khan stated that New Delhi had not made any statement on Pakistan's recognition of Hyderabad. Alan Wilson, who arrived in Boston, sent a reply, saying that Nehru's patience was still acceptable. If his guess was correct, Hyderabad should be safe before the outcome of the war between India and Pakistan was clear. Alan Wilson had no time to play around due to his official duties, but of course he still contacted Smith Hammer in his busy schedule to make a good relationship for Pamela Mountbatten. Dear Miss Pamela, you and Mr. Allen are so well matched. Smith Hammer made an exaggerated gesture as soon as he appeared and said something that made Pamela Mountbatten happy, and his arm around Alan Wilson became tighter. "Mr. Smith, Alan once mentioned you, saying that you are a mature, elegant, and successful person. When did I say that?" Alan Wilson was thinking this and felt the hint from his arm, so he said directly, "Of course, but you don't have to say it. Some things don't have to be expressed so bluntly, right, dear? Alan is like this. He only talks a lot when he's working." Pamela Mountbatten said a little embarrassedly. Alan Will could only straighten his back and put on a pretentious expression, indicating that Pamela Mountbatten was right. After Smith Hammer left, Alan Wilson whispered, "The mature and elegant man is gone. He's too old, but he should be very attractive to American girls. For example, Jacqueline." Pamela Mountbatten thought about it and felt that her idea was not wrong. Jacqueline? Alan Wilson first concluded that this name was not common and asked quietly, "Is it the name of an American girl? I don't know what she looks like. Please restrain yourself." Pamela Mountbatten's face turned from sunny to cloudy. "I'm just asking casually, can't people be curious?" Alan Wilson looked helpless. Chapter 433, Opposing the United States. Jacqueline is an American. She has been to Buckingham Palace before and has met the Crown Prince. Pamela Mountbatten thought for a moment and said, "I just met her a while ago." Huh. Alan Wilson had a lot of questions in his head. How could he know whether Jacqueline had been to London? In the end, he just said oh and let go of this question. In fact, he was more concerned about Jacqueline's husband, the current US congressman and Monroe's rumored boyfriend Kennedy. Kennedy is also a big family of the Boston Consortium and is itself part of the American Consortium. From its history, it can be seen that the Boston Consortium is best at collusion between officials and businessmen. Once its agent becomes the President of the United States, it will usher in a wave of great development. This is not slander. Many families in the United States originated from collusion between officials and businessmen, such as the Mellon family, who became the richest man as the Secretary of the Treasury. The DuPont family asked Delaware to reduce taxes to promote the development and growth of the family. The United States itself did not hide it, so it was naturally not afraid of Alan Wilson's gossip. When Kennedy was president, it should be considered the peak era of the United States. It was not the peak when other countries were in ruins just after the end of World War II, but the United States was not damaged by the war. Instead, it was in the period when Europe had recovered and Japan had begun to rise, and the United States still maintained a strong national strength. The United States began to decline from the Vietnam War, and Reagan completely disregarded fairness and began to feed the consortium. The United States in the Kennedy era was not what it was later. At that time, the United States was at its peak both in terms of national strength and spirit. "Since she is your friend, if she encounters any difficulties one day and needs help, I will definitely help her," Alan Wilson assured Pamela Mountbatten. "This is all for your sake." Pamela Mountbatten looked puzzled, not understanding what her fiancé's words meant. In fact, there was no special meaning. If Jacqueline and Kennedy eventually became husband and wife, if Kennedy encountered an accident one day, Alan Wilson would judge whether to protect him based on his strength at that time. Prime Minister Keogh said it well, "I will raise your wife." From the fate of the Kennedy brothers, it can be clearly seen that the Kennedy family did not offend a certain consortium or a certain industry interest group. Any industry interest group, even the military-industrial complex, did not have such a strong force to attack the incumbent president, not to mention that Kennedy's brother died later. What a good conspiracy theory topic. If he could get it in his hands, Alan Wilson would feel a sense of accomplishment just thinking about it. However, if Kennedy was really assassinated, he would have to make a judgment based on whether his strength at that time was sufficient. If he was not careful, he would end up burning himself. It is too early to think about it now. Pamela Mountbatten followed Alan Wilson to Washington. There was nothing she could do about it. Who told her to know an American who was still in London? "Don't you have any friends to introduce to me?" Knowing that her fiancé was going on a business trip, Pamela Mountbatten was a little bored and took the initiative to ask Alan Wilson if he had any friends he knew in the United States. Alan Wilson looked thoughtful. The names of Hedy Lamarr, Joan Crawford, Bette Davis, Greta Garbo, Ingrid Bergman, and Paulette Goddard came to his mind one by one. He said decisively, "No, I haven't been to the United States much. I just know a man named Smith Hammer who has been to Newfoundland." After meeting with Alexander Cadogan, the British ambassador to the United Nations, Alan Wilson arrived in Washington. Introduce experience to the US Intelligence Department. Any newly established department cannot become very authoritative immediately, even if this department is a later CIA. The CIA established its authority when Dulles was the director. It is obviously not the right time now, not to mention that there is a great god named Hoover standing there in the United States. Major General Hillenkoedt was the head of this fledgling intelligence agency. He was later squeezed out by Dulles, who believed that he did not play the role of the CIA during his tenure. Alan Wilson disagreed with this. The most important thing for an intelligence department is financial support. With sufficient financial resources, half of the success is achieved. Even the Soviet KGB has huge financial support. Belief cannot solve all problems. Alan, we meet again. Fate is so wonderful. I didn't expect you to be an expert on Indian issues. Hillenkoedt took the initiative to extend his hand to show friendship when he saw Alan Wilson coming to his door. The two had met in Newfoundland before, and he also awarded the British man a medal on behalf of the United States. Fate is indeed quite wonderful. Alan Wilson laughed and sat down. I did not expect to meet Major General Hillenkoedt again so soon. In fact, you are a naval admiral and should have more topics to talk about with my fiance's father. The things you talk to me have nothing to do with the Navy. I always feel it is a bit weird. Who said it wasn't? How could I, a rear admiral, become the head of the intelligence department? Hillenkoedt smiled bitterly. I believe General Mountbatten was not very willing to be the Governor General of India. Well, yes, he was very reluctant to take office. Alan Wilson answered as he took out information from his briefcase and placed it in front of Hillenkoedt, including but not limited to a summary of India's religions, ethnic distribution, and assessment reports on politicians, and of course the Pakistan section. Seeing the documents that had been sorted out being taken out one by one, Hillenkoedt couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "It seems that you are well prepared, Alan. It's hard to say. After all, I have worked for British India for a while, and I haven't forgotten that unforgettable experience." A trace of nostalgia flashed across Alan Wilson's face. The days of being a superior person in the colonies are gone after all. He really hopes that my Great Britain will stay on the colonial earth for 500 years. As the direct person responsible for the end of British India, Alan Wilson introduced the first-hand information that was easy to reveal. This kind of information belongs to the category that the United States naturally has a way to find out. At that time, we also had some doubts about Nehru, but after all, there was no evidence. Now it seems that he is a socialist who is very inclined to the Soviet system. Alan Wilson said with a sad heart, "This is where we neglected our work." Fortunately, London failed in its efforts to preserve the integrity of British India. Otherwise the situation today would be even more difficult. Alan Wilson shirked the responsibility for the partition of India and Pakistan as soon as he opened his mouth, which can't be regarded as shirking. Did they have to separate themselves? And did Britain have to use force to stop it? Even his own father couldn't do this. Of course, what Hillenkoedt noticed more was Nehru's socialist tendencies in Alan Wilson's mouth. Although the big fallout had not officially begun, Hillenkoedt, as the head of intelligence, was still aware of the growing hostility towards the Soviet Union, especially after the Newfoundland Conference, when he realized the four-color threat. Hillenkoedt didn't know that the so-called four-color threat was also conveyed to the United States by Alan Wilson through Philby. It's just that I don't know whether Philby gave a copy to the Soviet Union during this process. Of course, this is not important. Later, the United States was decadent because of the Vietnam War, and the Soviet Union also took the opportunity to attack. It would be stupid not to seize this opportunity. Even when the young people in the United States were decadent and the hippie culture emerged, the Soviet Union was overjoyed. The young generation of the United States had collapsed, and victory must belong to the Soviet Union. It's just that the Soviet Union only witnessed the emergence of the beat generation. American society was still controlled by the generation that did not collapse until the disintegration of the Soviet Union. It was a certain big country that really witnessed the American Beat generation in control of power. Alan Wilson mentioned why efforts were made to maintain the integrity of British India, saying that after India's independence, the peace church world would be cut into two parts. After all, the Christian world had witnessed the fighting power of the peace church world in the agricultural era. If it were not for the advent of the age of exploration, the Christian world, which had been surrounded, would have been unable to breathe. Looking at it this way, the problem is still quite tricky. Hillenkoff listened to Alan Wilson's introduction to the subcontinent and even listened carefully to the analysis of the national character, then smiled bitterly and shook his head. If we lean towards Pakistan, will India move closer to the Soviet Union? Isn't that a good thing? It's just like the role of Italy in Germany during the World War. Of course, Alan Wilson did not express his joy, but said with a stern face, it is possible, but it should not happen in the short term. After all, Britain still has some influence. We can't offend India too much in public opinion, otherwise it may push it to the Soviet Union. Seeing Hillenkoff nod, Alan Wilson continued, but India's strength is much greater than Pakistan. We maintain fairness in the eyes of everyone, which is a help to Pakistan. In any case, for the sake of balance, I believe the United States is unwilling to sit back and watch Pakistan fail, which will increase the instability in Asia. Of course, this is also a problem that the president is considering. Hillenkoff nodded. The geographical environment of the United States and the United Kingdom is similar. For the countries in Eurasia, they will naturally adopt similar measures as the United Kingdom treats European countries. Alan Wilson nodded, and he had already understood the same diplomatic thinking of the United States and the United Kingdom, which is a word that reflects a very sense of justice, helping the weak and suppressing the strong. It can also be called continental balance, to unite the weak to check the strong. It is obviously a good word, but doing so in the diplomatic field makes it difficult for other countries to tolerate it. After leaving the CIA, Alan Wilson had already met with Alexander Cadogan to discuss the British response. Since the United States wants to help the weak and suppress the strong, Britain must not be like the United States. It is the best decision to appease India. Chapter 3 Don't wait, it must be after 12 o'clock. Chapter 434 Everyone has their own merits. 1948 was definitely a turbulent year. Not to mention the civil war in a certain big country. The United States had already entered the election atmosphere. The same was true for the British Empire. In addition to the war between India and Pakistan for Kashmir that had already broken out. This year was also the year when Britain ended its mandate over Palestine. Since the end of World War II, the Iranian crisis has not yet broken out. Otherwise, since the end of the war, if the Greek Civil War was counted, Britain was really in a precarious situation. Britain finally completely retreated to the British Isles. In addition to finally accepting its fate, the full-scale emergency after the end of World War II really made London helpless. It was difficult to suppress one problem, and there were always people stepping on the accelerator at this time. The headquarters of the United Nations has been set near New York since its establishment. The previous meeting in London was just because the new headquarters had not been built yet, and of course it is not completely built now. Including the archives of the League of Nations, Britain has already handed them over to the United Nations. Now most of the work has arrived in New York. When the headquarters of the United Nations is officially launched, in a general sense, it has proved that hegemony has been handed over to the United States. Alexander Cadogan, as the British ambassador to the United Nations, has been active in the United States for a long time. This time when Alan Wilson arrived in the United States, he naturally had to visit the former head of the civil service of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Of course we should lean towards India. After all, our interests in India are greater than those in Pakistan. And since the United States leans towards Pakistan, it's okay for us to lean towards India. Alexander Cadogan listened to Alan Wilson's words and said that there was nothing wrong with this tendency. After all, Britain still had to take care of its own interests. By the way, Alan, you have been working in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, right? I still haven't figured out the difference between the work of the Colonial Department, the Foreign Office, and the Commonwealth Department. Alan Wilson said in confusion. In my opinion, they are all the same. It's the same, just facing different places. Alexander Cadogan smiled and said, who is more likely to become the permanent Undersecretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs without asking around? Sir Milton. Alan Wilson thought of the personnel director of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It seemed that this personnel director was very authoritative during his time in London. But Alexander Cadogan shook his head slightly and said, there is a candidate with the same work experience as you, who has a better chance than Milton. Who? It can't be Sir Baron. Alan Wilson couldn't help laughing. At this time, Sir Baron and Aden shuddered for no reason. No, but the Secretary General of British India, Sir May. Alexander Cadogan's answer completely ended Alan Wilson's delusion. He thought he had a chance to work with his old boss again. I have met Sir May a few times, but I'm not very familiar with him. Alan Wilson said with some distress. We are not in the same system. Edel is very familiar with him. He is his superior. It doesn't matter. General Mountbatten is very familiar with him. The last time I communicated with Sir May, he was preparing materials for the independence of British India, and there were many excuses for General Mountbatten's efforts at the last moment. Alexander Cadogan reached out and patted Alan Wilson's shoulder, indicating that this was definitely not a problem. With Sir May as the head of the civil service of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Alan Wilson would definitely be like a fish in water. Oh. Alan Wilson's expression relaxed. It turned out that he had a good relationship with his father-in-law. My father-in-law, long Aeotian of the British Empire, was invincible in terms of personal connections. What else can be said? We are all family. If the India-Pakistan war had not suddenly broken out, the most worrying thing for the British at present would be the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Alexander Cadogan also made this point during the chat. In the past few days, the British trusteeship time has expired, and London has decided to withdraw its troops. It seems that the conflict in Palestine is inevitable. Once we leave, the Arabs will definitely attack Israel. Alan Wilson said after listening. Our interests? Of course, we stand on the side of the majority of Arabs. But Israel has the support of the United States and the Soviet Union. Alexander Cadogan sighed. The glorious era is gone after all. Now he is always caught between the United States and the Soviet Union and the United Nations, and is far less responsive than before the war. I miss my old boss. I should send a telegram to say hello. Alan Wilson suddenly spoke. His boss in British India, Sir Baron, seems to be the current British commissioner in the Persian Gulf. So working in British India is still good. My father-in-law returned to the Mediterranean fleet and restarted his journey as a dragon. His immediate boss is in charge of Middle East affairs in the Persian Gulf. Even May, the Secretary General of British India, has become a hot candidate for the permanent Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. With such a complex network of relationships, it would be a shame not to do something. He is now ready to continue in the United States and devote himself to the interests of the British Empire in the Middle East. The British troops in Palestine were to evacuate, but it was not necessary to take away their weapons and equipment. There was a serious backlog of weapons, so it was not wrong to leave some for the local pro-British friendly countries. The local British troops had already begun to evacuate, and it would be too late if they did not send a telegram. Leaving behind a batch of scraps did not require the approval of the minister, and was completely within the authority of the local commissioner. Aden was a British colony in the Middle East. Like most colonies, there was an Indian community there. For a long time, Aden even belonged to the territory of British India. Ambani, the richest man in India, who later built the world's most expensive house next to the slums, was actually born in Aden. This place had a familiar feeling for Sir Baron. After all, the climate was similar to that of New Delhi, and there was an Indian community as a lackey, just like when he was still a commissioner in British India. Soon Sir Baron knew that his vague sense of familiarity was definitely not groundless, because he received a greeting from Alan Wilson, the former assistant commissioner. The telegram stated that he had just discussed the interests of the British Empire in the Middle East with Sir Alexander Cadogan, the British ambassador to the United Nations. Only after obtaining Sir Alexander Cadogan's approval did he send this telegram to greet him. even if it didn't happen in fact. Alan Wilson was just using Alexander Cadogan's name to increase his persuasiveness. Baron, holding the telegram, explained with a smile. He felt that something should happen in the next few days, but he didn't know where this feeling came from. But now this feeling has disappeared. The withdrawal was decided by the cabinet and the foreign minister, but he could certainly decide on his own. Leaving some weapons behind was of course within the scope of authority. Anyway, the cabinet only gave a framework, and no specific measures. The specific measures were considered by him as the person directly responsible. Because of the experience of British India, Sir Baron could already feel that once the British army withdrew from Palestine, war would likely break out there. And judging from the attitude of the United Nations, if the attitudes of the United States and the Soviet Union did not change, it was very likely that Britain would be on the opposite side of the United States and the Soviet Union. In the telegram, Alan Wilson also mentioned the name of Princess Badiya, saying that he should communicate with the sister of the Iraqi regent, and there might be unexpected gains. In fact, some countries are preparing for war, which Sir Baron knew. This Alan, has he forgotten that Lady Mountbatten is Jewish? Sir Baron said to himself with a wry smile. He did not forget, but the national interest was here, and Alan Wilson had no choice but to do so. Alan Wilson, who had been to Washington, had returned to the Boston consulate. Diplomatic agencies are all semi-public spy locations. Alan Wilson obtained some intelligence about McCarthy, the current Republican Senator of the United States, from the Boston consulate, about this person's personality, hobbies, and reputation, where he often goes, and his work and rest schedule. Alan Wilson felt that it would be best for him to become friends with McCarthy before the results of this election were known. This is more logical, and avoids waiting until the other party becomes successful to get to know him, which seems to have bad intentions. How can adding icing on the cake be as impressive as helping others in times of trouble? When McCarthy was in power, Alan Wilson would have to put in a lot more effort to get close to him. Consul, are you interested in this drunkard? Wicker, the secretary of the consulate, was puzzled. Why was his immediate superior so enthusiastic about a Republican senator with a bad reputation? He was neither senior nor well reputed, and was often ridiculed by newspapers. Wicker had a strong interest in politics. He had a quick mind, and could express what was in his mind clearly. Like many colleagues in the eyes of Welsh, Wicker often spoke better than he wrote, and he was good at writing. Reading was his habit, especially American newspapers related to politics, which had always been his favorite. In his impression, the senator the consul was looking for had always been reported in the newspapers with a negative image. Although Wicker believed that McCarthy was just in the right place at the right time. Although this may be generally true for many politicians who soared to fame at a young age, it is particularly true for McCarthy. Oh, dear Wick, we have to look at things from a developmental perspective, Alan Wilson said with a smile. Now that he has become a senator, he can no longer be called an alcoholic, although he does have a bad reputation. Early success may be attributed to luck, but a politician must have an extraordinary strength. I believe he must have it, but it has not been discovered yet. Everyone has advantages. Wick. Chapter 435. The election campaign heats up. In fact, it was the Democrats who imposed the ideological stamp and waved the moral stick everywhere. They recognized the domino theory and believed that if they did not confront the Soviet Union on all fronts, the dominoes would collapse. This is exactly what the Truman Doctrine advocates. On the contrary, the Republican Party is a more pragmatic party. This is contrary to the Republican and Democratic parties' propositions in the 21st century. However, McCarthy did attack the Democratic Party's foreign policy on the grounds of being weak to the Soviet Union with the support of the Republican Party. This is related to the isolationist atmosphere that the Republican Party has always been in. At this stage, the Republican Party tends to encourage conservatism. In addition to abandoning the United States' obligations to the world, they also believe that relations with the East should be handled with a realistic attitude, and believe that, once external pressure disappears, the Soviet camp will be dragged down by internal contradictions. At the same time, because of the shadow of nuclear war, the Republican Party hopes to make peace with the Soviet camp and reduce the intensity of the Cold War confrontation. Eisenhower's conservatism in the past 8 years is a manifestation of this idea. Later, some people criticized him for losing more in 8 years than he gained in World War II. At this time, the Republican Party was actually more realistic. In the 1960s, the Republican Party and the Democratic Party exchanged their bases, which was naturally paved by a series of things. Alan Wilson felt that Dewey, who was favored by everyone this year, was defeated by Truman, which was an important factor that led to the transformation of the Republican Party. Even after Eisenhower came to power, the Republican Party began to return to realism, but the seeds had been planted. After the Eisenhower period, the Republican Party completely changed into what people in the 21st century saw. The two bigwigs of the current Republican establishment are Dewey, who is about to debate with his opponent. He represents the establishment in the East, and is also the candidate supported by Boston. The other is Robert Taft, who just withdrew from the presidential election. Robert Taft is a representative of the conservative Republican Party. He is the eldest son of former President and Supreme Justice William Howard Taft, and has always been the main opponent of Roosevelt's New Deal. After President Roosevelt's death, he gathered conservative forces to successfully resist the power of trade unions. In foreign policy, he is one of the strong advocates of non-interventionism. Naturally, he also opposed the Marshall Plan. Once Dewey came to power, it might also have an impact on the Marshall Plan, but that was still unknown. If Taft came to power, he would definitely cut into the Marshall Plan. Dewey's disadvantage was his poor popularity within the Republican Party and his cold, rigid, and calculating image. However, after Taft debated with Dewey's rival Stassen, he successfully sniped Dewey's opponent. Although he did not shake the two-legged strength of Stassen and Dewey, he also helped Dewey from the side. Now that Taft has withdrawn from the election, the conservative Republican supporters he represented have begun to support Dewey's campaign. There is still time, and it is better to come at the right time than to come early. The debate between Dewey and Stassen will be broadcast to thousands of households for the first time through radio. Alan Wilson happened to hear the debate between the two Republican candidates through the radio at the Boston consulate on May 17th. The radio was filled with the debate between the two Republican candidates, ranging from economic policy, foreign policy to the direction of the United States development, which seemed to allow people to enter the tense atmosphere of the two candidates. The current spread of Soviet ideology in the United States is rooted in the fact that the country has not played a better guiding role. What I want to say is that the Communist Party of the United States should be declared an illegal party immediately. Statham's voice echoed through the radio in the Boston consulate, and it is believed that it also appeared in the homes of countless American citizens. Alan Wilson looked at Wick and asked with a puzzled look on his face, "I remember you said that he was a liberal candidate. Is that true?" Consul, this is indeed surprising. Wick also had a question mark on his face and explained in a surprised tone, "Congressman Statham has always been a very tolerant image. Maybe it is to divide Taft's conservative supporters behind Dewey." Alan Wilson chuckled. "We all know that these politicians have the memory of fish and will overturn their previous statements at any time. Since Taft withdrew from the election, supporters have been more inclined to Dewey. Now Statham has come up with more extreme remarks than Dewey, forcing Dewey to stand on a tolerant position and divide Dewey's support rate. This is not worth being surprised about. British politicians are like this too. The entire House of Commons is like a zoo, and each one of them is a chameleon." While Alan Wilson was ridiculing the politicians, Dewey's voice came from the radio. "You can't use a gun to knock down an idea, right? We must show concrete results to prove that the Soviets are wrong, not just a simple and crude ban. Banners are the means of dictatorships. We democratic countries always make the final decision not to publish them after democratic resolution." Alan Wilson listened to Dewey's straightforward words and explained to Wick, who was standing on the side. "Consul, shouldn't you say that?" Wick listened to Alan Wilson's unscrupulous ridicule. "You know that politicians are elected by the public. Doesn't this prove the stupidity of the public even more?" Alan Wilson tilted his head and said with a smile, "In fact, our people understand who should be in the hands of this country more appropriately. Then what is the role of politicians?" Wick looked at his immediate superior and asked the question in his heart hesitantly. "Their role is to promote our achievements as propagandists. Alan Wilson stood up leisurely. The result of this debate was already very clear. Dewey would be nominated as the Republican presidential candidate without any accident. Of course, this must be officially announced after the Republican convention. Both parties have put forward candidates, and the election is moving towards a heated direction step by step. From the current situation, the Democratic Party's incumbent President Truman's election situation is sluggish, and it is no wonder that the public opinion believes that once the Republican Party holds a convention and selects a candidate, it will be able to defeat Truman. According to the news from Washington, the venues for the Democratic and Republican conventions are both set in Philadelphia. From the current news, the situation faced by the Democratic Party this time is indeed very difficult. In addition to the Republican Party's intention to make a comeback after the war, the most important thing is that the Democratic Party is divided. What's more serious is that some liberal Democrats have left to join Henry Wallace's Progressive Party, and the leaders of the Democratic Party are worried that this will greatly divide Truman's votes, thereby handing over the northeastern Midwestern states to the Republicans. Not to mention that the Southern whites who have supported the Democratic Party since the Civil War and the Northern workers who Roosevelt is fighting for are not completely consistent in their interests. It is no wonder that many people are not optimistic about Truman. Consul, from now on, the Republican comeback has become a foregone conclusion. Do you want to establish friendship with the Republicans? Wick still tried his best to give advice to his boss. He suggested contacting Taft, Dewey and others. They are all big wigs of the establishment. We need to find a more grassroots figure this time. Alan Wilson shook his head and said, Taft is the leader of the conservatives. His father was the president first, and then the Supreme Court. Dewey is the leader of the establishment elected by the Eastern business community. It is too difficult to contact him. We need to find a more grassroots figure to show goodwill. And before the results come out, don't say that the Democratic Party has lost. Congressman Churchill also thought so at the beginning 3 years ago, but we all know that the great Prime Minister Attlee is currently leading the British Empire. If Alan Wilson contacts Dewey now, won't he replace the role of Chan Gong all of a sudden? This is absolutely not possible. Under the current circumstances, it is not impossible to show goodwill to the Republicans. But we must also consider Truman's feelings. If Alan Wilson is remembered as replacing Chan Gong, it will definitely be a devastating blow to him now. Compared with bigwigs like Dewey and Taft, McCarthy does not have a partisan inclination. Compared with the first two, McCarthy is now grassroots among the grassroots, with a bad reputation, and is purely a senator who is just getting by. It is very suitable to develop a true friendship, and Alan Wilson will not let the other party suffer. If the other party is a friend, there may be a chance to guide the other party to avoid a downturn. In short, it is the right time to start contacting McCarthy at this time, when the Republican Party is about to launch a candidate. The motive of taking the initiative to visit is too obvious, but now that the Republican Party is preparing for the general election, McCarthy, as a Republican senator, will definitely help the Republican Party in the election. This is his obligation as a senator. You just need to find out McCarthy's recent public schedule. The Northeast New England region and the Great Lakes region are the traditional support areas of the Republican Party. Republican senators, including McCarthy, will definitely go around during this period. What Alan Wilson needs to do now is to wait and see until McCarthy announces his campaign schedule, and then wait for McCarthy in the cities of these two places. During this time, Alan Wilson handled some diplomatic work in the consulate, which was actually attending cocktail parties, and he brought Pamela Mountbatten with him to sing praises of the special relationship between Britain and the United States. From this time on, Alan Wilson has begun to contact some Republicans, because Boston is a traditional support area for the Republican Party. It has to be said that bringing Pamela Mountbatten is still very effective. Now is not before World War I. It is useless to have only a noble status, but if you have money and aristocratic status, that is another problem. Dear, I'm beginning to think that it must be easier for you to be a consul than for me. Alan Wilson sighed sincerely. Oh, will it? Pamela Mountbatten pretended to be reserved and said, I have done everything, so there is no room for you to play. As a sensible woman, I can't do this. Chapter 436 The Empire Needs My Stomach. Old Versailles. Alan Wilson muttered to himself and lowered his voice. Sleeping with me, are you wronged? Pamela Mountbatten was about to tease her fiancé, and when she looked into Alan Wilson's scrutinizing eyes, her heart skipped a beat. No way, don't look at me like that, it's scary. I was wrong. I dare not. Alan Wilson snorted and said with his hands in his pockets, how dare I talk to a noble like that? Such a big man. Don't be so stingy. Let me go. Pamela Mountbatten was in tears, pulling the corner of the man's clothes, and apologized for her just spoken gaffe. You are here. Did I disturb you? Smith Hammer came over with a smile and greeted, Dear Consul, Consul's wife, there is a more important guest at today's cocktail party. The child of the Kennedy family just came back from college. He is a very introverted person, but he is also very interested in politics. I wonder if the consul is willing to talk to him? In college, it shouldn't be the president. Alan Wilson nodded and said that he wanted to meet the elites from American universities. Smith Hammer smiled and was happy that he helped Robert Kennedy expand his network. The Kennedy family had already established a firm foothold before World War I. The old Kennedy had already earned $5 million in profits through trade before World War I. In the 1920s, he invested in the film industry and doubled the family assets. In the 1930s, he became a partner with President Roosevelt. However, he did not have a smooth journey to become the Secretary of the Treasury and imitate the Mellon family's fortune. In the end, he disappeared from the political arena. But for the training of his sons, the old Kennedy was very willing to work hard. Doing the same thing, power and influence can increase exposure. He had high hopes for several sons. John Kennedy, who had become a congressman, was his most proud work. Compared with his brother who had already made a name for himself, Robert Kennedy seemed unremarkable. At this time, he had just returned home and was preparing for the graduation ceremony from Harvard next month. Alan Wilson did not expect that before he met McCarthy, he would meet the US Attorney General more than a decade later. After Smith Hammer's introduction, the two started chatting. Robert Kennedy had no long-term plans for the future, and he also pointed this out during his chat with Alan Wilson. Of course, I'll go into politics. I know something about your family. Alan Wilson actually knew how the Kennedy family got rich. From Kennedy's growth trajectory, it was obvious how much effort the old Kennedy put in. Like many fathers who wanted their sons to succeed, he wanted his son to realize his unfulfilled dreams. My brother John is now a congressman. My father is very happy. I think I can choose another path. Robert Kennedy mentioned his brother John Kennedy, and his pride was overflowing. Compared with my brother, I'm much more mediocre. Oh, Robert, how can you have such an idea? Everyone is the protagonist in his own life, and also the supporting role in the eyes of others. We must find the value of our own existence. Alan Wilson smiled and corrected, no one will cover up the light of others, especially for a family like yours. Alan Wilson adhered to the gentlemanly manners and played the role of mentor and friend to the still growing US Attorney General, illuminating the other's way forward. If I have time next month, I will go to Harvard University to see my new friend's graduation ceremony at that time. Half an hour later, Alan Wilson and Robert Kennedy were already familiar with each other, holding glasses and chatting at the cocktail party. For some of Robert Kennedy's questions, he also answered them with his rich political reserves. Of course, his eyes never left his fiancée. As we all know, the British and American circles are quite chaotic. Everyone wants to be the Prime Minister, but they also have to be on guard against the Prime Minister appearing around them. Pamela Mountbatten understood her fiancé's needs very well. Poor Pamela, she was controlled by the British Indian bureaucrats with bad motives when she first fell in love. She has been played around by them until today. She has always believed that loyalty is the best way to tie a man. Her fiancé took Robert Kennedy, and she took Kennedy's girlfriend Ethel to explain some etiquette of the British aristocracy to Ethel. People are curious, and Ethel is no exception. She is very interested in the affairs of the aristocracy. In short, after this cocktail party, Alan Wilson has initially established a certain degree of friendship with members of the Kennedy family and verbally agreed to go to Harvard University next month to attend Robert Kennedy's graduation ceremony. At the same time, for the brother mentioned by Robert Kennedy, he also said that, if he has time, he must get to know him. After returning to the consulate and getting McCarthy's official itinerary from Wick, Alan Wilson decided to go to Chicago for an unexpected encounter. Pamela Mountbatten came over and asked, "I heard that this person is quite rude. Do you need my help? It's better for me to deal with rude people. Didn't you make an appointment with Robert's girlfriend Ethel to go around? Just leave this to me." Alan Wilson kissed his fiancée's cheek and said, "For people who like to drink, as long as I show my sincerity, it should be easier to establish friendship with them than Robert Kennedy. If it is true that the senator is drunk every day, then what Alan Wilson needs to do now is very simple. He just needs to take a few days to get drunk with the other party. It's not necessary to establish an unbreakable relationship. Drinking with friends is the fastest way to establish friendship. You have to control yourself and don't sacrifice yourself for diplomatic work." Pamela Mountbatten was quite unhappy when she heard about McCarthy's hobbies, but when she heard that Alan Wilson's solution was to find a way to stop drinking, she immediately looked a little worried. She knew very well that Alan Wilson's drinking capacity was not very good, but he never admitted defeat. "The empire needs my stomach, dear, and I shouldn't sacrifice my life at my age." Alan Wilson decided to take Wick with him to Chicago. He had already assumed that McCarthy's drinking capacity should be very high, and it would be more reassuring to take an assistant with him. Alan Wilson felt that the purpose of his trip was no less than the diplomatic actions that were recorded in the history of the British Empire. In this era of decline, the role of other British diplomats is just for fun. If they really want to bring back the glorious era, Alan Wilson has to do it himself. If he really wants to establish a close relationship with McCarthy before he becomes famous, he can influence McCarthy when the Republicans start to bite after losing the election. At this time, the British military is definitely not good enough. Even if the whole country maintains the Royal Navy, it cannot catch up with the expansion speed of the US Navy, because the Navy, as a stock of arms, is the most difficult to catch up among all arms. In front of warships of various parameters, there is no difference between being 1 time weaker and 100 times weaker. The 70% theory of the Japanese combined fleet is already the bottom line. In fact, as far as the Navy is concerned, 70% is not enough. Because the construction cycle of warships is too long, it is very unfriendly to the backward party. Now even the most relied Royal Navy is not the opponent of the United States, and it can only retreat to think of ways from soft power. McCarthy finally kicked the iron plate and the military was lonely. As McCarthy's upcoming friend, Alan Wilson has a more influential and lower cost opponent, such as Hollywood, the base camp of the United States, and the intellectual class that is used to kneeling and punching. These are in line with the style of dealing with the weak and punching hard. A few days later, Alan Wilson had slipped to Chicago, the place where McCarthy gave a campaign speech, without anyone noticing. And he just sat down and listened to McCarthy's speech. As a politician, McCarthy's eloquence is absolutely good. If it weren't for his severe alcoholism, McCarthy, who is 40 years old this year, could have become the rising star of the Republican Party. Seeing McCarthy talking endlessly and expounding on the vision of the Republican Party after taking power, it is absolutely unexpected that he will leave that kind of impression in history. In fact, watching McCarthy now, he is full of enthusiasm and his voice of speech is quite magnetic. Alan Wilson believes that McCarthy is indeed a good person in many people's mouths, but he doesn't know how to drink moderately. At the end of the speech, McCarthy also shouted 2 slogans to help the Republican candidate. "Consul, what's wrong with you?" Wick saw his immediate boss curled his lips and asked with concern. "Nothing." Alan Wilson thought that McCarthy's campaign slogan lacked imagination. Among all the campaign slogans he heard, the one that left the deepest impression was undoubtedly "Make America Great Again." The conversation between the two was drowned in the cheers of the venue. At this time, Wick disappeared for a moment, and when he came back again, he said that everything had been arranged. After the speech, Alan Wilson and McCarthy met unexpectedly. "I didn't expect Consul Alan to appear in such a small venue and listen to my speech. This is only in the United States. I dare not appear in such occasions in China. I must strictly maintain political neutrality." Alan Wilson said with a bright smile. Usually at that time, I sit next to the radio and pour myself a glass of whiskey. Oh, Consul Alan has this hobby. McCarthy was directly hit head on and a little bit of goodwill rose for no reason. Of course, no one knows the benefits of whiskey better than me. Alan Wilson was intoxicated, and his chest was full of the mission of the British Empire. I also treasure a bottle of good wine, but I have no one to share it with, so I carry it around. You know, as a consul, the consulate is equivalent to a prison for me. Dear Congressman. The assistant next to McCarthy reminded him, but the reminder failed. The assistant who knew McCarthy's character well fulfilled his obligations, but this warning was still ignored. Chapter 437 Matchmaking. McCarthy was not popular. In addition to his alcoholism, being a Catholic of Irish descent was also an important reason. In the early days of the United States, in fact, it was not that early, before the outbreak of World War I, the descendants of Irish could clearly feel discrimination, and they were not even considered white. Generally, Chinese who arrived in the United States did not have wives. As long as they found a life partner, it was likely that they were Irish. The Irish are also the ethnic group with the most intermarriage with other races. Because of this relationship, the Irish are also the main force that is most hostile to the Chinese. The anti-Chinese wave was initiated by the Irish in the United States. By now, the factors of Irish descent and Catholicism have certainly disappeared. There are many Irish immigrants in the United States. If we follow the calculation of the British rule of Ireland at that time, British immigrants are the largest source of immigrants in the United States, far exceeding other ethnic groups. But if Ireland is taken out of British immigrants are of course still the largest number, but German immigrants are not much less than British immigrants, and the ratio of the two is already quite close. Irish immigrants have emerged in various fields, and politics is already the last field to be conquered. Alan Wilson came to Chicago and naturally did his homework. He knew that McCarthy is now the political representative of Irish descent. Although McCarthy is far less powerful than the former political representative Old Kennedy. I'm going to Harvard next month to attend the graduation ceremony of my friend Robert Kennedy. Alan Wilson mentioned the Kennedy family while drinking, trying to see if McCarthy and the Kennedy family were familiar with each other. If McCarthy is now the representative of the Irish in politics, the Kennedy family is the leader of Irish Catholics in the business field. This may create an illusion that the two are on an equal footing. In fact, McCarthy and the Kennedy family are very far apart. McCarthy, who became a senator 2 years ago, cannot be compared with the Kennedy family. I have met old Kennedy several times, and I personally respect him very much. McCarthy, holding a wine glass, showed his vast capacity for speech. He could only take time to answer Alan Wilson's questions. Such a real congressman can only be explained by the fact that there are not many Irish people now. If you have time, why don't you go together? You can also meet the second generation of the Kennedy family. Alan Wilson clinked glasses with McCarthy and suggested from the other's perspective, the respected congressman is also of Irish descent like the Kennedy family. You should get to know each other better. This is also a good opportunity. In fact, Alan Wilson just let McCarthy and Robert Kennedy know each other in advance. The two will know each other sooner or later. As McCarthy has firmly established his position as a senator, he has proved that he is not a flash in the pan and will be more valuable in the eyes of the Kennedy family. Robert Kennedy used to be McCarthy's assistant. The two had a good relationship. Even when McCarthy had offended the military and fell to the bottom, Robert Kennedy did not hide his admiration for McCarthy. He even attended McCarthy's funeral after McCarthy's death. This seemingly unfounded admiration may be related to the similarities between the two people's personalities. McCarthy is seen as a person who is both sensitive and slow, and underestimates the consequences of his actions, which is also Robert's characteristic. It was precisely because of this characteristic that he offended many people with his tough tactics in his later work as an investigator. As they'd rank, Alan Wilson's words gradually changed from "I'm well informed" to "I can still drink." But at least he already knew McCarthy's alcohol tolerance. Like himself, he was the type who didn't drink much, but was still stubborn. The two people who came out of the private room were obviously drunk, and they were on the verge of going crazy. "Joseph, I'm not in a good state today. I'll treat you well tomorrow." Alan, don't be stubborn. You can't even stand steadily. McCarthy replied with an exaggerated smile. It's good wine, but people who drink have a very average alcohol tolerance. I can still drink. Alan Wilson stiffened directly, expressing his determination to return to the battlefield. Then tomorrow. Good. I'm still in Chicago. McCarthy stared at this fellow with drunken eyes and decided to teach this fellow a lesson. In the next 5 days, Alan Wilson was rarely sober. He had given too much to the British Empire. He even took a nap on the train to New York to give a campaign speech with McCarthy. Finally, he couldn't hold on any longer and asked Wick to help him watch while he found a place to relieve his fatigue. He didn't know that McCarthy was already at the end of his strength. He couldn't go to give a campaign speech drunk. Otherwise, if Dewey or other candidates really became president, he might not have a good ending. Fortunately, the stubborn British consul couldn't hold on first, which made McCarthy relieved. Otherwise, he would have taken the initiative to refuse on the grounds that he still had to give a campaign speech. Alan Wilson followed the route in his memory and arrived at the familiar door in the bright sunshine. He knocked on the door again and again. Finally, Greta Garbo pushed the door open and looked at the instigator in front of him with her belly. You got? Alan Wilson stared at Greta Garbo's bulging belly, and in a second he came out of his bohemian state and slowly put his hand on the woman's belly. Does it feel like a great accomplishment? Greta Garbo narrowed her eyes slightly and let the man's hand cover her bulging belly. If you want everyone to know, just stand at the door. It was already dark, and Greta Garbo was leaning on the bed in the bedroom in a clean dress. She heated up the bath water, turned on the bathroom light, and laid out a clean coat and shirt for Alan Wilson. These clean clothes were to remind Alan Wilson to shave, change clothes, and get his spirit back. As for Greta Garbo herself, she would occasionally wear pajamas all night, leaning on a chair with a book to pass the time, and when Alan Wilson was here, he disapproved of this habit. When Alan Wilson came out of the bathroom, she slowly got up. She also wanted to take a shower. Alan Wilson followed her back and whispered, "Maybe it's not convenient for you. Let me help you." "Yeah." Greta Garbo nodded silently, giving this man the status of a husband. Alan Wilson suddenly realized that he didn't seem to be clean. The bathtub was very spacious, enough for 2 people, 3 people. Half an hour later, he carried the woman who was hugging his neck out. His cautious appearance made Greta Garbo want to laugh. She did laugh, very beautifully. "What are you laughing at?" Alan Wilson wanted to show his strong side, but his tone was unconsciously lowered. "I thought of something happy." Greta Garbo looked at the man with squinting eyes and gently put herself on the bed. "What are you doing in New York this time? Why are you drunk? Do you have new pajamas? Where are they?" Alan Wilson also felt that his current image had lost some points. He began to shave, comb his hair, and get dressed. Then he went to the kitchen to see if there were any ingredients and busy himself with how to fill his stomach. He had only been drinking for the past few days. While Alan Wilson was cooking, Greta Garbo was also dressed. She stood behind him, handed him a plate, and fanned him with a fan. A bowl of bright red roses was placed in the middle of a small table. The two sat down face to face. Alan Wilson answered some of Greta Garbo's questions and then asked, "Don't you have some problems in life? You ask questions as if we are work partners. What else? What is it?" Greta Garbo said with a cold attitude, "Ask you to marry me? First of all, you can't do it. Besides, I won't marry you. I have already decided not to get married and to live out my life alone. This is what I said when I announced my retirement. Now I have this child by accident, but it hasn't changed my mind about not getting married. I can't understand at least some Hollywood actresses anymore." Alan Wilson said with a wry smile, "Either you keep getting married and divorced, or you are like you and Katharine Hepburn, with unimaginable stubbornness. Why bother? Like you, with a flexible moral bottom line." Greta Garbo, who was chewing a sandwich, looked elegant. She suddenly said, "Actually, I wanted to get rid of the child, but I hesitated because I was afraid of the pain. After all, I'm old, and I don't dare. But it's also dangerous like now, and the reason is the same. My age is here. Yes, your health is more important, so don't take risks." Alan Wilson agreed with Greta Garbo's conservative ideas. In fact, he was very proud of it. Although he already had a child born by the little dragoon, Alan Wilson had never seen Anna with a big belly, but Pamela Mountbatten had seen it. The huge apartment was a little lively because of Alan Wilson's arrival. After cleaning up the dishes, the two returned to the bedroom. Now Alan Wilson had no evil thoughts, but one hand never left the woman's belly, feeling the life under the belly with touch. Greta Garbo let him do what he wanted and said softly, "I've been to Wisconsin. There are many Nordic immigrants there. Before I retired from the film industry, I was very popular there. I don't know the McCarthy you mentioned. Is he a senator from Wisconsin? I didn't expect that, but his love of drinking is very similar to people in Scandinavian countries. You are a person who would never take action in person if it weren't for your own interests, which shows that you are optimistic about him." Yes. Alan Wilson opened his mouth. Greta Garbo is now almost the same as when she was in British India. She feels that she has nowhere to hide. Chapter 438 God's Will. Listening to Alan Wilson's words, Greta Garbo had already sketched out an image of McCarthy in her mind. She was actually very clear in her heart that the man next to her, although he was too generous to her woman, just didn't show a greedy face in front of her. In fact, he was too greedy. In fact, Alan Wilson's ideas were not much different from those of the capitalists. Profits that did not exceed 100% were not considered profits, and were not much different from losing money, because 30% to 50% of the profits would be converted into gray income for some government departments and bank executives, and those expenses were not invoiced, and could be included in the cost. The remaining 50% or so of profit was far from enough to expand reproduction and further develop the enterprise. Therefore, to develop the scale of the enterprise, it was necessary to have a profit of more than 200%. The wool comes from the sheep. If the gray income of some government officials and bank executives is not taken back from consumers, where can it be taken from? This is one of the reasons why the price of the product is much higher than its reasonable price. As the essence of the colonial system, Alan Wilson must not forget his face is a representative of the government while pursuing the above goals, so the gray income must be remembered in the hard work. The hard work he put in for McCarthy today must be taken back in the future. This idea is not excessive. Who makes the United States rich now? All countries in the world have their own financial problems. Only the United States is thriving now. If you don't think of a way to make money, you will be sorry for the current environment. Didn't you see that even Mr. Chung regards American aid as a tool to make money? To put it bluntly, there are not a few people who regard the United States as a sucker. Although Greta Garbo is smart, she can't give advice on political issues. In addition, she is burdened with a burden. After talking for a while, she became tired and fell into a dream with her body tilted. Greta Garbo slept very comfortably that night. When she turned over twice, she could feel the warm palm on her abdomen carefully moved away, and after a while it returned to its place secretly. In the arms of the man, she couldn't help but raise a beautiful arc at the corner of her mouth. Although you are young, you should not drink too much. Greta Garbo woke up in pajamas in the morning and made breakfast with the man. Pamela's reminder is correct. I can't help you deal with the senator. But even if the senator is newly elected, there must be financial support behind him. The idea of starting with the Kennedy family is right. I believe that you and McCarthy went to attend the Harvard graduation ceremony of the Kennedy family members. It must be something that McCarthy is very concerned about. This judgment is absolutely correct. As if you understand these. Alan Wilson glanced at the beautiful pregnant woman and said, "Are you teaching me how to do things?" Yes. Greta Garbo gave Alan Wilson a side face and answered in a tone with a Nordic accent. "If it weren't for the hostages in your hands, I would definitely let you know how powerful the imperial civil servants are." Alan Wilson said very bluntly that he was not received well this time and was quite unwilling. Don't think that Alan Wilson usually speaks so vulgarly. He is also decent in formal occasions. Either he doesn't speak or he tells lies. He was exposed as soon as he told the truth, and today he told the truth in front of the silent movie queen. "Are you going to hit me?" Greta Garbo pointed to her belly fearlessly. Anyway, in many novels, nobles, or people who work for nobles are cruel and ruthless. Are you talking to Shakespeare? He's not Swedish, right? Alan Wilson thought about it and felt that his judgment should be correct. How did you get into the British government department? You don't even know that Shakespeare is British? Greta Garbo looked Alan Wilson up and down. If it weren't for many in-depth exchanges, she would have suspected that the initiator who turned her into what she is now has been replaced. Why should I know him? Although he did lose a lot of people, Alan Wilson was justified. He is not Stalin, Roosevelt, or Churchill. Why should he, a novelist, be taken seriously? He is just a lousy novelist. What is there to be concerned about? Alan Wilson dared to say so. He looked down on novelists, especially those who wrote foreign history. They didn't know anything, but they dared to write. They were either politician or womanizer. What's so difficult about that? I can do it. It is impossible for human beings to unite. Many people mistakenly believe that unity is strength, and it is easy to achieve. In fact, from ancient times to the present, it has always been difficult to trigger the conditions for unity to be strength. What's more, the United States itself started with collusion between officials and businessmen, such as the Boston Consortium, the Mellon family, the DuPont family, etc. Of course, we can't forget the most famous Old Morgan. Of course, in the 21st century, there is also a person named Jack Ma who wants to play usury in another country under the banner of high technology and copy Morgan's path. Maybe one day, he hopes that the bankruptcy wave in the United States can be copied by himself, and the deeds of the US Treasury seeking help from Morgan will appear on him. Unfortunately, this set of ideas originated from the Soviet Union, but did not go to the grave with the Soviet Union. Just like the United States' precautions against the Soviet Union, it is also guarding against bastards who don't know the height of the sky and the depth of the earth, thinking that they can copy the success of the United States and the Republic. In the United States, it is difficult to say whether there is a specific red line. Even a senator may not be very clear. Other senators may still consider it, but McCarthy is not that kind of person. So a senator and a British consul came to Harvard University to attend the graduation ceremony with great enthusiasm. In fact, Robert Kennedy's admission to Harvard University has nothing to do with his own studies. It is definitely the old Kennedy's connections that played a role. Although the old Kennedy copied the route of the Mellon family, he was embarrassed by the emperor's entrepreneurship. The political road is not smooth, and the Kennedy family's foundation is still there. Harvard University, which is as difficult as heaven for ordinary people, is like the back garden of their own home for the Kennedy family. The latest products of the Kennedy family have come off the Harvard production line. Although people have come, Alan Wilson's mind is still in Greta Garbo's luxurious apartment. Although it is still early, Greta Garbo is already an elderly mother after all, and it is her first child. He is more worried than Greta Garbo. It is not surprising in the United States that two people of high status attend a university graduation ceremony who made the Kennedy family leave the category of nowhere-ish. In the United States, politicians follow capital, so it is natural for such things to happen. Qualifications are indeed made. If you never do it, you will never have the qualifications. Robert Kennedy was very happy that two friends came from afar. His graduation speech was completely beyond his level. There was a warm applause. McCarthy never cared about science, and it could even be said that he did not understand science. Coming here is purely the killer instinct of politicians. There is such an opportunity to get acquainted with the next generation of the Kennedy family. This is consistent with Greta Garbo's speculation. Consul Alan, welcome to your arrival, and thank your wife for accompanying Ethel. Didn't Mrs. Pamela come? After the graduation ceremony, Robert Kennedy walked quickly and expressed his gratitude to Alan Wilson for coming over. She has other things to do. Alan Wilson replied with a smile. Of course, he had to find something for Pamela Mountbatten when he came out. If nothing unexpected happened, Pamela Mountbatten must have received God's will and set her sights on finding Australian iron, or in Western Australia. In later generations, Western Australia was the richest place in Australia. Although several major cities in Australia were all on the east coast and Western Australia was very desolate, the world's largest iron ore in Western Australia had higher income than Melbourne, Sydney, and Canberra. Western Australia's mineral resources ranked first in Australia, mainly iron, gold, nickel, diamonds, manganese, copper, coal, oil and natural gas, and the reserves were large, widely distributed, shallowly buried, and easy to develop. With the addition of minerals, Western Australia, which had poor livability compared to the East Coast, began to advance by leaps and bounds. The capital Perth was closely following several already developed cities, Melbourne, Sydney, and Canberra, and its population ranked 4th in Australia. And the population increase was faster than the above cities. Pamela Mountbatten has God's help. I believe that it will not be long before news comes that she has found an iron mine that will shock the world. The Mysore iron mine will be just for fun. Even 10 Mysore iron mines cannot be compared. By then, all the British nobles who have invested will make a lot of money. Together with the opening of Newfoundland, it will be easy to maintain the status quo, and counter-trend expansion is expected in the future. Alan Wilson introduced McCarthy to Robert Kennedy. Dear Federal Senator McCarthy, I heard that I'm coming to Harvard and expressed my willingness to come and feel the academic atmosphere here. Dear Senator, Robert Kennedy took the initiative to extend his hand upon hearing this, saying that he had heard of your name for a long time, but in fact he had no mentality at all. After a chat, he also learned that McCarthy was also of Irish descent. Although the Irish had long passed the time of grouping together for warmth, they still had some good feelings for each other, almost meeting each other too late. Alan Wilson looked at the two friends who had a tragic end and met in front of him and felt quite relieved. This was all God's will and fate. In today's society, as long as there is sufficient funding, you can get things done as fast as you want. McCarthy also understands this truth, and so does everyone here. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 439. Dewey is the favorite. Even a brand new computer will die one day. The chip will age, the program will fail, and the newly released software will immediately start to wear out. And all of this happens naturally and has nothing to do with you. Since everyone will die one day, Alan Wilson certainly will not increase his psychological burden because of the tragic fate of others. Things are inevitable to tend to nature, so why do things that are thankless? The most fundamental reason is that the two people in front of him are Americans. He is a glorious civil servant of the British Empire. Alan Wilson is straight to the heart. The tragic facts in any country in the world, except Britain, will become a joke to him. Any country, including the United States. Although Alan Wilson will also judge the situation according to reality on some specific issues, there is no need to hide the fact that if the first nuclear bomb in human history is in his hands, and he has enough power to plan, then there is no doubt that all countries, except Britain, will not escape the attack of the System Zero bomb. But the reality is like this. Punching the American Empire and stepping on the Soviet Union is just a dream after all. The only option is to strike hard in the third world. Continuing to work as a paper hanger for the British Empire is what Alan Wilson should consider in reality. Alan Wilson witnessed the beginning of a collusion between power and money. Although the Kennedy family finally chose the Democratic Party, each stage has its own ideas. McCarthy is a Republican senator, which is definitely not an obstacle for the Kennedy family. Drink. After McCarthy and Robert Kennedy exchanged greetings, Alan Wilson gave McCarthy a look that even drunkards understood. The distinguished federal senator received this look and responded, "Are we going to find a place to eat now?" Robert Kennedy was a little surprised. Now was not the time for dinner, but now is the time to drink. Alan Wilson coughed softly. The pursuit of food comes from the instinct pursued by human ancestors in ancient times. In essence, the problem of eating is the biggest problem facing mankind. Graduating from college is the beginning of a man's career. Alan and I want to celebrate for you. McCarthy has become a senator, so of course he has been influenced by him, and his words are one after another. What's more, McCarthy hasn't drunk yet, so he can naturally find a very logical reason for drinking. While waiting for the food to be served, Alan Wilson took a newspaper and read the local news. An isolated incident occurred in this city. a man with a withdrawn personality and never had any friends, in an unconscious state, accidentally fired a gun and caused a tragedy. Which white person is so depressed? It is said that this kind of thing should not happen with the current economic situation in the United States. Maybe it's a real mental illness. Alan Wilson turned the page and made a judgment on the news in this newspaper. The person who was caught must be a white man. American newspapers only use this kind of isolated incident to describe when there is a shooting of a white person. The murderer will also be called a natural withdrawn person with no friends. If the murderer was a black man, this modifier would not appear at all. The first party after Robert Kennedy's graduation ceremony, the most direct feeling, is that two people who seem to be upper class people are like two country bumpkins, only interested in toasting, as if all the pursuits in the world are concentrated in the wine glass. For McCarthy, this evaluation can be said to be correct, but for Alan Wilson it is far more than that. He just has different attitudes towards different people. How can he not show a little sincerity when he penetrates the enemy? In addition to alcohol, Alan Wilson is naturally concerned about politics and women, especially the ongoing wars at this time, the Indo-Pakistani War and the First Middle East War. The two wars are different. To be precise, the Indo-Pakistani War has passed the brewing stage. The newly independent India and Pakistan have already fought face to face, shouting slogans of loyalty to the British Empire, and in the name of His Majesty George VI. They launched a fierce attack on the other side's army, which also represents George VI. The battlefield centered on Srinagar, the capital of Kashmir, is intertwined, and the scale of the battle has far exceeded history. The delayed outbreak of the Indo-Pakistani War gave India and Pakistan better battlefield conditions, without having to worry about unexpected factors such as heavy snow blocking the mountains, to interrupt this one-on-one fight. At this point, this is no longer a territorial dispute in a simple sense, but has been given a certain degree of religious significance. On the other side of Palestine, strictly speaking, the war has not yet begun, but the Arab countries in the Middle East are obviously dissatisfied with the partiality of the United Nations resolution. Recently, Sir Baron, the Persian Gulf Commissioner of the British Empire, has spent most of his time in the Middle East countries except for the transfer of weapons and equipment, which shows that the United States and the Soviet Union despise the entire Arab nation. The United Nations resolution has undoubtedly hurt the national feelings of the entire Arab people. Regarding the US and the Soviet Union's partnership in bullying, Alan Wilson is very much in favor of his former boss, but he is now busy secretly attending the Republican convention. After all, he is a British consul and cannot publicly interfere in the internal affairs of the United States. He came to Philadelphia to see the excitement. And this is entirely because of McCarthy's kind invitation. He came because he couldn't refuse. Alan Wilson swore by the fate of the United States that he didn't want to come. The Republican National Convention was held in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and was the first such convention to be broadcast nationwide on television. When the convention opened, it was clear that Dewey would win the support of the majority of delegates. Dewey's main opponents, Stassen and Vandenberg, met in a hotel room to discuss the Stop Dewey campaign. However, they failed to reach a consensus on nominating a person to confront Dewey, but only agreed to stabilize their respective supporters to prevent Dewey's faction from forming a majority. This countermeasure did not work because Dewey's campaign team won enough other delegates to win the nomination. After 2 rounds of voting, Dewey was only 30 votes away from winning. Under these circumstances, Dewey's nomination was unanimously approved. The Republicans first put forward a candidate to compete with the Democratic Party before the Democrats. Dewey, who had once faced off against the rising star Roosevelt, was ahead of the Democratic Party by more than 20 percentage points according to the polls on the day the Republican convention ended. At this moment, a mysterious force in the Far East began to play a role. The staff of the Cannon Party said in a report to Chan Gong, who was in trouble in the transportation industry, Dewey is a strong opponent. In the last election, he and Roosevelt had a fierce competition. If the Democratic Party cannot put forward a strong candidate, in other words, if Truman comes out to compete with Dewey, it can be said to be a gesture of admitting defeat. Damn it. Chan Gong, who has always won the battle thousands of miles away, has made up his mind and decided to help Truman, who who was in trouble and caused his transportation industry to fall into trouble. Alan Wilson, who had returned to the Boston consulate, was sending a telegram to London. He did not hide his recent contacts with some American politicians and explained it as a private relationship with common interests. Then he made it clear in the telegram that the most popular thing in the United States at present was the American presidential election every 4 years. Alan Wilson was not Changong. In fact, judging from the mainstream thought of the Republican Party at this time, the Republican Party tended to be conservative, not as aggressive as the Democratic Party. If we don't count the aid to Europe, this is certainly a good thing, which can make the world more peaceful. But if we add the aid to Europe, Britain will definitely be more inclined to the Democratic Party to be re-elected, which will not affect the aid to Europe, of which Britain will occupy the largest share. The telegram clearly stated that from the perspective of polls, Dewey is indeed far ahead of any Democratic candidate in the response to the polls, but since the results have not come out, everything is still unknown. Alan Wilson also used the 1945 British general election as an example. I believe that before the Potsdam Conference, Mr. Churchill would not have thought that the Honourable Prime Minister Attlee would replace him. But the facts later are obvious. The great voters made the right decision. The great voters made the right decision. Pamela Mountbatten curled her lips. Didn't her fiancé always think that the so-called voters were the easiest group to deceive? Don't worry about these details. We have to take care of the feelings of the country. Alan Wilson rolled his eyes at his fiancé who was sabotaging, and then from multiple angles and levels, he said that the Democratic Party might have the possibility of turning the tables like the Labour Party. The focus was of course on praising the great Labour government, and the analysis that the Democratic Party was not dead was just a side note. In the end, Alan Wilson sent out this telegram that took up half of the text in flattery. A few hours later, this telegram had been passed through the hands of the cabinet secretary and was placed in front of Prime Minister Attlee. The analysis of the Democratic Party's possible comeback was more of a roundabout way of flattering the Labour Party's policies. The telegram showed that the Democratic Party was taking care of the masses, and President Roosevelt's legacy was still very rich. Although the candidate did not seem to be as good as Dewey, it was definitely not as one-sided as it seemed. By the way, my dear, the Crown Prince and his wife have decided to arrive in Newfoundland at the end of September to express their condolences. Seeing that Alan Wilson had finished his work, Pamela Mountbatten whispered, Sir Norman said that London seems to be preparing to hold a referendum in Newfoundland at the end of the year. Great, the timing is just right. Alan Wilson's eyes lit up when he heard it. At that time, the US election will be in full swing, and there will be no energy to pay attention to other things. Moreover, in November in Newfoundland, the climate in Labrador is already very cold, and the local residents are inclined to join Canada. In such cold weather, if the weather is bad during the referendum, many people will not come out to vote. The climate in St. John's is not so extreme, and we can expect a result in our favor. Chapter 440, Strong Truman. The British Empire is an old imperialist country after all. If they really want to find a way, Newfoundland can be retained. Alan Wilson stood up happily. Whether the British Empire can stop its free fall depends on the Newfoundland referendum. If Newfoundland, which has the same culture and race, and has no ill feelings towards London, cannot be retained, Alan Wilson should just go to bed early. If the Dominion with such a good foundation cannot be retained, it will be even more difficult for other colonies. Moreover, from the news revealed by Pamela Mountbatten, Alan Wilson felt that London seemed to have a slight change in its attitude towards Newfoundland. Although it was still not very proactive, it was a great improvement compared to the history of almost forcing Newfoundland into the arms of Canada. I always thought that London was full of idiots, but it seems that some people still have some sense of humanity. Alan Wilson asked puzzledly, why did the attitude change? Could it be that some people believe that there is oil in the waters near Newfoundland? Pamela Mountbatten muttered to herself, actually without a clue. This news has been released, but we all know that there is no oil in the waters of Newfoundland. In the final analysis, the problem lies with the residents of Newfoundland, and London's ideas are secondary. Alan Wilson put his hands on his chest and thought, let's take London's small change in attitude as a good thing for the time being, but it mainly depends on what the residents of Newfoundland think. Dear, I have achieved the purpose of this trip to the United States. Should we go back? The reason why London's position has changed is the timing of the referendum, as well as the time when the Crown Prince and his wife came to Newfoundland. This can be understood as Crown Princess Elizabeth first gaining a wave of favor and then letting Newfoundland vote. It seems that the Newfoundland referendum was held 1 month after the US presidential election. At that time, the biggest thing in the United States was the election. There was no time to care about the outside world. The Republicans and the Democrats regarded each other as their biggest enemies. Not to mention Newfoundland. 2 of the 3 major battles faced by Chiang were fought before and after the US election. When the results of the US election came out, Chiang had been defeated and then kicked into the garbage dump by the victorious Truman. In every presidential election, candidates have to invest a lot of time, energy, and financial resources, give speeches to gather popularity, and canvass for votes and raise funds. However, at the moment of defeat, all efforts will be in vain in an instant. The loser will not only bear personal failure, but also disappoint the expectations of millions of supporters. The psychological pressure can be imagined. To be honest, Alan Wilson did not believe that the loser could be treated as nothing. You know, Churchill, a member of the House of Commons, has always wanted to regroup and take the Prime Minister back from the Labour Party. However, the difficulty Churchill is facing is increasing. Alan Wilson even copied the 3-ring diplomacy and gave it directly to Attlee. If the result in Newfoundland is pleasing, Churchill's chance of making a comeback will be even smaller. The most dangerous thing for a politician in this world is to stand on the wrong side. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. Just be patient for a few months, and Chiang will use himself as an example to educate politicians around the world. Alan Wilson has even prepared a pseudonym, ready to help Chiang become famous in the major British colonies in the form of Chinese and English subtitles. This is not the first time he has done this. Without his dedicated work, would India have such a great reputation in the world? I believe that with the help of his foreign friend, Chiang will take his reputation to a higher level in this action of winning thousands of miles away. He did not return to Newfoundland immediately, but kept in touch with Boston and London, and explained to London from the perspective of being on the front line, that this election was not as simple as it seemed. After 3 telegrams, London recognized his explanation as the Boston consul. Only then could Alan Wilson feel at ease and return to Newfoundland, to continue to be his chief executive. As a hard-working chief executive, Alan Wilson must return to his post immediately and take an important step to change history, for which he was excited. You were amazing today. Pamela Mountbatten was very satisfied with her ambitious fiancé at this moment, and praised him from all angles. What makes me most sad is that you are going back, but Newfoundland is indeed too boring. Alan Wilson sighed and expressed his understanding of Pamela Mountbatten's idea of returning to London. I will come with the Crown Prince and his wife by then. It will be a short separation, my dear. Feeling Alan Wilson's reluctance, Pamela Mountbatten took the initiative to offer him a kiss and said, I'll go back and see what stage the Comet airliner has reached. Maybe when I come to see you in the future, I'll make a jet airliner. Don't sit on it without rigorous experiments. Alan Wilson shook his head solemnly. It's still like I said before. Airplanes are different from trains and ships. In the final analysis, they are the product of confidence. Safety must be guaranteed. It is worthwhile to make any advance preparations for this. Not only must we make good advance preparations, but we must also be prepared for large-scale production. There are still many British colonies at present. We can sell these airliners, and we can even ignore profits at the beginning, and adopt the method of small profits but quick turnover. As long as we occupy the market first, every time we sell one, it is equivalent to one less market for our competitors. When our competitors die, won't the profits be ours? A world without discomfort will stagnate. A world that is too fair in some aspects will be terribly unfair in other aspects. There are no problems to worry about in utopia, but there are no opportunities in utopia. Regarding the attempt to seize the passenger aircraft market this time, Alan Wilson deeply understood that it was unrealistic to kill Boeing in one fell swoop. Being able to dominate the European aviation market, plus some orders from British colonies, would be a great victory. Even if Boeing only relied on the US market itself, it would still be alive and well, not to mention that the United States has an overwhelming influence on the entire Americas. Being able to reach the status of Airbus in later generations is already Alan Wilson's biggest attempt for the current Comet airliner. It is simply unrealistic to kill Boeing. Whether this first mover advantage can be used well depends on how much Pamela Mountbatten can use the power of the nobility. Compared with Airbus decades later, the Comet airliner has a huge advantage. That is, the Comet airliner should appear earlier than the Boeing airliner. The history of Boeing civil aircraft is earlier than Airbus. Therefore, before Airbus became large-scale, the all Boeing helped to formulate civil aviation standards to some extent. The design and control habits of some Boeing aircraft naturally penetrated into the hearts of pilots. The majority of pilots naturally believed that only Boeing aircraft could fly and be beautiful. Only Boeing aircraft could be airplanes. The entry of Airbus brought the concept of fly-by-wire and overturned the previous Boeing pattern. This is not a question of early or late. Boeing was early and Airbus was late. Europe and the United States pay more attention to intellectual property rights. Airbus is absolutely prohibited from using things used by Boeing. For example, Boeing has more toggle switches in the cockpit, while Airbus has more buttons. It is not necessarily a development of ergonomics, but more of a patent issue. Airbus also uses a toggle switch for the external light switch, but the position is opposite to Boeing. Boeing is on when it is forward and off when it is backward, while Airbus is the opposite. As long as the Comet airliner appears in front of the Boeing airliner, it will be able to get rid of the patent clamp of Boeing airliners on Airbus airliners decades later. This alone is already a great advantage. It should not be too difficult for the Comet airliner to reach Airbus's position in the civil aviation market. If Mr. de Havilland thinks the cost of investment is too high, you can buy the company's shares at a price higher than the market price as compensation. At the St. John's Pier, Alan Wilson carefully reminded his fiancée as he sent her aboard. He also knew that de Havilland had a little bit of self-confidence. Maybe he wanted to bring the Comet to the market faster, or maybe it was for other reasons. Anyway, he was a little dissatisfied with the current progress and investment of various tests. But Alan Wilson had learned from history that de Havilland's idea would have a catastrophic impact on the Comet. If the passenger plane was shot down, it would not be a big deal. After all, it was an external factor. But if there was a design problem, it would be a devastating blow to a company. Don't worry, dear, I will not miss any experiment with me. Pamela Mountbatten felt Alan Wilson's sincerity and said, I guarantee with the surname Mountbatten that I will do everything according to your requirements. It's not my requirement, your career requires you to do so. I'm a civil servant, not a plane maker alone. What can I ask for? Alan Wilson corrected Pamela Mountbatten's statement. When did it become his requirement? It was obviously using Pamela's money to do Pamela's business. Besides, if de Havilland was impatient and asked Pamela Mountbatten to take the risk as compensation, it would be even better. It can also take the opportunity to expand the Mountbatten family shares in the company. For now, because a large number of experiments have led to higher investment, Pamela Mountbatten has occupied more than 30% of the shares. Alan Wilson, standing at the dock, waved at the cruise ship that was going away, waiting for the Crown Prince to arrive in Newfoundland. Relevant preparations can begin now. Repeat the previous work and instill not only small good but great good words through the radio. At the same time, continue to follow the example of the referendum and contact the Persian Gulf Commissioner Barron, Malaya Commissioner Jared and other British colony commissioners. While waiting for the Crown Prince and his wife's trip to Newfoundland, human hopes for the election in the United States are getting more and more heated. The fierce battle between India and Pakistan is still going on, and the situation in Palestine is becoming more and more tense. The days of key politicians are so busy, and the affairs of Newfoundland are actually the work that Alan Wilson spends the least time on. While expressing love for the whole world, time is passing bit by bit. As the temperature rises, the United States is in a heated election. After the Philadelphia Democratic Convention, Truman became the Democratic candidate with great difficulty. Faced with the overwhelming optimism of public opinion for Dewey, the stubborn Truman did not admit defeat in his heart, but devoted himself to the tour speech. He wanted to prove that miracles can happen. Chapter 441 The Crown Prince's Trip. Taking up the least time does not mean it is unimportant. The broadcast of Chief Executive Alan Wilson is still going on, pretending to be friendly to the people and continuing to deceive the simple Newfoundlanders. It's time to read the residents' questions again. Let's see what problems the glorious citizens of Newfoundland have given me. Alan Wilson in the broadcasting room took out a question from a man named Alan Wilson, the chief executive of Newfoundland, and read it. Oh, this question is very sharp. This citizen who does not want to reveal his name anonymously sent the question to the mailbox of the Governor General's office. While enjoying dinner, thousands of households in Newfoundland were also attracted by Alan Wilson's ever-changing tricks, wanting to hear what problems this chief executive who seemed to be quite good had encountered. This citizen, who did not want to reveal his name, said that when he was fishing at sea, he encountered a trawler of unknown nationality. Does this count as plundering Newfoundland's fishery resources? To be honest, of course it counts. This kind of poaching is completely morally untenable, but the benefits are attractive. Newfoundland has such a small population, but the Newfoundland fishing grounds do have rich resources. It is inevitable that fishermen from some countries will take risks. I don't know if it is a local fishing boat, but it shouldn't be. The fishery resources in the North Sea fishing grounds should be no less than those in Newfoundland. I believe the real problem of this citizen is whether we should let this kind of poaching go. Of course not. Whether it is North America or Europe, there are more than 100 million people living there, and the demand for fishery resources is objectively existing. If we don't respond to this, the scale of poaching will only get bigger and bigger, and the trawlers will get bigger and more advanced, which is equivalent to stealing Newfoundland's precious wealth. The problem is still the same. Newfoundland's citizens are too scarce, and there is no maritime force to protect its fishery resources. I can't solve this problem for the time being, and I will make it public when I think of a solution. Alan Wilson has always had a good image in front of the citizens of Newfoundland. At least in the few months since he took office, Newfoundland has been visibly improving. Every shipload of timber arriving in Europe will bring about improvements in Newfoundland's economy. In addition, Newfoundland's traditional fisheries have recovered, and the current situation is still very good. Now there is a dilemma in the broadcast, which has attracted the curiosity of many citizens. Many people have also discussed this issue. The population of Newfoundland is not enough to protect such a large fishing ground treasure. It is not okay to leave it alone. Didn't the chief executive say that we should look at the problem from a development perspective? The tonnage of trawlers and the scale of poaching will only get bigger and bigger, and Newfoundland does not have enough power to protect its own fishing grounds. The nationality of the poaching boats in the broadcast has also become the focus of citizen speculation. The United Kingdom has the North Sea fishing grounds and will not cross the Atlantic to seek far away. Although other European countries do not have such rich fishery resources, it is also unlikely to cross the Atlantic to fish. It must be nearby Canada or the United States. Only these two countries have the ability and motivation, and they are also the countries that can do this most. Calling on Britain to put pressure on the country and purchasing weapons for defense are the solutions many citizens are talking about. As we all know, the British Royal Navy now has a large number of warships that are idle after the war. The purchase price is not expensive, and it is enough to deal with fishing boats. How could these citizens who are discussing this know that the so-called cross-border fishing is just Alan Wilson's play of the thief crying catch the thief? First, he used the North Sea fishing grounds to get Britain out of suspicion, and then hesitantly let the Newfoundlanders guess for themselves. The suspects will know that they are Canada and the United States. Chief Alan, this is the discussion of some citizens. Boris, who came back excitedly, stretched out his hand to scratch his flowing hair, waiting for Alan Wilson's statement. Very good, not bad. Wisdom comes from the citizen class. Alan Wilson spoke in an official tone and bluntly expressed his optimism about Newfoundland democracy. As for what kind of statement, he just set fire and did not have a solution. There was none in the first place. The so-called enthusiastic citizens were all himself, who just found a problem to frame the United States and Canada. But what he can do is to inform more people of the citizens' discussion opinions through broadcasting. The fishing grounds issue is not his, he is just a porter of the fishing grounds issue. The feasibility analysis of establishing a Newfoundland fleet for protection, and how to protect the treasures of the fishing grounds was not his idea. All the glory belongs to the great wise citizens of Newfoundland. As early as the British India, Alan Wilson was already very skilled in the business of setting a target for himself. And not only did he do this himself, he also kept in touch with the colonial commissioners through telegrams, to promote the experience accumulated in British India to the major colonies. After all, the colonial commissioners were also civil servants, and everyone was one of them. There is no doubt that the annual maintenance cost of a battleship in the mainland is £200,000, and the maintenance cost of the Vanguard battleship is a little more, £230,000. In fact, with the maintenance cost of £200,000 for the fishing grounds, if cross-border fishing can be reduced or even eliminated, this cost is certainly not expensive, but using battleships to maintain the safety of the fishing grounds is not a bit too much. The porter of the Newfoundland issue is still conscientiously looking for problems for the future welfare of Newfoundland. For the benefit of the fishing grounds, of course, a certain degree of protection should be taken, but on a battleship, Newfoundland is still peaceful, as if it is a paradise. The biggest problem is that an uneasy governor is trying every means to toss the local citizens, but the rest of the world is not so peaceful. The battle over Srinagar, the capital of Kashmir, has already caused the new Pakistan and India to fight a real fire. For India, if it cannot gain an advantage on the battlefield with the dual advantages of territory and population, then the hat of the weak combat power of the Hindu country will be an impression that cannot be removed. In order to fully deal with Pakistan, New Delhi sent a large number of officials to the major princely states to appease them, swearing that they would never cancel the monarchy status of the princely states, as long as they remain in the Indian territory. In particular, the princely states of the two peace-loving monarchs are the top priority of New Delhi. At the same time, they also persuaded the statement of the Junagadh princely state, Salman Khan, to join Pakistan with reason and emotion, and could also forgive the previous suppression of Hindus. In the Hyderabad state, the army of Maharaja Ali Khan also brutally suppressed the Hindus under his rule. For a time, in the war between India and Pakistan, all the major states heard the news and found a good opportunity to break away from India. Portuguese Goa even sent people to spread rumors to make things difficult for New Delhi. In this case, Nehru persuaded Patel that the Kashmir issue must be resolved before taking action in other directions. India must win the battle for Srinagar in order to rescue the Indian troops who landed at Srinagar airport. As soon as possible, a steady stream of Indian soldiers went north into Kashmir. The Jaji Pass is located 63 kilometers northeast of Srinagar, the capital of Kashmir, and is the lowest point of the Himalayas. There is a tortuous trade route through it, and then, due to the increasing height of the mountains and the complex terrain, there is only a narrow path. The Jaji Pass has important geographical value, which makes the Indian army realize that it must occupy the place as soon as possible. Without the firepower cover of tanks, it is impossible to capture this mountain pass. However, if tanks are to be used, they must be transported secretly from Jammu to Srinagar, and then from Srinagar to the end of the road, and then the attack can be launched from the road along the narrow path. From common sense, this road for transporting tanks is not suitable for tanks to pass, especially the narrow path that pedestrians can barely pass, but it is extremely difficult for tanks to drive. However, the Indian army decided to overcome various difficulties and drive the tanks to the front of the Jaji Pass. The Indian attack force consists of 7 tanks. Although the bad weather affected the tanks' movement, the Indian tanks still overcame the slippery conditions of the mountain road, continued to move forward, and fired fiercely at the Pakistani targets. Under the sudden and fierce firepower of the Indian tanks, the Pakistani armed forces panicked. Due to the lack of effective anti-tank weapons, the Pakistani army could not stop the impact of the Indian tanks. After suffering heavy casualties, the Pakistani armed forces were defeated. The reply from northern Rhodesia, the telegram from the Persian Gulf Commissioner, the United Nations resolution on the war between India and Pakistan, the follow-up report from the Anglo-French coal and iron community, and the TV recordings from the Paradise on Earth Newfoundland. In the governor's mansion of Newfoundland, Boris handed the documents one by one to Alan Wilson in front of the Newfoundland elites, including the local governor Smallwood. At the end, Boris took the last document and said, "This is a telegram from London. It says that the Crown Princess and his wife will arrive at the Royal Salute cruise ship, accompanied by the battleship Vanguard, to start a round of visits. The first stop is Newfoundland, and the Crown Princess and his wife will set off in early August. The Crown Princess and his wife are coming to Newfoundland?" Before Alan Wilson said anything, the local elites, including Smallwood, were already surprised, and the governor's mansion became noisy. Obviously, these people were still very excited about the visit of Crown Princess Elizabeth. Perhaps we should make some preparations to let the Crown Prince and his wife feel the enthusiasm of the local citizens of Newfoundland. Alan Wilson crossed his fingers and looked admiring. Our distinguished Crown Prince is a charming heir. I think the citizens of Newfoundland will not object. For Newfoundland, as the first stop of Crown Princess Elizabeth's visit, this is a big event. Many citizens of Newfoundland are looking forward to the arrival of the heir to the British Empire. Chapter 442 Welcome the Crown Prince. After visiting Newfoundland, there are Canada, South Africa and Australia, but the Newfoundlanders do not need to know about the itinerary. They only need to know that the first stop of the Crown Prince and his wife is Newfoundland. In the evening broadcast, Alan Wilson informed the citizens of Newfoundland of the good news, and he would then give feedback to the distinguished Crown Prince and his wife on some issues that the citizens of Newfoundland are currently concerned about. Crown Princess Elizabeth, who has just completed the wedding of the century, undoubtedly represents the image of the current British Empire. For example, Alan Wilson must regulate the local citizens in terms of the status of Crown Princess Elizabeth. As for the safety of the Crown Prince and his wife, he does not need to worry about it. Naturally, his colleagues from MI5 will accompany them to protect them. Ordinary people cannot get too close to members of the royal family, and it is forbidden for anyone to touch members of the royal family without permission. The Queen is naturally the top priority. Moreover, under normal circumstances, ordinary people can only bow/kneel/shake hands. If there is disrespect for the Crown Prince and his wife in Newfoundland, it is relatively easy for the people involved to die in the current colonial status of Newfoundland. Su Yang, you have been in Newfoundland for several months. Alan Wilson and Su Yang walked slowly on the streets of St. John's. The citizens of the capital of Newfoundland have been mentally prepared for the Chinese faces that appear from time to time. In fact, many things can be understood if they are explained clearly. The Chinese workers who came to Newfoundland did help Newfoundland out of its difficulties through labor. Their hard-working character is worthy of praise. Of course, Alan Wilson also knew that this kind of praise is time-limited, and the law of distance creates beauty exists. If the Chinese workers completed their tasks and left, the citizens of Newfoundland would have a positive impression of the entire Chinese community. But if they stayed in Newfoundland to settle down, ethnic conflicts would still be inevitable. You have to grasp the timing of everything you do. Calling Su Yang here is naturally because there is now a group of Chinese workers in Newfoundland. It is hoped that this Newfoundland son-in-law will perform a drama called All Ethnic Groups Are Closely United under the leadership of the Windsor royal family. Is it a kneeling ceremony in the UK? Su Yang did not object. If the UK had such etiquette, people would have to bow their heads under the eaves, and he would do it. No, you just need to dance and smile. Alan Wilson yawned and said slowly, of course, we must respect the royal family in Europe, but it is not like your Chinese royal family, which is basically a god living in the world. Apart from immortality, I really can't think of anything that the emperor's authority cannot do. As long as it exists in this world, the emperor seems to be able to do it. Coincidentally, according to records mentioned more than once in Chinese historical records, the most interesting thing for emperors of all generations is immortality. Even the emperor himself feels that there is nothing in the world that can stump him as an emperor, and he begins to pursue some things that cannot be done. That's no problem, isn't it just cheering? Su Yang agreed immediately when he heard that it was so simple. Although our crown prince does not have as much power as your royal family, he cannot be negligent in terms of etiquette and law. If something goes wrong. Alan Wilson paused and said, imagine the consequences yourself. You Chinese workers and I are in a cooperative relationship. You help me solve problems, and I will naturally give you rewards when the time is right. We help each other, and many things are not as difficult as you imagine. Maybe we have many opportunities to cooperate. Of course, I've also seen dramas about emperors' travels in plays, so just learn from them. Su Yang said this, and asked Alan Wilson, Lord Zhangtang, you know about Chinese emperors, but which emperor is the most famous in Europe? Genghis Khan. There is no other choice. Alan Wilson looked at Su Yang, and told the truth. China's influence on Europe is far less than that of the Middle Eastern regimes. Some Europeans know Darius and Suleiman. If I pick nice things to say, I'd be lying to you. As for modern times, because of the distance, people must know more about emperors like Kangxi and Qianlong, and the knowledge is limited to historians. Of course, in some self-congratulatory articles in the previous life, Emperor Wen of Sui seemed to have a great reputation, but in fact, it was a third-rate European historian who verified that the relationship between Hungary and the Huns was similar. It was just another version of Hesin. Mainstream historical discussions were all regarded as a joke. While Alan Wilson was busy in Newfoundland, arranging the reception of the Queen, and making adjustments through telegrams from London, the Crown Prince and his wife had already boarded a cruise ship, and sailed out of the UK accompanied by the battleship Vanguard, starting this round of cruises to the British Empire. Countless Londoners came to the dock, to watch the Crown Prince leave. The royal family's support rate cannot be said to be 100%, but it is definitely more popular than the Conservative Party and the Labour Party. In particular, the image of Crown Princess Elizabeth is widely popular in the local area, and the results of this trip are expected by many British citizens. From the portholes of the Royal Salute cruise ship, you can see the accompanying battleship Vanguard not far away. As the last battleship in service of the Royal Navy, it is so majestic, but it looks quite lonely. The long voyage was quite boring, but as the Crown Princess of the British Empire, Elizabeth had to adapt to this kind of life. Her sister, who was not used to it, was in another room. Pamela Mountbatten followed her, and took advantage of the public funds to visit her husband. In front of the elegant Crown Princess and her handsome husband, she introduced the impressions she had on her last trip to Newfoundland. I heard that I went to Switzerland. Crown Princess Elizabeth said indifferently. I didn't expect another kingdom to disappear. Elizabeth, that kind of thing will only happen in Eastern Europe. Pamela Mountbatten said confidently. You are loved everywhere, and since the Cromwell incident, local citizens have realized that the so-called republic is nothing but a false lie. The empire has some problems now, but Alan said that they are not unsolvable. Pamela, you seem to have unparalleled trust in your fiancé. Prince Philip next to him said with a smile. I think he should be a handsome and charming man. If I said that, he would scold me. He looks like an ordinary person, but he has many strengths. Pamela Mountbatten said with a gentle smile. There are very few things that can stump him. At least I haven't found it yet. Oh, my God, what a shocking evaluation. Prince Philip said with a hint of exaggeration. In fact, many people think that he is just attracted by his uncle's family background. Even if there is this reason, so what? Dear cousin, you may not think that Alan once said this problem very frankly. It is true, but he only regards this factor as one aspect. Pamela Mountbatten began to defend her fiancé. In fact, with his talent, he can succeed in any field, but he has personal pursuits, so he entered the official system. Then he should be a politician. What's the point of being an official? Prince Philip was puzzled. Don't you consider joining the Conservative Party or the Labour Party to realize your ideal? Pamela Mountbatten gave Prince Philip a look that said it was difficult for me to explain to you, and ended this conversation. It's enough to have a dignified and generous crown prince and his wife. Why does that love-brained person have to come too? Alan Wilson of St. John's held the telegram and was not satisfied with all the latest telegrams. This trip will help the citizens of Newfoundland to return to their hearts. The crown prince and his wife will naturally be no problem, but what about Princess Margaret? I hope that Pamela Mountbatten will keep an eye on that love-brained person when the time comes. If he wants to make trouble, he can go to Canada or South Africa to make trouble, and it won't affect his own plans here. On August 27th, the port of St. Louis was packed with people. Considering the population of Newfoundland, it is not an exaggeration to say that the citizens who came to the port were out in full force. Accompanied by the battleship Vanguard, the Royal Salute cruise ship appeared on the sea. The Crown Prince and his wife, who set off from London, arrived at the first stop of this visit, British Newfoundland, after a long voyage. As early as the news that the Crown Prince and his wife would arrive in Newfoundland spread, there was a warm response among the people of British Newfoundland. The huge crowds of people welcoming proved this at this moment. The people here expressed their deep love for the Crown Prince and his wife who were about to go ashore. The Royal Salute docked, and surrounded by many agents, the faces of Crown Princess Elizabeth and her husband Prince Philip appeared in the eyes of the citizens of Newfoundland. Alan Wilson snapped his fingers, and the prepared band played the British national anthem God Save the King. The citizens of Newfoundland sang along with the music, forming a spectacular scene in the port. At this time, Alan Wilson had already walked up, and waited for the prince and his wife to come down. He wondered if he should be more humble to show his respect for the royal family. Should he learn from Song Jiang's posture, and kneel down with his butt higher than his head? Your Highness, Prince Philip, welcome to the loyal territory of Newfoundland. Alan Wilson bowed his head slightly, and after being reminded by Pamela Mountbatten behind the prince and his wife, he symbolically shook hands, then turned around, and raised his hand. Look at the real welcome scene of the subjects of the British Empire. With Alan Wilson's words, the atmosphere of the entire port reached a boiling point. Countless Newfoundland citizens cheered, and expressed their heartfelt welcome to the prince and his wife's arrival in Newfoundland. Pamela Mountbatten gave her fiancé a thumbs up. Alan Wilson raised his eyebrows to show that he received it, and then turned his face away, to look at the love-brained man behind him. He looked so pouty, that he thought he was the crook-mouthed war god. Alan Wilson didn't know that his current expression was no different from the crook-mouthed war god. Don't laugh at your second brother. Chapter 443 The Crown Prince's Approval. The chief executive of Newfoundland can feel one thing very directly, that is, when he was young, Carol Lagerfeld was indeed very good looking, both in appearance and in his clothes. If there is such a thing as British style, then it is fully reflected in the Crown Prince and his wife. Crown Princess Elizabeth wore gloves with a different color, which was the same color as the wallet in her hand, and looked very solemn. Of course, there was also the iconic hat of the British royal family. British ladies rarely wear hats, because it is considered unethical to show their hair in public. As for Prince Philip, he wore a military dress with a shining badge on it. The image of the golden boy and the jade girl conquered the hearts of the citizens of Newfoundland at once. After all, people are visual animals. Whoever has something eye-catching will naturally have a good impression. In fact, Alan Wilson told the truth that he felt that the love-brained man was actually more beautiful, but he didn't say it. When leading the Crown Prince and his wife to their residence, he did not forget to instill private goods into his fiancée and slander important members of the royal family. My dear, I didn't expect that both princesses would come out, and His Majesty actually agreed. This makes me feel a lot of pressure. Alan Wilson looked at the Crown Prince and his wife who were warmly cheered and said carefully. She insisted on following, and it was a headache for His Majesty and the Crown Prince. Pamela Mountbatten comforted softly. I know you have some prejudices against her, but it's okay. Besides, don't slander important members of the royal family. Miss Pamela, how dare I? Alan Wilson decisively admitted his mistake, and reserved the right to make it again next time. But there is no doubt that as the Crown Prince of the British Empire, the arrival of Crown Princess Elizabeth and Prince Philip successfully captured the hearts of Newfoundland citizens. Alan Wilson felt that, if a referendum was held now, it would be a big deal. This itself is also his important purpose, and this purpose, at least Pamela Mountbatten knew it clearly in her heart. Since the Crown Prince and his wife had already gotten used to the dark cuisine of the British Empire, Alan Wilson did not bring out the fancy food of the Chinese workers to entertain the Queen. Except for some more buns, it was better to leave the rest to him, a humble social tool. The Chinese workers in Newfoundland are quite supportive of my sister. Princess Margaret was very curious about the buns, but she was too embarrassed to eat them with the Crown Prince and his wife around. In just a short while, the few buns had already entered Alan Wilson's stomach. After careful consideration, this originally unknown food, although it was a way for the Chinese workers to express their welcome to the Crown Prince and his wife, was still dangerous. As the chief executive of Newfoundland, Alan Wilson decided to help the royal family eliminate this danger in its infancy. This made Princess Margaret quite dissatisfied, and even the bow on her neck trembled, and she looked at Alan Wilson angrily. Essentially, I've been thinking about this solution since Pamela told me about the inheritance tax. After the work was arranged in Newfoundland, I had a clear idea. This was also the first time that Alan Wilson spoke face to face in front of the Crown Prince and his wife, but wasn't it? Key politicians always have the courage of being almost stupid, and he happened to have it too. Colonies have their advantages. Of course, this word may not be politically correct in the future. It is better to describe it as a royal territory. Alan Wilson said, this is not the mainland, so naturally it does not have to abide by the laws of the mainland. Regarding the upcoming referendum, I think it is better to divide it into 4 options. Incorporate into Canada. Of course I don't want to do this. Becoming a dominion again is an acceptable option. Incorporate into the United Kingdom, but considering that the current political difficulties in London may be very great, and the local residents should not be willing to lose power for a long time, it is still very difficult to merge into the United Kingdom. Another option is to become a royal territory. The British royal family certainly has its own territory, such as the Isle of Man. Legally speaking, this island does not belong to the United Kingdom, the Commonwealth, the European Union or the United Nations, but to the British Crown dependency. You should know that the Isle of Man is not an empty island without value, but a place where tens of thousands of people live. Although there is no clear affiliation, it is the private territory of the royal family after all, so the people here are also British nationals to the outside world, but sometimes they will be specially marked as people from the Isle of Man. The Isle of Man is highly autonomous, but the security of the island has always been the responsibility of the British side. From this point of view, it can still explain its status as a private territory of the royal family. Royal territory? If you ask Princess Elizabeth if she agrees, of course she agrees. Who would disagree? Yes, it's a crown territory. In fact, Newfoundland has had autonomy for quite some time, but the parliament was cancelled due to financial problems. Alan Wilson thought thoughtfully, if it is incorporated into the mainland, it may really be a problem. And we have to take the United States into consideration. After all, Newfoundland is not a small place in terms of area. After comparing the 4 options, I actually prefer the Crown Territory. If it is managed directly, London will regard Newfoundland as part of its territory, which may cause some political problems. If it is a Dominion or a Crown Territory, the problem will be much smaller. Between the Dominion and the Crown Territory, I still prefer the latter. At this point, Alan Wilson looked at his fiancée, Pamela Mountbatten, and nodded knowingly. If it is incorporated into the United Kingdom, the laws will be the same as those in the mainland, and the same regulations will still be invisible to many families. But without the support of the mainland, will there be problems in development? Prince Philip frowned. He couldn't always rely on fishing for a living. This was a seasonal job, and could not be done all year round. Respected Prince, the most difficult time for this matter is in the next few years. In fact, the development of Newfoundland will be better every day. Alan Wilson laughed. You should know that in the 21st century, Britain has more than 1 or 2 tax havens. Even the Isle of Man can actually be regarded as a tax haven. The per capita income of the Isle of Man Royal Territory is about 1/5 higher than that of the British mainland. This is when the Isle of Man itself has few resources, but Newfoundland is not like this. There are fisheries and forestry, not to mention once an oil field is found. There is one of the largest fisheries in the world, the bonus of a tax haven, and rich forestry resources, plus oil. As far as the population of Newfoundland is concerned, Saudi Arabia will only be a joke in the future. Qatar's per capita is not a problem for Newfoundland. Alan Wilson thinks that with so many conditions, Newfoundland must be twice as rich as Canada and the United States. At that time, it will be completely the concept of Mac or people looking at people from other places. When you are in a position that stands out from the crowd, will you listen to some places that are poorer than you pointing fingers? When the time comes, the United States will say that Newfoundland should be independent and will be richer. Newfoundland will look at a bunch of poor southerners and smile on the surface. As for how to operate, after getting the assurance of the Crown Prince and his wife and the love-brained Alan Wilson began to explain the operation, and the leaders of the Anglican Church of the British Empire nodded frequently. And it's obvious that no matter whether it's the Labour Party or the Conservative Party, Attlee or Churchill, they have no influence on the subjects in many places. Alan Wilson mentioned the issue of influence. Can the local Labour Party command the Australian Labour Party? Can Churchill express his opinion on the Canadian Conservative Party? None of them can. But the distinguished Crown Prince and his wife, you have such influence. Although you can't interfere with the policies of these places, you can achieve your goals in other ways, which is something that local political parties can't do. The citizens of Newfoundland also respect the arrival of the Crown Prince and his wife, but if it was Churchill or Prime Minister Attlee, there would definitely not be such a grand welcome as today. Alan, Pamela has been saying that you are busy in Newfoundland. Now it seems that this idea is very exciting. Crown Princess Elizabeth nodded in approval. If Newfoundland can become a royal territory, I promise to reduce London's interference as much as possible. I believe the citizens of Newfoundland will be excited about this. Alan Wilson nodded with a smile. Some things are done by the Crown Prince and his wife, which have great symbolic significance, and Alan Wilson cannot do these jobs. For example, when Crown Princess Elizabeth arrived in Newfoundland, she expressed her grief and gratitude for the sacrifices made by Newfoundland in defending Britain during the 2 World Wars. Alan Wilson could not do this, and even Attlee would have been a little bit less interesting. However, the royal family came forward to express such an attitude, which moved the citizens of Newfoundland. Crown Princess Elizabeth also suggested that the Newfoundland chief executive, Alan Wilson, repair the cemetery. Pamela, have you seen the large posters on the streets of St. John's? They are also beautiful. My intuition tells me that your fiancé has a relationship with these women. Princess Margaret quietly explained to Pamela Mountbatten about her new discovery in Newfoundland. Margaret, don't think too much. Pamela Mountbatten took Princess Margaret's hand and whispered, it's such an important occasion. Let's talk about these things in private. Crown Princess Elizabeth's public speech this time was very effective. She also mentioned several questions raised by Alan Wilson, and said that she would talk to her neighbors in Newfoundland about cross-border fishing in the next trip, hoping to get a response. Princess Elizabeth knew yesterday that Alan Wilson was crying thief. Since she knew the effect of this operation, she naturally stamped her seal, and implied that she had known about the theft of Canadian and American fishermen. It was absolutely not okay to say it openly, but it was okay to imply it. The statement of the heir to the British Empire caused a cheer. Just after arriving in Newfoundland, Princess Elizabeth conquered the hearts of the citizens of Newfoundland. Chapter 444 The advantage is in me. The advantage is mine. This was Alan Wilson's intuitive thought, but he immediately felt unlucky, but he was still in a good mood. The more the Crown Prince and his wife were loved, the higher the chance of staying in Newfoundland. This was definitely true. This role was definitely not replaceable by Attlee or Churchill. What would Prime Minister Attlee say if he came to Newfoundland? Britain has established a welfare society? Doesn't it reflect the mood of bribery too obviously? What if it was Churchill? Talk about the sacrifices made by Newfoundland in the 2 World Wars? Crown Princess Elizabeth just said that she wanted to renovate the public cemetery. Besides, don't you look at the image of the 2 old men? Churchill, the famous troll in the House of Commons, is a bulldog. How can the current great Prime Minister Attlee, with a forehead brighter than a light bulb, be compared with the young and beautiful noble Crown Prince? My dear, I have a suggestion. In the future, the land in Newfoundland will definitely be very valuable. It may even encourage nobles to buy land and inject capital into Newfoundland. In fact, I know very well that, although our country's finances are not optimistic, it does not mean that some classes are poor. On the streets of St. John's, Alan Wilson walked slowly with his fiancée and occasionally gestured to the citizens who greeted him. Britain's economy has been ups and downs since the war, so how can it be the largest investor for decades? Where does the money come from? The country's financial problems do not mean that the British have no money. Pamela Mountbatten was still listening to her fiancé's analysis in silence. With Newfoundland's population, the wood processing industry alone can completely replace the profits of the fishery. Don't be surprised After all, Newfoundland has not been developed much. Besides, is there no mineral resource on such a large island? Both the United States and Canada have no shortage of mineral resources. Although Newfoundland cannot be compared with those two places, it is not without any. With such a small population in Newfoundland, there is no need to develop many industries. As long as destructive development is controlled, the local residents can live a leisurely life for hundreds of years. I already owe a lot of money, Pamela Mountbatten said pitifully. I owe debts to 20 dukes and 46 earl families, totaling more than £120,000. The Harkson Manor has no money to start construction. I can't sell your hard-earned money in British India. Why not? You can sell the gold. Besides, aren't there still US dollars in the box? Alan Wilson said that he had no problem as long as his fiancée was happy. In fact, in the final analysis, if there is no royal family, what is the need for the nobility to exist? What is the difference between this duke and that duke and the common people? I know, you are ours, Pamela Mountbatten said in a low voice with admiration on her face. What should we do next? We can't chat on the street anymore. Let's go back first. Alan Wilson let Pamela Mountbatten hug his arm and move horizontally in parallel, cooperating quite well. The Crown Prince and his wife had other schedules, but there were still military intelligence agents in the governor's mansion. Princess Margaret had made a very big discovery. When she was surprised, Alan Wilson had pushed the door open and brought Pamela Mountbatten into rest. The door was closed, and Margaret had not yet gone out to show off her new discovery. Alan Wilson's voice had already sounded. The next stage is of course to guide public opinion and promote the results we want. How to guide? This has already involved Pamela Mountbatten's knowledge blind spot. She has no reserves in this area. Now suppose you are a resident of Newfoundland. I will ask you a few questions. Alan Wilson took off his coat and saw that his fiancée was ready. He asked, do you want to hand over the ownership of the Newfoundland fishery? Of course not. Pamela Mountbatten was stunned for a moment and then gave her answer. Do you want someone to appoint an official to manage everything in Newfoundland? Alan Wilson raised his eyebrows. Want? No. Why can't the locals manage themselves? Pamela Mountbatten hesitated on this question, considering that Alan Wilson is now the local chief executive, but then thought that this is her fiancé, not someone else's fiancé, and changed her answer. Alan Wilson nodded again, and then asked the third question. So should it merge with Canada? Of course not. Pamela Mountbatten answered late, fell into deep thought, and said, leading question. Of course, I'm going to prepare 3 more questions now. Alan Wilson coughed softly and said, as we all know, the population of our Newfoundland is not enough to protect such a rich fishing ground. Should we look for a protector with a detached position? It should be, yes. Pamela Mountbatten was obviously much more serious this time. The respected Crown Prince and Princess, are you a trustworthy monarch? Alan Wilson asked with his head tilted. Seeing that Pamela Mountbatten answered very straightforwardly, he asked the third question directly. Then should Newfoundland require the Royal Navy to provide maintenance as a royal territory? You are so bad. Pamela Mountbatten jumped up and hugged the man. Have you gained weight recently? Alan Wilson asked with a smile, after kissing his fiancée on the cheek. Nonsense, not at all. No, it will be fat where it should be. Pamela Mountbatten kept shaking. Princess Margaret, who was ignored, narrowed her eyes slightly and decided to keep the evidence first and then confront this hypocrite at a more appropriate occasion. The war in the subcontinent has a tendency to expand, and the outbreak of the war in Palestine is what the United Nations is most worried about recently. In the early stage of the war, Arab countries were in a very advantageous position, and the Israeli army was retreating. The generals of the Israeli army exclaimed that the Israeli army could not withstand the attack of the Arab army, and the entire army was on the verge of collapse. Alan Wilson has recontacted the Arab countries participating in the war through the Persian Gulf Commissioner. Agreeing to the UN ceasefire resolution wasted the time that Britain had gained. It is not too late to mobilize the whole country now. Otherwise, as time goes by, Israel will become stronger with the support of the United States and the Soviet Union. My old boss, Sir Baron, I wonder what the situation is like there? The last time you incited anti-American and anti-Soviet public opinion in your telegram, it reminded me of the glorious days in British India. In fact, as long as the United States and the Soviet Union undisguisedly support Israel, it will not be a loss for Britain. Sir Baron, who was far away in Aden, received another call from Alan Wilson asking about his well-being. He held his forehead with helplessness. Did Alan Wilson just stretch his hand so far? He didn't know how to judge. The key is that this former assistant is used to doing this. He would send a telegram whenever there is something going on. It doesn't seem like it is related to his work, but he would send a telegram even when there is nothing going on. Sir Baron recently spread the news that the United States and the Soviet Union supported Israel and put pressure on Britain throughout the Arab world through the only intact area of the British Empire, that is, the hegemony of public opinion. At present, Arab countries including Egypt, Syria, Jordan, and Iraq have issued mobilization orders. The King of Egypt, the King of Jordan and the Regent of Iraq have publicly called for the entire Arab world to form a coalition to drive the Israelis into the sea. Due to pressure, the British officers of various countries have withdrawn. However, a large number of weapons and equipment were left behind. It can be said that on the surface, both sides are preparing for the second round of war. In fact, tell the Arab countries participating in the war that the United States is currently holding a general election. This is an opportunity. If the United States waits until the election is over, the United States will come to its senses and the Arab countries will only face more unfair treatment. Although Sir Alexander has been fighting for the interests of Arab countries, two fists cannot beat four hands. As far as the current situation is concerned, Prime Minister Adley has done his best. The reason for his efforts is the last part of the Persian Gulf Protectorate in Alan Wilson's Colonial Assessment Report, the idea of the oil pound. But it is obvious that Britain has not recovered from World War II. A good cook cannot cook without rice, and there is not much that can be done. Attlee tried his best to stop the United States and the Soviet Union, but the country's strength could not provide support. Being able to leave a large number of British military equipment privately and hand it over to the Arab coalition was already a gesture of kindness. We cannot expect to do more. The Mediterranean fleet also intercepted arms shipped to Israel. Although the interception was not large, it was criticized by the United States. Of course, interception was not the purpose. The purpose was to pretend to have done its best in front of the Arabs. In fact, both the United States and the Soviet Union supported Israel, and there was not much Britain could do. The rest depends on the efforts of the Arabs themselves. It is a fact that Britain faces pressure from the United States and the Soviet Union on the issue of Palestine and the United Nations. Can't the facts be publicized? I don't know how many idle warships are still on the domestic shipyard. If Egypt is willing to work hard, it is better to use the Navy to solve the problem for a coastal country like Israel. Alan Wilson held the telegram from his former boss Sir Baron and said to Pamela Mountbatten, there should be no battleships, but what about heavy cruisers? The Kent-class heavy cruiser is at least more than 10,000 tons, which is enough to threaten Israel. It seems that some Israelis came to visit my mother. It happened after the Mediterranean fleet intercepted the arms. Pamela Mountbatten thought for a while and said, don't come up with such ideas. Let it develop naturally. Otherwise, my mother will be sad. Okay, I was just joking. Alan Wilson said with regret. In fact, it didn't seem to have any big effect. He just wanted to give Egypt some jars and cans, so that it wouldn't be afraid of wearing shoes when it was barefoot and turn against Britain in the future. He had no other ideas. Absolutely not. Chapter 445 The Princess's Backstab. The Newfoundland Timber Industry Association plans to produce 600,000 cubic meters of timber this month and send it to Europe. Alan Wilson took Pamela Mountbatten to the logging area again, and there was another girl who was not very willing to take along, who looked quite annoying and had a love-brained mind. If a civilian girl was so annoying, she would have been beaten up, but Princess Margaret was not another Margaret after all, so Alan Wilson didn't dare to do that. In fact, the monthly logging volume of 600,000 cubic meters seemed a lot, but it could still be completed. Except for sleeping, you can work all the time. In terms of efficiency, it naturally needs to be as fast as possible. So naturally these workers wearing German steel helmets need to work harder. Alan Wilson simply chose to ignore the annoying tale behind him. While inspecting, He whispered to his fiancée, currency must be linked to something, otherwise it is just a piece of waste paper. It can be gold or something else. So to support the value of the pound, we must have something valuable in our hands. It can be anything, as long as it has value. The only valuable things left in the British Empire are colonies. Not all colonies can be maintained, but some of them can be tried to be maintained, like this. You have such a smart brain. Pamela Mountbatten's eyes were full of stars, making Princess Margaret, who was following behind her, become the crook-mouthed Dragon King again. She still kept the evidence. Who on earth has such a big size? The more colonies that can be retained, the more stable the royal family will be. The image of the Crown Prince and his wife is excellent. They are the link between the colonies and other English-speaking countries. This is something that political parties do not have. Alan Wilson simply ignored the annoying guy behind him and continued, the most important thing is that for those of you who are born into aristocrats, the royal family is absolutely indispensable. Alan, who do you think you trust more, my sister or the Prime Minister? Princess Margaret, who had been left out, finally found a point of entry and came up. It depends on how you put it. The current Crown Prince is widely loved. As for some isolated other members of the royal family, Alan Wilson looked at the princess, who looked similar to the Crown Prince, and said with a pout, it is a complete negative asset to the image of the British Empire. Who you said is a negative asset is a joke. You are slandering important members of the royal family. Princess Margaret exploded and kept on chattering. If I were the Crown Prince, you would never dare to say that. If you were the Crown Prince, there would be at least a 50% chance that you would follow the old path of Edward VIII. Because of Mrs. Simpson's fall. Alan Wilson pinched his waist and said with a smile, I said this because I saw that you were honest in Newfoundland. But I think it's too late for you to change. Think more about your uncle's experience and how to fulfill the duties of a princess. After all, many families expect the royal family to play a positive role. They don't want to live the same life as French aristocrats. Cromwell drove away the British royal family and established a military dictatorship, which was unpopular. Later, he invited Charles II back. Some people think that the Glorious Revolution in Britain was an incomplete revolution, but it was this incomplete revolution that ensured the political stability of Britain, so that Britain could grow and develop through the Industrial Revolution, while France at the same time was in the midst of a great revolution, with people living in poverty and turmoil, and no energy to develop. European countries basically have an aristocracy, including several republics now, of which France is a representative one. Although France has so many republics, the aristocracy still exists. Charles de Gaulle, who really wanted to regulate the aristocracy, had not yet come to power to establish the Fifth Republic. The French aristocracy has survived tenaciously through many republican periods. Charles de Gaulle began to regulate it when he established the Fifth Republic, and he didn't even know that it was the remnants of the previous dynasties. The Fifth Republic also adopted a special means to crack down on the aristocracy. The key to the aristocracy lies in scarcity. However, although the Fifth Republic did not abandon the laws of the Third Republic to ensure the scarcity of the aristocracy, it did the opposite in judicial practice. For example, if a count has 3 sons, then according to the law of primogeniture, the title of count can only be inherited by the eldest son, but the Fifth Republic does not have the law of primogeniture. So as long as the other 2 sons sued the court, believing that they also had a right to inherit the title of Earl, the court would recognize it. So the title of nobility began to grow exponentially. From the past, it was passed down from one line to everyone. Alan Wilson was familiar with this trick, the Enfeoffment Edict. The Fifth Republic of France recognized the nobility of all generations, and recognized that all descendants were nobility. The Fifth Republic also allowed French citizens to change their surnames, because of their respect for local sages or heroes. It also allowed the French to change their surnames at will, as long as they registered with the court, and a huge number of nobility descendants, before could change their surnames. In the end, the law was used to protect the rights of the nobility, which greatly reduced the authenticity of the French nobility. Anyone could be one, and naturally there was no power. So why did Alan Wilson let his fiancée set up an exploration company in Paris at that time, and began to contact the French nobility? It was because the French nobility could still be distinguished. When Charles de Gaulle came to power and started to play the Enfeoffment Edict, the law guaranteed the change of surnames. At that time, if you wanted to use this backward feudal force, you might not be able to find it. Europe has its own environment. Even in the Republican period, many nobles in various countries recognized these noble titles. So there is nothing wrong with borrowing these nobles scattered in various countries. I was about to discuss with Pamela Mountbatten how to gather a reactionary force and almost treat Her Royal Highness's heir. Princess Margaret, who was taught a lesson, was angry and took out evidence of a large cup size. Alan Wilson's face changed drastically. After personal testing, this is definitely Ingrid Bergman's size. Pamela Mountbatten was also stunned by this scene. Not knowing what was going to happen, she quickly snatched the evidence from the princess's hand, looked around the path to see if there were any agents following her, and whispered, "Margaret, are you crazy?" This sentence pulled Alan Wilson out of his blank state, and he cried, "What did I say? This princess is the problem child of the royal family. She can do such a thing. You hypocritical person. I found this out from the governor's mansion." "Don't you live in the governor's mansion? How do you explain that there are women's clothes in the governor's mansion?" Princess Margaret faced her cousin-in-law's slander and said with high morale, "Here is the evidence. You are unfaithful to Sister Pamela." Alan Wilson, who had recalled his thoughts because of his fiancée's interruption, how could he admit to a crime that might lead to an emotional crisis? Even if it was true, he could not admit it. He explained slowly, "What does this prove? I won't use malicious thinking to speculate on Her Royal Highness's suspicions, but can't this be left by the governor before? I heard that several female stars came to Newfoundland to live for a few months." Princess Margaret pretended to be arrogant, but the height difference made her look up at Alan Wilson. "Then you should know. Several female stars live in the governor's mansion, right? They all live together. I lived opposite the governor's mansion at that time." Alan Wilson had completely calmed down and began to fight back calmly. "Maybe you think I'm a very charming man who is attractive enough to women. First of all, I'm very grateful for this recognition. But it's such a thing as getting for well-known female stars at the same time. I really hope it's true." "Well, who said it's impossible?" Princess Margaret was speechless for a moment, not knowing what to say. While Her Royal Highness was still in a daze, Alan Wilson pouted at Pamela Mountbatten, pointed his index finger at his head and shook his head, meaning that there was no hope. "Okay, Margaret, don't pursue it." Seeing Alan Wilson's behavior, Pamela Mountbatten pulled the important evidence out of Her Royal Highness's hand and threw it aside, saying, "I know you have a prejudice against Alan, but he is now solving problems for the royal family." Huh. Alan Wilson put his hands on his waist with a look of "You teach me how to do things." He didn't want to do anything now. He just wanted to find a place to squat for a while and smoke a cigarette to reward himself for this wave of quick thinking. "I'm so angry." Princess Margaret tossed and turned, and she still couldn't fall asleep until the moon was high. Her head was full of that hateful man, and this impression became more and more profound. "Given the character of our princess, we should really keep a closer eye on her." Alan Wilson pressed his hands together to distract Pamela Mountbatten, then exerted a little force, and snapped, My god." Pamela Mountbatten enjoyed Alan Wilson's craftsmanship. "Where did you learn this trick from?" "There are some skilled workers among the Chinese workers, and it is very effective in relieving fatigue. I learned it, and thought about seeing the effect on you later." Alan Wilson asked with a gentle smile, "How does it feel?" "Very nervous, but I can't tell what it feels like now. Anyway, it's very good." Pamela Mountbatten moved her body and said happily, "By the way, don't conflict with Margaret, she is still young." "Where is she young?" Alan Wilson said helplessly, "Don't mention her, she is too spoiled. Let's talk about important things." "What important things?" Pamela Mountbatten saw Alan Wilson remove the obstruction. "Blow it for me, it's night, no one will find out." "How annoying." Pamela Mountbatten held back her laughter and refused. "Turn off the lights first." Princess Margaret, who had avoided the sight of the two men, pressed her back against the wall, reached out to touch her cheek. It was so hot. The shocking scene just now could not be shaken off. She took several deep breaths before tiptoeing away. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 446, Peacekeeping Force Concept. Alan Wilson respected the royal family in any occasion. He was satisfied with the crisis before. He was not prepared to provoke this love-brained man, and he still had to maintain his support for the royal family. Civil servants were not able to confront politicians in terms of power, so they had to find external forces. Britain had a monarch, and if they wanted to find external forces, the royal family was the best, along with the nobles of all sizes. While the colonies were still there, and the conditions were still good, they quickly found a place to put the brakes on the declining aristocratic forces. Maybe it would help them walk towards the bright road in the future. Alan Wilson was also prepared to play a little bigger. He not only wanted to be a good friend of the British nobles, but also a good friend of the royal families in Europe and even the Arab world. Whether they were close or not was determined by class. In this era, it was still necessary to unite all the forces that could be united. After a night of married life, Alan Wilson and his fiancée appeared calmly, without the filth of last night, and became sanctimonious again. However, he did not know that from this day on, he could no longer pretend to be a gentleman in front of the love-brained man. Ignorance is bliss. Alan Wilson continued to treat the princess as heir, and didn't care whether Princess Margaret was awake or not. He felt very happy in this state, and took a walk around the area first. There are 3,500 noble families in France now, including the Orthodox, this faction, and the descendants of Napoleon. When we get some news about the iron ore, we can start the next project. Alan Wilson took his fiancée's hand for a walk and suddenly said, "Honey, are you going to Canada with me?" Of course, the second stop for the Crown Prince and his wife is Canada. Pamela Mountbatten was stunned for a moment. It seems that some parliamentarians privately think that a close relationship between Canada and Britain will help balance. But the United States is too close, and simply showing goodwill is useless. Deep feelings are not as important as reality. Alan Wilson sighed and explained, if we can maintain our current military strength, we can still fight for it. If the gap with the United States widens, feelings must give way to reality. Alan Wilson does not think that it is a good way for Britain to be a dog. If the United States is always invincible, Alan Wilson will accept it, but there is no country in the world that is always strong. The decline of all powerful countries is mainly due to internal factors, and external enemies are only one of many factors. In his previous life, the United States had already begun to break the jar and break the jar. If a country like the United States falls, what will happen to the countries that are too close to it? There is such an example. The collapse of the Soviet Union destroyed a lot of Eastern European socialist countries. This is inevitable. There is no situation that Europe will slip through the net if the Soviet Union falls. Even if NATO does nothing, the collapse of the Soviet Union alone can smash these Eastern European socialist countries into ruins. If the United States falls one day, the European Union, which keeps a certain distance, may be affected, but the countries that will be smashed to death by the United States will definitely be the closest Five Eyes alliance plus Japan and South Korea, which are deeply controlled. Therefore, the European Union responded to the call of the United States completely by listening to the instructions, but not the announcements. There is no energy for Australia and Japan to take the lead. The deeper the bond with the United States, the closer the countries will be on the day when the United States collapses. What will be the fate of Britain on that day? Even the work of a paper hair can't be done. You should still think about it carefully. Make more friends with the downtrodden nobles of other countries. The more people you have, the more useful they are. If one day all the European nobles are caught, the Middle Eastern ones can also be brought in. Alan Wilson whispered, by the way, can you tell me how many shares the Crown Prince has in your registered company? 5%. Pamela Mountbatten asked back, how is it, more or less? Alan Wilson swallowed hard. What does it mean to lose hundreds of millions? He knows this feeling. Fortunately, he has been accustomed to looking at problems from a development perspective. The failure to discover the Australian iron or is not an isolated incident. The world's second largest Brazilian iron ore has not actually been discovered. When the Mountbatten Exploration Company discovers the Australian iron ore and becomes famous, Pamela Mountbatten will then raise a banner to recruit reactionary forces to invest. It will be much easier at that time. One day the Crown Prince will find that this is the most successful business in her life. Alan Wilson lit a cigarette and sighed at his fiancée's generosity. You just want to make me happy. Are there really iron mines in Northwest Australia? Pamela Mountbatten knew that this was a serious matter, and she unconsciously lowered her voice when she spoke. Of course, you must always trust me. Alan Wilson looked directly into his fiancée's eyes. It would be better to build up immunity to certain slanderous remarks immediately, to avoid similar embarrassment in the future. The two chatted in the yard for a while, and Princess Margaret, who had been sleepless until late at night, woke up slowly. She didn't know that just now. Alan Wilson said that she was not worth a penny. When they finished dressing up, the couple who were basking in the sun had finished talking about the matter and were talking about when to get married officially. Pamela Mountbatten leaned on this man, leaning her head against him, and the two of them had their backs to the princess, who had just woken up. Doing that kind of thing before getting married. Princess Margaret complained in her heart, and she looked down on that kind of sanctimonious look. Because the Crown Prince also visited Canada, it was impossible to spend all his time in Newfoundland. Even though Alan Wilson came to the logging area to praise himself, he had to send his fiancée and the Princess Royal back to St. John's. Alan Wilson, who returned to St. John's, wanted to say hello to the Crown Prince and his wife who had been working on the image of Newfoundland residents recently. I wonder when the respected Crown Prince will leave for Canada. Alan Wilson took the initiative to ask. I think he can leave in the next few days. Princess Elizabeth thought for a while and said, Canada is next to Newfoundland, I think we can go earlier. Alan Wilson took the time to calculate the time in front of the Crown Prince and Prince Philip, and said, in terms of time, it would be most appropriate if the Crown Prince had already left North America when the Newfoundland referendum was held. At that time, we will naturally make the referendum as satisfactory as possible. So I personally agree with the Crown Prince's itinerary. This visit will allow many friendly allies to see the charm of the Crown Prince and his wife, which is definitely a good thing for maintaining the influence of Britain. Crown Prince Elizabeth nodded. The countries he visited were not just those few. In fact, he also had to visit some colonies. In terms of time, he was not as abundant as imagined. Alan Wilson did not urge the Crown Prince and his wife to set off quickly, but he considered it completely from the perspective of maximizing interests. Considering the image of the Crown Prince and his wife, it would be best if the referendum in Newfoundland officially began when they left Canada and sailed on the sea. As for Canada, he certainly did not want Newfoundland to be given to this neighbor next to the United States. Although Canada has made great progress after the war, just like the United States, because Europe was in ruins, and its national strength is only second to the United States, Britain and the Soviet Union, it ranks fourth in the world, but in the eyes of the United States, this fourth is not much different from China, and may even be less valued than Mexico. The drawback of Canada's security cooperation relationship with the United States is that no matter what the United States chooses to do, Canada may have to obey unconditionally like a satellite country and fight side by side with the United States in any foreseeable conflict with the Soviet Union. Despite this, maintaining the security cooperation relationship between Canada and the United States is still of great benefit to promoting harmonious relations between the two countries. In February last year, the joint statement jointly issued by Canada and the United States marked the move of Canada and the United States towards a military alliance. You must know that, even if history remains the same, NATO will be established next year, and there is no sign of it yet. Of course, before the 1950s and 1960s, Canada would resist the infiltration of the United States and try its best to maintain its independence. But as Britain's national strength weakened, Canada had to rely on the United States. So with this in mind, Alan Wilson felt that, even if he gave Newfoundland to Canada, it would not maintain its influence. On the contrary, keeping it in his hands would allow Canada to feel the presence of Britain from time to time. After consideration, Crown Princess Elizabeth also thought that this was more appropriate and discussed the itinerary with Prince Philip. Alan Wilson sighed in his heart. With such a crown prince, how could he not be supported? Then he glanced at the other princess, who existed in a completely contrasting image. Then he went to send a telegram, taking his fiancée with him. Alan Wilson has always maintained a high-frequency telegram habit, sharing the experience of colonial construction with colleagues from all over the world, to learn from each other's strengths, and make progress together. Of course, the people he contacted were not all colonial officials. He also kept in regular contact with Sir Alexander Cadogan, the British ambassador to the United Nations. At present, the Indo-Pakistani War and the Israeli-Palestinian conflict are the focus of debate in the United Nations. Alan Wilson notes that Britain cannot interfere, but he is afraid of causing the loss of British influence. He is worried about this, and even starts to look through the UN Charter to see if there is any way. Then he found that, since the establishment of the United Nations, there has been no such thing as a peacekeeping force. The emergence of the peacekeeping force is really related to Britain. The origin is the Suez Canal War, in which Britain lost a lot of money. After the Suez Canal War, in order to prevent the recurrence of war, the then Canadian Foreign Minister Pearson proposed to establish a peacekeeping force for peacekeeping, which was eventually adopted. Pearson won the Nobel Peace Prize for this. People like him come to San Juan diplomacy to copy, and they don't even give the face of the former Prime Minister. Naturally, they don't care whether a method is original to Canada. If he thinks of it, it is his. Then he unconditionally transferred it to Sir Alexander. He is the UN ambassador and his position is just right for him to come forward. Chapter 447. Feint to the east and attack in the west. The main reason for the defeat of the Arab coalition in the First Middle East War was due to themselves. This was obviously different from the strength of the subsequent Middle East wars. Alan Wilson remembered that after the armistice, although Israel had a small population, it mobilized more troops than the Arab coalition, and the Israeli army outnumbered the smaller ones. As for the current situation, it depends on how much of a troublemaker the British Empire can show as his beloved boss, Sir Behrens' Persian Gulf Commissioner. As a former subordinate, it is normal for him to say hello to his former boss from time to time. Overseas civil servants should unite as one, and this is not a mistake. The Iraqi royal family and the Jordanian royal family have both issued mobilization orders, and a large number of residents have enlisted. The Iraqi army marched from the Mesopotamian basin to the eastern coast of the Mediterranean. With the Kingdom of Iraq taking the lead, all countries have a strong will to fight. The Egyptian, Syrian, and Jordanian armies are also gathering, and the total strength of the Arab coalition has exceeded 200,000. Wow. Alan Wilson compared his memory with his mind. It seemed that in the first Middle East war in history, the Arab coalition had only 40,000 to 50,000 troops. After the armistice period, the Israeli army had exceeded 100,000 troops, and a large number of military aid arrived in Israel from the Soviet Union and the United States. Whether in terms of quality or quantity, the Arab coalition was the weaker party. Now it seems that the Arab side has at least some serious trends in terms of numbers, and the current number alone is a number that Israel cannot mobilize anyway. With the increase in the strength of the Arab coalition, even if Israel does not waste the armistice time at all, the difficulties it faces will only be greater than in history. The problem between Israel and the Arabs is actually too simple. The Arabs can lose until the next century. Israel cannot lose even once. If it loses, Israel will disappear. During the First Middle East War, the number of people was still a very important factor. If the numbers mobilized by the Arab countries were not diluted, and at least they were composed of personnel with combat experience, Israel would still have a hard time winning. In the end, the Arabs would win, if both sides were injured. Arabs are the main ethnic group in the Middle East, and their recovery speed is definitely faster than that of Israel. For Israel, every death means one less. The population of Egypt alone is 16 million, and the population of Iraq and Syria is 4 million. The national population of Israel is only 800,000. Judging from the current situation, the Arab countries have only issued a mobilization order and have assembled 200,000 troops, and Israel has almost tapped all its potential. In a reply to his old boss, Alan Wilson said in the telegram, "In fact, it is not a provocation to make things clear. Publicizing the total population of Israel will not increase Britain's moral guilt. Is it possible that the facts are wrong regarding the import of American and Soviet arms into Israel? From the perspective of the empire, there is no need to hide it from the Arabs. Alan Wilson only dug holes. As for whether the Arabs were properly tapping their internal potential and were determined to use human wave tactics to crush Israel, it was none of his business. Another fact that was publicized was that 11 minutes after the Israeli Declaration of Independence was issued, the United States announced its recognition of the State of Israel. The Soviet Union was the second country to recognize Israel. Although this happened 3 months ago, it would not hurt Britain to repeat it. Public opinion hegemony is the only means that Britain has not been affected after the war. At this moment, the second ceasefire period, which has lasted for more than a month, is about to end. The Israeli army, which has been renewed, feels the mysterious power from the edge of the world. Because of this mysterious power, this historical truce has also increased the strength of the Arab coalition. Cairo, Damascus and Baghdad have successively announced that the two ceasefires have been regarded as respecting the authority of the United Nations, and there will not be a third time. The 200,000 mobilized Arab coalition forces are far from all, and they will never stop until Israel is driven into the sea. While Crown Princess Elizabeth set off from Newfoundland to visit Canada, the entire Palestinian region has become an endless barracks, and the troops mobilized by Arab countries have all arrived. The 200,000 Arab coalition troops, with weapons from the British Army in the Middle East, confronted the 100,000 Israeli troops equipped with more than 100 aircraft and 16 warships. They would be engaged in the battle as soon as the ceasefire period ended. After summarizing the current situation, Alan Wilson felt that it was time to save Pakistan. It was Pakistan that used the UN peacekeeping force plan in the India-Pakistan war, which was more in line with Britain's identity. India and Pakistan had just become independent not long ago. In the impression of various countries, it was more reasonable for Britain to call for a solution to the India-Pakistan issue at the United Nations. But in fact, given the current situation in India and Pakistan, Nehru is likely to refuse the deployment of the UN peacekeeping force. Alan Wilson has seen leaders of powerful countries more than once, and he has some understanding of Nehru. Nehru is at least an ideal founding leader, and he also believes that India is a powerful country, and he will definitely not allow any UN peacekeeping force to enter the inherent territory of India in his eyes. If he agrees, then what is the point of being a powerful country? The proposal of the peacekeeping force will definitely be rejected by India. After all, India believes that it has the advantage. But the problem of Palestine is different. Although there are many Arab coalition forces, they belong to different countries after all. But the current situation is indeed very scary, and Israel did not gain any advantage in the previous two ceasefires. Now the number of Arab coalition forces is still increasing, and Israel's potential has been exhausted. With only 800,000 people, it cannot be mobilized. The only choice before Israel is to win. If it loses, it will definitely die. Fighting a peace is almost the same as losing. For the Arabs, public opinion now states that fighting a peace has the same effect as winning. Be prepared to crush Israel. Fighting to the point of both sides being injured is also an advantage, and morale is guaranteed. Many Arab coalition commanders on the Palestinian front have publicly called for the Israelis to be driven into the sea, even if it is a 1-for-1 exchange. Sir Alexander, let's give the United States a way out. If India refuses to allow the peacekeeping force to enter, it depends on whether the United States will jump into the pit itself. Under the current situation, even if Israel wins in the end, there will not be many people left. I believe that, as long as you put forward this proposal at the United Nations General Assembly, the United States may use it to protect Israel. To put it another way, even if the United States sits and watches Israel's demise, it will not be a loss to Britain. Israel is not on our side anyway. After sending the telegram, Alan Wilson whistled in a relaxed mood to show his current joy. Linking the India-Pakistan war and the Palestine-Israel war made him feel full of a sense of accomplishment. It didn't matter if they both failed. Sooner or later, they would lose anyway. As long as one of these two wars was successfully intervened, it would be a profit. Boris just walked in and saw Alan Wilson's appearance. He was surprised and said, "Governor, you seem very happy that the Crown Prince left Newfoundland." Nonsense. I'm loyal to the crown prince, and how can I be happy when my fiancé just left? Be careful with your words, or I will sue you for defamation. Alan Wilson almost bowed in the direction of London to express his heart of being a lackey to the British Empire. Because of the Third Reich, the Jewish forces had shifted from Europe to the United States during the war. At present, the so-called Jewish power base is the same as in the 21st century. The situation in the Middle East is also a headache for the United States. It is a fact that the United States is the first country to recognize Israel. Seeing that Israel is at a disadvantage, it has promoted ceasefires through the United Nations twice in a row. This is also a fact. But it does not mean that the United States is willing to offend Arab countries severely, and the Soviet Union is also unwilling to offend. It's just that for some reason, the United States and the Soviet Union temporarily stood together. But since the United Kingdom withdrew the British military officers who commanded the Arab coalition through pressure, the United States could not change the fact that Egypt alone has a population 20 times that of Israel. Together with the populations of countries such as Syria, Jordan, and Iraq, the population of Arab countries participating in the war is 50 times that of Israel. The United States is also unwilling to offend Arab countries too much, which is not conducive to the plan to blockade the Soviet Union. The United States is only temporarily standing with the Soviet Union, which does not mean that it will let the Soviet Union go. However, the Jewish forces in the United States have become a climate, and the Jews have been genocided by Germany. Support is politically correct. The United States must prove that the United States has a stronger sense of morality than the previous colonial countries. These two factors add up, and the United States still has to support Israel. Washington is also in a difficult situation at present. When the United States was in a dilemma, the British ambassador to the United Nations, Sir Alexander Cadogan, had already read the telegram of Alan Wilson's official killing and burying. At a UN conference 3 days later on the India-Pakistan war, Sir Alexander Cadogan said, "The war between India and Pakistan has caused a large number of casualties. We in the UK suggest setting up a peacekeeping force to enter the Kashmir region, to stop the war between India and Pakistan, protect the lives and property of local people, achieve a ceasefire, and let the residents of Kashmir make their own choice, whether to become part of Pakistan, part of India, or independence." After Sir Alexander Cadogan finished his speech, the meeting hall immediately buzzed, and the Indian representative stood up and objected. "Other countries are not stakeholders in the Kashmir issue, and there is no need for them to get involved. I have nothing to say at the moment, but I believe Prime Minister Nehru will give an accurate answer." Chapter 448, Alliances. Due to the fierce opposition of the Indian representative, no resolution was reached on sending peacekeeping troops to Kashmir. But this thing can also be used in the Israeli-Palestinian war, right? After the meeting, the American representatives communicated with each other as they left the stage. Except for India, most countries agreed to organize a peacekeeping force, and even Pakistan, one of the parties, agreed to it. The Indian issue is still quite troublesome. We cannot offend this largest new country at present. It may allow the Soviets to take advantage of the situation and establish influence in India. We have verified through the British that Nehru is indeed a socialist. Once the United States stands on the opposite side of India, it may cause India to lean towards the Soviet Union, which is not good for the interests of the United States. There are also problems in the Israeli-Palestinian war. Although we have put pressure on London through diplomatic channels to make London give up supporting the Arab coalition, Britain has been operating in the Middle East for a long time and has told the Arabs all about Israel through the power of public opinion. Now the morale of Arab countries in the Middle East is high, and they must drive the Jews with a population of only 800,000 into the sea. The American representatives walked in disgust, and they were not without admiration. The British Empire's means of stirring up troubles are indeed well deserved. The United States cannot criticize invisible public opinion. Although it is widely publicized in the Arab world that the United States is the first country to recognize Israel, the problem is that this is not false. The United States is indeed the first country to recognize Israel. Moreover, although it is definitely sinister to publicize that Israel has only 800,000 people, it is difficult to find a handle to put pressure on it. because this is also true, but this fact was used by the Arabs after they knew it, which inspired the Arabs' fighting spirit. On the contrary, as the number of Arab troops mobilized increased, the two ceasefire periods did not seem to change the predicament faced by the Israelis. Britain, in fact, was Alan Wilson. This live broadcast of throwing bombs into the toilet really left the Americans helpless. Let's discuss it with the Soviets. As soon as this was said, several American diplomats nodded frequently. Although as early as 1943, the peak of military struggle in World War II had passed, and politics occupied a greater proportion. During this period, the blueprint for the post-war world designed by the United States was, establish a free trade system worldwide. The obstacles to this major policy goal are the flood-like social revolution wave after the war and the expansion of the Soviet Union's sphere of influence. This plan regards the Soviet Union as an enemy, but the enemy is not impossible to cooperate with. The United States was the first to announce its recognition of the State of Israel. The Soviet Union was the second country to recognize Israel. The interests of the United States and the Soviet Union are consistent with the new country of Israel. During the ceasefire, Israel obtained a large number of light weapons, artillery, and ammunition from Czechoslovakia, which is a proof. It even organized regular air transport from Prague to Rehovot. The aircraft was purchased from the United States. In the Palestinian War, the diplomacy of coexistence between the United States and the Soviet Union was clearly manifested. From the founding of Israel to the outbreak of the war, Washington and Moscow have been in communication and have taken a common position of supporting Israel. Now the United States just needs the help of the Soviet Union again. The communication technology in modern society is no longer comparable to that in ancient times. Having made up its mind, Washington immediately contacted Moscow to express the common position of the United States and the Soviet Union. Sent peacekeeping forces to Palestine? Stalin listened to Molotov's words and then said, in this way, isn't the Soviet Union standing on the opposite side of the Arab countries? We can provide convenience in diplomacy, but we cannot let the Red Army soldiers stand in front of the Arab soldiers. This matter is really very troublesome. Although Britain withdrew its military forces under pressure from the United States, it deliberately used means before leaving to make Israel very passive in diplomacy and public opinion. Molotov pondered for a moment and thought of an example, just like the withdrawal from British India. Now it has led to a war between India and Pakistan. This example is very vivid. Stalin showed a fatherly smile. According to some reliable information, when Britain allows its colonies to become independent in the future, it will adopt similar means and use partition to deal with the wave of independence. Molotov was stunned inside, and it took a long time before he said, in this case, the British are too shameless. Is the information reliable? According to our analysis of the British colonial governance policy, Britain generally chooses to merge colonies for rule. Whether it is the White Dominion of Canada, Australia, India, or Malaya, they are all merged from many small colonies. At present, only British India has been redivided. The policy can be changed. Maybe the British have discovered the benefits. Stalin squinted his eyes and said solemnly, as for the source of the intelligence, Comrade Molotov only needs to know that it is absolutely reliable. Stalin still fully trusts the intelligence from the Cambridge Five. These idealistic foreign comrades are more real than a moral vacuum. Then since we can't stand on the opposite side of the Arab countries, why don't we reject the American advice? Molotov asked the Supreme Leader for his opinion. After all, this matter involves the country's major policies. Although it is related to diplomacy, it is not up to him as a foreign minister to decide. No, we agree. The current situation in the Middle East is dominated by the United States and Britain and France, which represent the old colonial power. Israel is an opportunity, and it is still useful now. We all understand that Israel will inevitably turn to the United States over time, and we are also mentally prepared for this. Therefore, we must be cautious in the method of support. Stalin sighed, we support the US peacekeeping force plan, but we must not use military force, and even if we are willing, the Americans are unwilling. Do they want the soldiers of the Soviet Red Army to stand on the land of the Middle East? If the Soviet Union controls the Middle East, the oil supply to European and American countries will be cut off, Europe will be surrounded, and the Soviet Union will not fire a single shot, and Europe will have to practice neutrality. Stalin can see this problem clearly, and the United States, Britain and France can also see it clearly. This is the real situation in the Middle East now. No one is on the same side as anyone else. Britain and France will still struggle. If the Soviet Union wants to drive a nail in, it is best to tie the United States, Britain and France together, and stand on the opposite side of the Arabs. But at present, the British are not fuel-saving lamps. They use the power of public opinion that has not been damaged to make Arab countries, especially Arab countries with royal families, think that the United States and the Soviet Union are the biggest supporters of Israel, and Britain is completely unable to fight four hands with two fists. The United States is currently the strongest among the countries involved, but Britain and France are old players in the Middle East after all. The Soviet Union is right in front of us again. Although the United States is the strongest, it also has its own difficulties. The first is the Jewish forces in the country, and the second is that, like the Soviet Union, there is no good entry point. As a new player, the United States has no choice but to support Israel because of the Jewish forces in the country and its status as a new player like the Soviet Union. Only through Israel's successful establishment of influence in the Middle East can it think about expanding its influence. Everything is difficult at the beginning. This is the situation the United States faces. As long as Israel is preserved, there will always be opportunities to slowly expand its influence in the Middle East. After Stalin and Molotov discussed, Moscow officially responded to Washington, saying that it would support the UN proposal to send peacekeeping forces. The premise is that Israel must accept it. The main problems of the United Nations in the near future are two. Like Moscow, New Delhi is also holding meetings to discuss. However, the opinions are surprisingly consistent, that is, refusing to let other countries' troops intervene in the Kashmir issue. Both Nehru and Patel believed that this was Britain's preparation for a comeback. It should be noted that there is a brigade-sized British army that has been staying in the Junagadh state since the outbreak of the Kashmir War. Another brigade is in Portuguese Goa, obviously watching the progress of the war. Now the British are still watching. If India cannot win the Kashmir War beautifully, at least it will have an advantage. Maybe the British will think they can make a comeback. Of course, compared with Patel's tough refusal, Nehru still said to the ministers of various departments present, "We must of course reject the actions of foreign forces to interfere in Kashmir, but diplomatic work is not just about being tough. We want to use the British left in India to show that the special relationship between Britain and India still exists, and the relationship between the two countries will not fade because of India's independence." Nehru's words made many people nod involuntarily. In their eyes, the British Empire is no longer the only one in the world, but it is still one of the major powers in the world, no worse than the United States and the Soviet Union. It is not okay to completely ignore it. Let the ambassador in London obtain the understanding of the British, but at the United Nations General Assembly, we maintain our previous attitude and refuse it sternly. Before the formal discussion on the peacekeeping force proposal, all the countries involved were discussing it. Israel, as the core of the proposal, was of course very supportive of it, and even took the initiative to approach the United States, saying that if India rejected the UN's proposal to send a peacekeeping force, it would be fine, and Israel agreed. If this were Israel decades later, it would definitely not call for peace before the war, but at this time in 1948, the newly born Israel was still reasonable, and had not yet accumulated the inflation from the victory in the Middle East war. As a country that directly faces the Arab coalition, Israel can best feel what it feels like for more and more weapons from various countries to gradually pile up together. Chapter 449, Freedom of Battlefield Information. It is a well-known fact that Churchill was the leader of Britain during the World War. Churchill, except for being submissive in front of the United States, struck hard in front of all countries. So there is a fact that the amount of aid from the United States to Britain is far less than the amount of aid from Britain to all anti-German countries. Britain's aid to the Soviet Union exceeded £1.1 billion, and the exchange rate between the pound and the US dollar was 1 to 4. The aid from the United States to Britain, through the operation of the Lend-Lease Act, actually exchanged for Britain's $8 billion of assets in the United States. It is not known whether the Americans made a profit, but they certainly did not lose. In the World War, Britain led by Churchill did more than just aid the Soviet Union. After World War II, until Churchill stepped down, in order to maintain stability in the Middle East, Britain spent a lot of effort to support the Arab League, to meet Britain's own strategic defense requirements. Against this background, 1 month before Germany surrendered, representatives of Egypt, Iraq, Lebanon, Syria, Saudi Arabia, Transjordan, and Yemen held a signing ceremony in Cairo to form the Arab League. The Arab League, which was also supported by Britain, held a meeting in Beirut and decided to send the Arab League's army to Palestine after the British army withdrew. Britain spent a lot of money when the Arab League was established, so it certainly has prestige in the Arab world. However, the Arab League is not extremely united. There are sharp contradictions within it due to long-term discord and the struggle for leadership. The two major political rivals are King Abdullah of Transjordan and the Iraqi royal family. King Abdullah dreams of establishing a greater Syria consisting of Syria, Lebanon, Iraq, Transjordan and Palestine. Another figure on this stage is King Farouk of Egypt. Although he is regarded as the leader of the Arab world by all parties, he is opposed by Iraq. Iraq has always believed that it is the only leader of the Arab world. It can be seen that in this era, Iraqis have already felt that only they can lead the Arab world, and this is not a problem that only appeared after Saddam came to power. Originally, the Israeli-Palestinian war had little to do with Britain. According to the historical trend, there would be a series of unclear enemy situations. For example, Israel has always judged that the three kingdoms, mainly Egypt, Jordan, and Iraq, plus the support of troops from other Arab countries, would face at least 150,000 Arab troops once the war started. But in fact, before the second ceasefire, the Arab coalition army was less than 50,000. Moreover, for both Israel and the Arabs, the First Middle East War was a war with little technical content and was fought in the dark. But Alan Wilson saw that this was not okay. It was like boxing with your eyes closed. The trend of the war must be open and transparent. The Arabs did not know how many people there were in Israel, so he leaked the population of Israel. Then he used the open and transparent population information of Israel to inspire the Arab League to pile up the number, thus realizing Israel's original desire of 150,000 Arab troops, and even exceeded the expectations of the Israelis. He did not need the Israelis to thank him for this. After all, it was a modern society. It was extremely important to maintain the transparency of the war. The British did not leave any officers behind, but only completed the work of the Freedom of Information movement. Israel and the Arab League started the battle with their cards, and they had a clear understanding of the cards in each other's hands. Although the chief executive of Newfoundland was not a soldier, he also made some exercises for information warfare, to let his father-in-law Mountbatten, who was near Egypt, understand the importance of information warfare. After all, he was his daughter's fiancé. General Mountbatten was serving in the Mediterranean, so he told Alan Wilson what he knew. He said that, although the number of people was enough, the composition of the Arab coalition was questionable. Compared with the previous 50,000 Arab coalition troops, the newly joined hundreds of thousands of troops were all mobilized, and it was hard to say whether they had combat effectiveness. Alan Wilson sighed, and it seemed that everything was still uncertain. The only advantage of the Arab League was that the Arab League could afford to lose people. If the British long ocean was right, Alan Wilson was actually a little pessimistic. However, he didn't know that in Amman, the capital of Jordan, the Arab coalition had drawn up a joint combat plan. This was something that was not originally in the First Middle East War. According to this combat plan, the Arab armies of Egypt, Lebanon, and Syria pressed and contained the Israeli army from the south and north respectively, and the Iraqi army and the Arab Legion cooperated with each other to cross the Jordan River and attack Haifa. The Egyptian army attacking Israel had a total of 2 divisions. These included armored units equipped with Cromwell cruiser tanks and Crusader cruiser tanks, 5 infantry battalions, a machine gun company, and an artillery regiment. In addition, there were 15 Spitfire fighters to provide direct air fire support. Its deployment and goals were to advance along the coastal highway with a reinforced brigade to occupy Tel Aviv. The main force attacked inland and occupied Jerusalem. The Cromwell cruiser tank was one of the important tanks produced by Britain during World War II. It played an important role in the Normandy landings. It is a tank that uses an aviation engine and reduces its power. Its most commendable feature is its mobility. At least in the field of engines, Britain is no worse than any other country. The engine of the Cromwell cruiser tank uses a highly efficient Meteor engine with excellent motion performance of the bearing system. Moreover, the Meteor engine is reliable and durable, and maintenance is not difficult. Therefore, this type of tank is deeply loved by tank soldiers. Although the Crusader cruiser tank is inferior, it is also a tank that the British Army has equipped in large quantities. Although there are less than 40 tanks of the two types combined, they can be regarded as well trained. The Syrian army in the north launched an attack with 2 mechanized brigades, with the main attack direction pointing to the southern end of Lake Tiberias, and the Lebanese armed forces were also under the command of Syria. In the east, there is the Iraqi and Jordanian coalition forces. The Iraqi army is also accompanied by the Kingdom Guard composed of Christians. The two royal families of the two relatives in the east form the largest group, together with the local Palestinian armed forces, with a total of nearly 100,000 people. Although the Iraqi royal family and the Jordanian royal family are from the same family, the two relatives are indeed competing for the leadership of the Arab League. Then the armies of the two countries gather together to form the largest group in the east of Israel. As for the Persian Gulf countries that seem to have not participated in the war, they also participated in this war, but the forces sent are more coping. Take Saudi Arabia, for example. The 2 battalions sent out obey the dispatch of the Egyptian army. It can be easily seen from this joint combat plan that Saudi Arabia actually has no say in the Arab world now. The countries that think they have strength and have the final say are Egypt, Jordan, and Iraq, and even Syria is a little bit behind. Even if Alan Wilson knew this plan, he would not feel comforted, because the reason why this combat plan is so clear is that Israel has obtained the combat plan and made targeted deployments. Israel is still warmly welcoming the United States to send peacekeeping troops to the United Nations, but because the Arab coalition forces are increasing in strength, even if they are deployed by the Arab coalition forces, they are still a little uncertain. Ben-Gurion's envoy met Truman in Washington, but did not meet Marshall, because Marshall opposed Israel's independence and was considered by the Jews to be a representative of anti-Israel. Truman has been quite busy recently. At the Democratic Convention in Philadelphia, Truman took advantage of the divisions within the party and adopted a strategy of defeating each one separately, allowing his cronies to control the Democratic National Convention and divide and win over the supporters of his opponent in the party, Wallace. After difficult mediation, Truman barely won the presidential candidate nomination, but almost all Democrats believed that he could not win the election at all. Now Truman is preparing to start a national tour speech to fight a decisive battle with Dewey, who is praised by the national media. Truman actually criticized the Jews in his early years, but now is different from the past. The United States and the Soviet Union both want to use Israel to pry open the long-term operations of Britain and France in the Middle East. The emergence of Israel was the result of Truman's efforts. Hearing the difficulties expressed by Ben-Gurion's envoy, Truman said, "In principle, the United States and the Soviet Union both support the Jewish people, who have suffered so much, to have their own homeland. They are also prepared to use the British proposals in the Kashmir War, to set up a peacekeeping force to end the war. That's really very thankful, dear President." Ben-Gurion's envoy was overjoyed. With the support of the United States and the Soviet Union, Israel was determined to fight hard. Of course, it would be better not to do this. If you win on the battlefield, you can avoid a lot of trouble. Of course, the resolution must be made. The United States will be ready to stop the war in the name of the United Nations when Israel encounters difficulties. Of course, the Republican Party has always taken an isolationist stance. Once Dewey becomes president, it may give up its support for Israel. Truman, who was anxious to run for election, was still very busy. He just said a few words to Ben-Gurion's envoy, indicating the attitude of the United States, and ended the topic. The second ceasefire period ends on October 15th, and the various countries involved in the war and their supporters behind them are constantly forming alliances. When discussing the proposal to set up a peacekeeping force for the second time, the Indian representative reiterated India's position and stated that Prime Minister Nehru firmly refused the peacekeeping force to enter Kashmir. This group of newly independent Indian leaders knew the British style too well. Once the peacekeeping force enters Kashmir, Kashmir will definitely not remain within the territory of India. The previous chapter took 1 hour and 20 minutes. After all, I have a lot of experience writing about the Soviet Union. This chapter took 3 hours. It's too difficult. I won't write about how to fight a war. I have always written war chapters for free. Past achievements have proved that writing about girls will not lose subscriptions. Although there are many readers who say that women are used for water writing, the subscriptions have not dropped much. Chapter 450, Preparing for a Referendum. Although Britain has never believed that a powerful country has stood in the East, but it is true that it cannot do whatever it wants like in the colonial era. New Delhi has communicated with London about the situation in Kashmir and recognized Britain's special interests in the subcontinent. There is only one shoe left on its side. Of course, the proposal of the peacekeeping force is not without success. The United States and the Soviet Union have expressed interest in this proposal. It means that, although the world is generally peaceful at present, it is necessary for the United Nations to play a greater role to avoid repeating the old path of the two world wars. Of course, all this has nothing to do with Alan Wilson. Although he did do some things that are conducive to openness and transparency through some internal relationships among civil servants, in the end, whether it is India and Pakistan, or Arabs and Israel, their fate is in their own hands. The big thing in front of us is the Newfoundland referendum that has been decided long ago. No matter what the United States, the Soviet Union and Britain have in mind at the United Nations General Assembly, it has nothing to do with the status of Newfoundland. Currently, Princess Elizabeth is visiting Canada, and she is naturally praised wherever she goes. The Crown Prince and his wife are praising, and surrounded by people, touring the territory of the future Queen of Canada. Canada also issued a commemorative stamp of the Crown Princess Elizabeth to commemorate the visit of the Crown Princess to Canada. In general, this visit of the Crown Princess Elizabeth to Canada was unprecedented. According to the schedule, the Crown Princess and the Crown Princess were scheduled to visit South Africa next, because the United States was holding a general election. While the Crown Princess and the Crown Princess left Canada, Alan Wilson was discussing the referendum with Smallwood, the local governor of Newfoundland. Dear Joe, I believe you have been waiting for this day for a long time, right? Oh, Alan, the matter of deciding the future of Newfoundland is what every citizen of Newfoundland is looking forward to. Smallwood responded calmly, sooner or later, isn't it? Yes, sooner or later there will be such a day. Alan Wilson nodded, indicating that he was mentally prepared. In fact, the Newfoundland referendum is nothing more than the relationship between Canada, the United States and the United Kingdom. After World War II, Britain continued to cut its budget for Newfoundland, hoping that Newfoundland could join the Canadian Federation and stop sending a government. At first, Newfoundland turned to Canada for help, hoping to restore a responsible government. However, Canada responded coldly, saying that it had no interest in helping Newfoundland economically, unless Newfoundland chose to join the Canadian Confederation. Although the proposal to join the United States was strongly opposed in Newfoundland, both Britain and Canada believed that Newfoundland would eventually choose to join the United States, especially when Newfoundland fell into economic difficulties again. Britain could not tolerate the British North American colonies joining the United States, and was worried that Newfoundland's joining the United States would intensify the Labrador border dispute. Canada believed that Newfoundland's joining the Canadian Confederation would not benefit its economy, and if Newfoundland joined the United States, Canada would be surrounded by American territory on all sides. In the end, the British government banned Newfoundland from holding a vote on whether to join the United States. This was the situation before Alan Wilson left for London. London had only one real bottom line, which was to do everything possible to prevent Newfoundland from getting closer to the United States, even if it meant giving Newfoundland to Canada. Before Alan Wilson left, Newfoundland sent 2 delegations to London and Ottawa respectively, to negotiate the future of Newfoundland. The official delegation went to London and the private delegation went to Ottawa. This shows that among the middle and upper classes in Newfoundland, the voices opposing the merger with Canada were more overwhelming. Alan Wilson can see from the referendum results in history that the voices against merging with Canada are not just the middle and upper classes who want to protect their own interests, but they do represent the public opinion of a large part of Newfoundland. Newfoundland eventually became part of Canada, which was indeed the result of British pressure. The delegation to Ottawa was also coldly received by Canada, because it did not have an official color. This is the background of Alan Wilson's arrival in Newfoundland, after more than half a year of work and delaying tactics. Anyway, up to now, Newfoundland has developed very well. The current Crown Prince and his wife have just left Newfoundland. Alan Wilson felt that the time was almost right, so he discussed with Smallwood whether it was possible to discuss publicly and decide the future of Newfoundland. After the two reached a consensus, Alan Wilson spread the news about discussing the future of Newfoundland. It was scheduled to be discussed on October 2nd at the Newfoundland Parliament building, and it would be heard by all Newfoundland citizens through current affairs broadcasts. When Smallwood left the Governor-General's mansion, Alan Wilson was the first to confirm the news in the evening broadcast. Like throwing a stone into a cup pond, this broadcast immediately had an impact in the capital St. John's. Then it spread throughout Newfoundland and became a hot topic among Newfoundland citizens. On October 2nd, 1948, many Newfoundland residents were waiting at home, not going out or fishing as usual, waiting for the broadcast on the radio. At this time, in the Newfoundland Parliament building, the members of the Newfoundland Committee sat down one by one. Including Smallwood, there were a total of 45 Newfoundland representatives, plus Chief Justice Fox, and he, the Chief Executive, providing 47 people. Dear representatives, time has passed really quickly, we meet again. Alan Wilson was the first to greet. This discussion will also be heard by Newfoundland citizens. After all, we must maintain transparency to the great Newfoundland citizens, so as to help establish a transparent government. In a different environment, Alan Wilson no longer said anything. You can be transparent, or you can have a government. At this moment, there are still places in the world that are in the midst of war, such as East Asia, South Asia, and the Middle East. What we are going to discuss today is to use a peaceful attitude and the most reasonable and well-founded remarks to solemnly discuss the future of Newfoundland. Since I took office, Newfoundland has left a deep impression on me. The work experience here will become a precious asset in my life. Seeing the representatives who arrived at the Parliament building nodded, Alan Wilson changed the subject and began to express how great Newfoundland is. As the chief executive, appointed by the British Empire, Alan Wilson began to wait for representatives from all parties to express their opinions. After he finished talking about the improvement of the local economy in Newfoundland over the past 6 months. At the same time, he reminded them, pay attention to the tone of your speech. I believe that many citizens of Newfoundland are listening. Since the chief executive has made it very clear, I will tell you what I think. I think Newfoundland should join the Canadian Federation. Canada has currently established a social security system covering the entire society. Smallwood spoke first. The benefit of joining Canada is that all citizens of Newfoundland can be guaranteed. Mr. Joy is right, but the price is that the sovereignty of Newfoundland's fishing grounds will belong to Canada in the future. As soon as Smallwood finished speaking, other representatives immediately stood up to refute. In this meeting, someone is planning to sell Newfoundland to Canada. The voices were so loud that even many Newfoundland citizens who were listening to the radio heard a shrill busy tone. Well, that's indeed the fact. Alan Wilson was very happy when he saw the tit-for-tat scene at the very beginning, but on the surface he had to remain objective and neutral. He frowned and said, of course, I'm talking about the sovereignty of Newfoundland's fishing grounds, and it does not involve other issues. And from the perspective of social security, Newfoundland is fully capable of establishing a similar system. Comparing Newfoundland's population and industry, in fact, From the perspective of per capita resource possession, this is not a big problem. Of course, Newfoundland does not have all the conditions for independence. Alan Wilson talked eloquently. The key lies in the method of preventing cross-border fishing. Newfoundland does not have a basic small fleet, built with manpower to conduct regular patrols of the waters under its jurisdiction. Seeing that the 45 commissioners nodded, indicating their approval of the words of the chief executive appointed by London, he felt that it was still neutral and objective. Alan Wilson continued, in fact, there is another problem. That is, the current capital inflow into Newfoundland has a huge relationship with corporate taxes. This is only possible in Newfoundland's current special form. On the issue of corporate taxes, Newfoundland is completely different from Canada, the United States, and the United Kingdom. It is at the intersection of the three countries, which has resulted in a huge fiscal surplus in the past few months. If this neutrality is lost, it may not be a good thing. Strong forestry resources are another thing I mentioned. In fact, from the perspective of Canada, Australia, and the United States, it is much easier for Canada and Australia to make the same money than the United States, because there is no social security in the United States. Moreover, the population of the United States is too large, and it is unrealistic to rely entirely on the state to guarantee all expenses. Moreover, the United States is not a government that wants to establish a social security system, which conflicts with the American concept. Although Alan Wilson was only making an objective analysis, he actually blocked Canada's way from the perspective of fisheries. At the same time, from the perspective of social security, the United States was excluded. Smallwood was about to speak but stopped, but he saw that most of the Newfoundland representatives agreed with these words, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Should we give up the inflow of funds due to corporate taxes, or the special treatment of raw materials imported from Europe? This depends on the ideas of the citizens of Newfoundland. In fact, the main issue is whether Newfoundland can become a high-level region that everyone envies in the future. This is the most important issue. I will try to update 3 times today. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.